Oh my
He's like,
god.
he's like getting sealed in the helmet and converted, and somehow he just returns fine.
We're alive, pal.
We're alive, pal.
Oh, finally.
Yeah.
It's not live for me right now. Oh, there we go.
Well, I mean, you got that. You got whatever's blocking the internet in your country. Hello there.
Hello.
We're
Aloha.
back to a numbered EDAR for a very long time. It's been since we've done one of those.
What was the last one? Was the Chris Chibnall one where we covered confused adipose?
Oh, wait a second. Hang on. This is actually EDAR number 9, not 8, because we did the one on Joe Brennan's Twice Upon a Time video.
We did the we did the Twice Upon a Time one with
I'm a fucking
Dylan.
Idiot. Now I'm gonna change that. I have to change the bloody thumbnail.
Oh my god, it's going through.
Oh well. Anyway,
I guess just like Chris Chibnall, we've stripped it from canon.
Yeah.
The best way to ride.
Anyway, so we've got a whole bunch of new guests here from the ECUM crew. This is quite a crossover event in a way. So basically what I want to do first is we're basically going to go around in order, and I want you to like give your name, where you're from, who your favorite doctor is, the story you most recently watched, and your brief thoughts on Resolution without going into detail. Callum, you go first. As soon as you...
Hi, I'm Callum. I am new. What was the questions you wanted to know?
God, you dumb shit. What's your name?
Yeah, no.
Oh, you already said that.
Yes.
Where are you from?
I am from the land called of England.
Yes. And you're from the deep south.
Yes, I'm such a southerner.
I know. It's terrible. Who's your favourite doctor, Callum?
Very easily number 10. David Tennant is the best doctor, and if you're wrong, well, if you disagree, you're wrong. I should say.
If you disagree, then you just don't like good hair.
Yes.
What's the story you most recently watched?
Resolution of the Daleks. Revolution, sorry. Revolution of the Daleks.
Oh, okay. Damn. And what are your brief thoughts on that episode without going into detail?
Revolution of the Daleks might be the worst festive special we've ever seen. As a structured story, it is just completely nonsensical. Like, a lot of things in the story just straight up shouldn't happen, considering, what's happened within the history of this show on Earth, and a whole bunch of different factors. In terms of characters, it's... What are you going to say?
Oh, but I just thought I would remind you that Series 5's not canon, so Victory of the Daleks is not canon, so you're wrong.
No! Shut up! I know you're doing that to annoy me, and it's working. Shut up. In terms of characters, like, everybody, especially Jack, are completely inconsistent of what they are established to be as. And it's just an overall mess. It's pretty darn garbage. And yeah, fuck this episode and fuck Series 12.
Well, that's more positive than you usually are. Well, as we all know, my name's Connor. I'm not new, unlike Callum. I'm from one of the few countries in the world where you can go outside and see people. I have about 7 favorite doctors, but because I like good hair, Tennant is number 1. The story I most recently watched last night was The Gunfighters, which, funnily enough, is also about the South. So you'd like it, Callum, even though it's a different South.
Oh.
It's about Yank South. And my brief thoughts on Revolution. Well, I mean, this is the 4th video in about 2 weeks that I've done on the fucking episode. So I'm actually kind of sick of talking about it. So I might get a bit more ragey this time because I'm so done with this episode. But yeah, it's just such a like cheap, slice of contrived shite. Like it's really derivative. Like there's hilarious like copy and pastes of other scenes in the franchise, and the plot is all very sudden. It's all like strung together with a bunch of very, very, very like cheap ideas, and they're not really they don't really make sense. And like the drama, there's no like real organic nature to the drama. It's all just so flat and like very unearned and quite forced. And it's not good. I would say it's definitely below average at best for me. And I didn't really enjoy it. I was pretty lukewarm in terms of entertainment value. I mean, it had some pretty shots, I suppose. And there's like one or two moments where I chuckled a bit, which is kind of surprising. But overall, it was just blech. And the only real questions I have remaining are like some of the plot mechanics, which I'm sure you fine gentlemen will help me get into, because I know that's your area of expertise. Yeah, Jeb, you go next.
Okay, so I'm Jeb. I'm from Brexit lands, which means no immigrants. My favourite Doctor is 11th. The last episode I watched was The Doctor's Wife, and my thoughts on is it Revolution or Resolution?
Revolution. Resolution was the 2019 one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called Revolution, despite there not being a revolution.
Yeah. So, this episode I found pretty shite in nearly every way. Captain Jack was wasted. The Doctor annoys me. The companions annoy me, and in serious moments, I actually laughed out loud a few times because it was that bad. And I think at this point, the Daleks are now dead. In terms of any threat they could ever have. So that's great. And this might be the worst special in Modern Who, or probably in all of Doctor Who. It's that bad, and I think it's worse than Asylum of the Daleks. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Well, I mean, that's all very interesting, but my main question for you is that, did you know that in the Crimson Horror, the 11th Doctor sexually assaults a lesbian?
10th is my favourite Doctor.
Wow, I'm so persuasive. I can't believe this.
In all the time that I've known Jeb, I've never seen anybody make him change his mind as fast as that.
Pretty amazing.
And the Doctor should know better because Amy tried to have sex with him.
God, this is like a Chibnall plot twist. It's completely out of nowhere and sudden, and not expected.
And no one cares about it.
So 11th is a sexual assault at 13th, genocidal racist. Okay, great.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I see you for what you really are. Yeah, sure. Anyway. Right, Joe, you're next.
Yeah. My name is Joe Stamp. I'm from the good old small country of Ireland, Brexit's little cousin. My favourite Doctor is probably the 10th. And the latest episode I've seen was Earthshock from last night.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
My current favourite. Then what I think of the latest episode, it was complete and utter shite. It is built on a shit foundation that doesn't work. The story itself is complete shite, and the way it's all resolved is shite. So basically, it's a big old pile of shite. Just shit.
Yeah, Earthshock's definitely better than this episode.
Yeah,
it's just better. It's just better.
Slightly better.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Strong competition.
Yeah, it's and also I noticed that you like Dragon Ball Z, so you obviously like with the 10th Doctor thing, you like good hair.
Yes.
Right, 10, you're next.
Right, well, my name is Tin, and I am from the land that produces tea, so that's all I really know about. And my favorite one is Tenant.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a good fan of good hair.
Oh yes, and what was the story you most recently watched?
Revolution of the Daleks.
Oh.
You poor soul.
Really? Did that come
You
out
can hear the
recently?
disdain in his voice.
well, it was for the ECUM reaction, which we tragically lost for some time, but I won't go there.
Oh,
But
yeah.
to sum my thoughts up, it was utter shite. Like like as the others put it, it's built on like shoddy foundation to say the least. It basically defies very. It's hard to explain. Like it does the very most basic things wrong. Like the biggest issue for me is always that the Daleks can't fucking see the Doctor when she's right fucking in front of them. And just that thing alone drives me mad at this episode. That tiny little thing alone.
Have you seen the Daleks, like the Hartnell story, the Daleks?
No, not yet.
Okay, there's a scene in I think it's one of the latter episodes. I think it might be episode 7, where there's a bunch of Daleks going through a corridor, and basically they're hiding on the, like, imagine when you got like a corridor and there's like the walls when you walk through it are like wide, and then when you walk through like a little doorway that's not really a doorway because there's no door, but there's like a frame, and it's like slightly more narrow because it comes in, and so like basically the characters will just hide in the sides, like in the corner, so like it's just behind these panels. And what happens is, because the Daleks have no peripheral vision, they'll walk through the little like thin area, and their stalk will be straight, and they won't see the characters hiding behind this panel because they don't have peripheral vision, which is a bit of a design flaw, to be honest. But, and I'm sure maybe someday we'll see Daleks with peripheral vision. That would be interesting. But they basically walk through this thing and they don't see them. But then there's one at the very end, because of the production team didn't set it up properly. Its stalk is sideways and it can very easily see the Doctor, but it doesn't. It doesn't acknowledge him. It's really funny. But of course, because they couldn't shoot another take because they couldn't afford to. That was funny. Anyway, lastly, we have Marcus.
Hello. My name is Marcus. I'm from Brazil. Yeah, I'm from like the worst country ever, so that's good. My favorite Doctor is 10. I haven't seen Classic Who, but became a big fan of Doctor Who. So
neither is Callum, to be honest.
I've seen a few.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've seen I think the first 8 parts of the first Doctor, but anyway, my favorite Doctor is 10. I've recently started rewatching New Who, so I think the last one I watched was The End of the World, which I really liked that episode. But in terms of Revolution of the Daleks, that was that's outside of the Timeless Children. I'd say that's the worst episode in a long time in Doctor Who, and Doctor Who has been bad for a while. It breaks continuity so much, just sort of cheap payoffs, and it makes the Doctor a complete moron. It makes the Daleks complete morons, and it's stupid. And I also like how the Doctor uses racism to win the second time in one of her stories. So it's really poorly written in every single way. And not every single way. There were a few things where well, this is good, but we didn't see enough development to have the full impact. But yeah, I feel like the entire Chibnall era has been a huge missed opportunity. And with this episode, it was just insultingly bad. I really hated it.
Yeah, I tweeted out saying like how after this episode I feel like we can officially agree on that this era has been a complete failure.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think you could argue that this era has been a success in any way, because not only have the viewing figures been rapidly declining, like even more so than it was in the Moffat era. Like series 12, I think, is now like the least watched New Who season. As far as I'm aware,
I don't know if it's less than series 10.
I think there's. I think Jeff, it is. You said you gave me something, like some figures saying that it actually is. Actually, no, you made a graph, didn't you?
I made a lot of visualizations in it. Yeah, it is. Not by much, but it is.
Yeah, they're very similar, but in terms of
it's around series 10, approximately, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely around that mark. And considering how in series 11 we had like the first episode had over 10 million, and then the next episode had what, 9?
Yeah, The Woman Who Fell to Earth is like one of the most watched ever.
Yeah, and now
which is understandable, to be honest.
Yeah, and and that's one of the biggest thing I have a massive gripe with is like Chibble had this unique opportunity to seize a whole bunch of new people.
Well, I mean, the thing is like with the viewing figures of The Woman Who Fell to Earth, it shows what potential this show has. It shows how many people would actually want to watch it if it was really good stuff. And that's what's frustrating, I think, is that 10 million is kind of what you could get if you had a really good show. Like a really good show. You know?
Yeah. And it's a real shame because I think that I remember saying this to you, Connor, like series 11, as bad as it is, the idea of what it's trying to go for, I think could really easily work if you just had pretty much all the stories be competent. You know, I feel like that when Chibble said that he didn't listen to any criticisms about Series 11, he is so clearly lying because of how Series 12 is represented. It's so over the top, flashy. Like we got to make everybody remember what we did before that worked so well, but it did it so
Revolution as well, it's pretty much like a Mandalorian episode. It's just, remember that.
This episode is pretty much the Mando finale of Doctor Who. It is very much, do you remember Rose Tyler? Please clap now. You know, it's just...
Well, I noticed on Twitter, a lot of the people that liked The Mandalorian also liked this episode.
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It really.
I was after we watched the episode for ECUM, we were looking at some letterbox reviews, and it's really interesting to see because like how many 10s and 9s and 8s there are, and you read them, it's like, well, the story wasn't like really the focus, but I really like seeing the silence there. I really like the Yude. I want to know more about like that thing or whatever. And it's like, what are you going to talk about the actual substance, or is just going to be, I remember that?
Yeah, are we going to talk about how it makes no sense for the silence to be in prison?
Yeah, I was like, I was so confused. I was like, why the hell is that there?
You know my favorite bit about that prison? It's a Judine prison, and we never see a Judine.
Yeah,
not one,
and we
not
also,
even a guard,
and
not
also,
anything.
One of the biggest questions I had going into this episode was, is this Shada or the Shadow Proclamation? And we never find out. We never find out what this prison is. Where is it? Who runs it?
It's just a prison, and the Doctor's been there for what, nearly 2 decades?
Honestly,
19 years.
It might as well not even be a prison. It might as well just be like a cell with lots of people in it, just on the side of, the side of space.
Yeah. And you know what the funny thing is? Jeb pointed this out to me after the episode initially came out. The Doctor on screen is in prison for 3 minutes.
I know.
Literally 3 minutes of the episode.
Yeah. That was the thing I was the most looking forward to, and that's all we got.
I was expecting something like, I even mentioned, I think, when we were watching, like, should be like Rick and Morty, the episode where Rick breaks out of the prison from the Citadel, and it's like a huge thing. Like, that episode is basically, the entire plot is him breaking out, but with the Doctor Who, it's like, oh no, she just breaks out. Jack just breaks her out, which is, I also find it interesting. Like, they managed to catch like weeping angels and silence, but they don't. But their prison is bad enough they don't fight the vortex manipulator, or they just let Jack have that device that makes them escape. It's like really stupid.
If you want to see a great Doctor Who prison episode, watch Heaven Sent.
Yeah.
Heaven Sent
is literally like it is the perfect sort of mix of themes, but also like an amazingly structured plot. And I feel like that's what everybody, the people who love this episode, are like claiming that it's not on that level, but like it is like a very, very well done story with, oh my god, look at this, look at that, all the characters on the ending, oh my god, my fam, and all that. It's just no one ever talks about like how this entire plot makes no fucking sense. Nothing works
because they don't think about it.
No, they don't, because they are distracted by the pretty lights and the very, let's be honest, the very nice looking shots of the TARDIS in the sky surrounded by Daleks.
Oh, dude, you have no idea the letterbox reviews you were reading. Like most of them were like, I don't know, 7 out of 10, and we were reading. It's like, well, the pacing was a bit weird, but like I liked seeing the references, and it was so cool to see Daleks fighting Daleks. And I'm like,
we've seen this done before.
Do you ever stop to think? Exactly. Like, have you ever stopped to think about if it makes sense anyway? Like, the Doctor just calls Daleks to kill other Daleks.
Like,
that's the stupidest idea she's ever had.
There's literally 2 Dalek stories in the 80s that are all about a Dalek civil war, and it's the focus of pretty much most of the story, and it's great. Like, and yet, here we get it for like a few minutes on screen, and then they just stop it, and then it's like, And then I think probably the most disappointing moment in the whole episode for me was how, rather than actually showing us who won, they just told us what happened. I was like, imagine if you were in the middle of a sports game, and then it just cut to the commentators telling you who won without seeing what happens.
What made me laugh about it when I had to pause was the Doctor realizing, these Daleks might not all be on the same ship. What about the ones outside that we have to deal with?
Yeah, there were literal like thousands that were pouring out of the ship, and like, are we really going to expect that every single one of them managed to get inside the fake? Well, yeah, the fake blue TARDIS.
No, don't worry, Callum. Gwen beat them all up with a baseball bat or something, I think.
Yeah, remember when Gwen was petrified in Journey's End?
Do you remember Gwen Cooper?
Do you remember Will Stoiler?
Do you remember the cigarettes?
Yeah. And we'll go into it when we go through the story, like scene by scene. But one of the biggest gripes I have is the fact that the Doctor, after nearly 20 years in prison, is still... Hell, she even goes back on like how the time as children arc affected her and what her sort of thoughts are. And the scene with Ryan is like one of the worst scenes of like moving on I've ever seen. Like, the dialogue is atrocious. It's so fucking blunt to a point of
I was also so confused that Ryan was suddenly being really insightful. I was like, is this meant to be explained because of the fact that he was been away for 10 months? And I'm like, but that's really irritating, because like, why can't we see that happen on screen?
Connor, he conquered his fear of dyspraxia in Timeless Children.
Yes, if you conquer dyspraxia, you can now give a 1,000-year-old alien advice about how to live.
Yeah, this is what I don't get about Chibnall Sarah. A lot of things you should be seeing. Like, we could have had the Doctor in prison, showing her getting further tormented by her own mind, being trapped, but the whole time there's children revelation. But they're like, how does it make you feel? Angry? Well, you're still you. Okay, that's fine.
Also, now that we're talking about the bloody 10 months thing, that's led me on to another really massive, confusing issue I have with the episode. Is that Graham and Ryan left and deserted Yaz for 10 months and didn't see her, and then they just suddenly, out of nowhere, decided to return to the TARDIS?
Yeah, that was really... I pointed that out because it's like, if you know where Yaz is, you know that she's been she's been sleeping there, so you're asking her that is stupid. So, or if it's just the first time you've talked to her in 10 months, then it's even stupider because like they're supposed to be like really close friends, especially after what Graham told her in the Timeless Children or the episode before.
For something like this to work, what would have to happen is that there would have to be like conflict between them, and then after 10 months, they're finally ready to like let it all go again, and that would be like quite that would potentially be quite an emotional moment because it's people reconciling after not seeing each other for that long after a big drama. But that's not what happens. It's just they didn't see each other because reasons. Like I can't even comprehend it.
The fact that we never get any sort of like seeing with Yaz's family or her work, the fact that she's been back for 10 months, there's not like a bunch of like, Yaz, why aren't you coming into work? You've been for like 10 months.
That random constable guy who has appeared in 2 episodes that it's just
you know what makes that worse as well? It's established that Yaz struggled with suicidal thoughts, and we see nothing of her family reacting.
No, we never get anything. That's why I'm not so. The more I think about Can You Hear Me, the more I'm just like, you are just so pretentious in every way, and you want to latch on this idea of us getting emotionally involved with Yaz and not actually earning it because you never reference it before or ever again after this because it's so latched on.
Well, yeah, I think that's the biggest shame is that like there's a lot of potential for that, like a storyline like it's presented to work, but the problem is that rather than it being built up to, it's just the Shelley and James, who I imagine wrote the episode, is like, I have this really interesting idea for how you could handle, this theme in this episode. And Chibnall's like, right, I'll just give it to Yaz because she's got nothing to do. He just gives it to someone, and it's like, you can't just do that. You can't just suddenly just throw things at a character and expect it to work.
Yeah, and I hate the most that Yaz in this episode, I said this before we started the stream, like, she gave me massive Clara vibes in this episode. The sort of like
her being
insults. Yeah, the Jack comment as well really pissed me off because like it's so demeaning towards Jack.
Well, which one were you talking about?
The insecure line.
I can't remember which one that was. Can you tell me?
Oh, not that line.
After the Jack scene where he talks about sort of like how being with the Doctor is like live in the moment, and then after like he does the squareness gun, he's just like no, not for nothing more than just like a whatever Yaz says, and then Yaz is like, "Are you insecure? Because it seems like you need a lot of praise."
That's a very good Yaz impression, by the way. Oh, congratulations.
It's not hard. Yeah. It's really not hard to impersonate a plank of wood.
And I like how they did this forced conflict to the Doctor not being there, despite her going, "Yeah, I was in jail."
She's just
the first thing she says when she gets out is like, "Oh yeah, I was in jail," and Jack broke her.
I was so disappointed how like I was like, "Oh, this is going to be a massive turning point for the Doctor's character." I don't know why I thought this was going to happen. I had hope. But I was thinking like, oh, this jail thing is going to be a massive turning point in the fact that it's coming off Timeless Children with all that drama. And then her being in jail will give her time to reflect on that. And then we might actually see, her personality develop into something interesting. But then no, she just escapes. And then she's like, oh, I was in my space jail. And she just back to normal.
That's such a Chibnall line. That is such a Chibnall. Who the fuck says, if you're from space, why would you say space jail? What?
That's the thing that the earlier seasons of Doctor Who, they make fun of that, where it's the Doctor talking to a companion. I don't remember when it was, but I remember like saying, "Oh yeah, it's an alien." Well, for you, for me, it's just like for them, you're the alien.
Remember when Rose was like, "How come you sound like you're from the north?"
Yeah, exactly. Like, space jail is something that I would expect Donna to say. She's like, "Is this some kind of space jail?"
I was definitely expecting in that scene for her to come out of TARDIS, see them, and she's like all happy, she's finally free, and then be angry, and then she looks traumatized. from the situation.
Like I can just imagine Donna being like, "Doctor, is this a space jail?" Then the doctor's, "No, it's the prison of the Shadow Proclamation, Donna."
or like, I mean, like, well, every jail was in space, something like that. That'd be a really nice witty line from the doctor.
Yep.
Yeah.
But no, the doctor's the one saying space jail because that makes fucking sense, and it's so wacky and quirky. And God, fuck you.
That's her entire personality. Wacky.
That is her entire personality. Just after 19 years of like dealing with, you know, the timeless children reveal, as shit as it fucking is, because it's fucking awful. Like, you would at least expect the character.
When that happened, I was thinking, like, is this a Stephen Moffat episode? Like, she's spending time away, 19 years.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It didn't feel like 19 years at all.
It felt like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
You know what's really funny? You know what's really funny, Callum? Is like when we were doing our reaction to the film noir version of World Enough in Time, I was saying that one of my little nitpicks of that is that I expected over the course of 10 years Bill would evolve a bit more than she does, but that's like nothing compared to this.
Yeah, I know, because you know, Bill was still traumatized by those 10 years at the very least in the next episode.
Yeah. I think there's one thing that they did get really right with Bill, though, and it's not like necessarily a writing thing, but it's a purely like on-set decision, is that when she becomes a Cyberman, they remove all of her makeup, and that makes it like quite raw, if you know what I mean. Like she's completely removed of that, and it kind of it's like a small detail I really like, but yeah, I wish they went further with that. But anyway, this was a massive missed opportunity, really, because like I just want to see something that's not just quirky, fucking weird school teacher, because that's what we got.
Like, you know what I also find interesting is that, like we just said, it felt like 3 minutes. It didn't feel like she was there for that long. But people who praise this episode, they say, "Oh yeah, this was a character episode." I'm like, what character was there? Like, it was like the least from these characters.
The Doctor had like very little character stuff.
I mean, there were lots of companions. I suppose you could say it's a character episode because there's more characters in it.
Well, yeah. Like the only character stuff I can imagine is with Ryan and Graham, which is like, yeah, that was the best part of the episode, but it still was so underdeveloped. So I just,
I've just realised how much 13th has endured in one season. She's had Gallifrey destroyed. She's had an entire life-changing event. She's learned about her entire planet being alive, her species, the Master's actually alive, and all of that.
She's learned that there's like more versions of her that she didn't know.
Yeah.
There's a bloody identity crisis going on here, and yet she's just like, oh, no, I'll be fine.
Yeah, we don't get any processing yet. Like Clara dying, for example. That, as dumb as the extreme it went, we still had 12 process that.
Yeah, Hamilton, it does it amazingly well.
Same for Amy and Rory. We had the Doctor go off to Victorian London to be alone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, because the thing is, I feel like Christian Nor doesn't really get that the whole point of doing big moments like that is to create and stem and web character drama off it. That's the whole reason why other writers will be like, I have this idea, this big idea for a plot, and it'll have an impact on this character, and then we can, you know, spend time using that as a vehicle to tell a story with the character. But what he does is he just does a big plot moment, but then doesn't capitalize on it and just has a...
It focuses more on the moment itself and how it's presented, rather than sort of like the aftermath and the consequences and how it actually, you know, develops the characters around it.
Yeah, because imagine if in series 1, and who was it that just watched End of the World? It was Marcus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So imagine if at the end of the End of the World, Chris Eccleston is like, my planet's gone, it burned like the Earth, but it's all right. I'll be all good.
I'm gonna have chips.
I'm gonna have chips with rolls.
That would be, yeah. It's just like I feel like
It's a
the
complete
most
misunderstanding of the character.
Yeah, I think the scene that we had in this entire era that we've had the most character with the Doctor is in the first episode when Yaz sort of asks about the Doctor's family or whatever. I think that's the most we've ever gotten, and that's in the first episode.
And what is she? And then also, I noticed the other day when I saw it on a clip of someone did like a compilation of Doctor Who as a children's show in quotation marks and put in a whole bunch of like sexual innuendos from New Who, especially from Stephen Moffat. And
Of course.
and there was actually quite a bit of Russell as well. But one thing that they put in there that I completely forgot about is that line in The Woman Who Fell to Earth where Yaz says, "Doctor, you need to get out of those clothes." And I'm like, ooh, this is the foreshadowing we've had all this time.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, he's been playing it since the start.
Please no.
Oh, please, no, no.
You know he's gonna.
Don't do
You know
that.
he's gonna do it, and he's gonna completely just fuck over series 2, for example. Just the complete meaning of that season, and it's
I
just
think-
like, no, forget it.
I think what'll piss me off even more is that it'll completely damage the whole point of Human Nature Family of Blood.
Oh yeah,
Because that is the definite article of like why the Doctor can't fall in love with a human. And then if she does and it's all good, it's like, oh well, are you stupid?
it generally will piss me off if the Doctor says that she loves Yaz.
Ugh.
Because not only would that just completely contradict everything within sort of like the romance side of the Doctor from New Who, but the fact that it's Yaz who is the most boring plank of wood character I think we've ever had.
Oh, but Callum, you don't understand. Rose is so mean.
Rose is great. Fuck off.
she's
She's really good.
But she's such a bitch,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
But she treats her family like shit, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's even worse now. You got River Song in the equation.
Oh,
Oh god.
oh
Exactly.
dear.
Yeah, imagine if River turned up again.
Well, what if
Like
what,
in
what,
series
you know-
13.
You know that that scene that Jack had with Yaz, where he was warning her about the dangers of what could happen. Imagine if that had been River Song, and she's like, "Yaz, I've got a spoiler for you."
And it turns out that River kills the Yaz for doing that.
Oh, I'd clap. I'd clap for that.
Yes. Fuck the paradox, just kill Yaz. That's all I want. It's
guess
also
we've
like
got-
I also find it funny that in this episode they took away the chill companions that like the most developed, and they just left Yaz.
Yeah, the
Like, oh, yeah,
companions that actually had the most going for them, and actually probably, you know, if you developed them more, could have actually turned into taken 3 seasons, mind you, but they could have been good characters.
Yeah, I mean, like when Ryan says, "Oh yeah, I've been talking with my dad. It's been good." I'm like, "Wow, this is good." They're actually like talking about something that was explored before.
Well, like,
And,
yeah,
like, they're-
some of the like okay moments in this episode are just things that are just linked to resolution. Because you got like the bit with like Ryan's like, "Oh, I'm talking to my dad now," and then you've got the bit at the very start where it's like, okay, now the Chibnall era is actually going to have some continuity where we have, you know, we're linking to a previous episode and we're bringing back Jack Robertson. And I was like, at the very, very start, I was like, okay, so he's actually going to have linking in his story. This is interesting. And then we got the rest of the episode, and I was like, oh.
Yeah. That's. I think since we've gone over just sort of, well, more than broad thoughts, I think we probably can now go into more of a
Yeah, true.
scene by scene,
We've been talking about
so we can start.
we've been talking about it as long as like a usual episode.
Nah.
Yeah.
It shows you just there's still more to talk about, and we've already like talked about a lot of the
I
shitty
think we've
things from
been
this
we've been
episode.
talking about this episode as long as the length of Cold War, because I'm pretty sure that's like the shortest episode of New Who.
Is
It's
it?
pretty-
It's like 40 minutes or 39 minutes or something. It's pretty short.
But if we're talking about actual plot, then it would be, you know, Eaters of Light, which plot lasts about like half an hour.
Huh.
Doctor Who Cold War length. I'm actually interested because I want to know how long it is. I'm pretty sure it's the shortest one.
And as you know, We hate things that are short and not long.
Yes. Which is why I love this new episode. It was
that
like
is such a
over and
that is such a multi-layered and textured thing to say. So many things that means.
So how long is it, Connor?
I'm just trying to find it in my hard drive that I have that's completely working.
Oh, you crumb.
Your working hard drive. Ah.
Sorry,
Did your hard drive fail again, Marcus? Is that where you left?
Yes. My hard drive
sorry to hurt your feelings, Marcus, but I was just being objective there. I was just telling you what happens.
What? You can't do that. You're taking away my feelings.
How dare you? How dare you?
So, including like the opening and closing credits and everything, it's 41 minutes. Cold War. If you cut off the like end credits, it's probably 40 minutes. It's really short.
That is pretty short.
Yeah. And despite that, it still feels long. Really dull. It's really dull.
I'd like someone to clip that and just put it out of context.
I think there's a scene in Cold War where a character asks Clara like what her favorite thing is or what she likes, and she just doesn't know.
Man, does that not like just sum up Clara in Series 7?
Yeah, she's just like, oh, I don't actually have a personality.
She's pretty much what Yaz is. They're like very similar characters. Series 7 Clara and Yaz.
Hell. Like I get that the Doctor doesn't really know who she is, but to say that her in real life doesn't even know herself is really weird.
At that age, she's like what? How old was Jenna Coleman during?
Oh, she was in her late 20s, but I think the character's meant to be like in her early 20s.
Yeah, around that time, I'd say probably like 24 or something.
I can't confirm this for sure, but I'm pretty sure what it's retroactively what it's meant to be is the babysitting takes place when she's finishing her studying to be a teacher, so it's like mid-20s. Studying to be a teacher can take a while.
And here's the thing: considering the next, not even the next season, it's literally in Day of the Doctor. The fact that she becomes a teacher pretty much shows that she knows what she wants to do. But we never fucking get that because we can't have any character for Clara, the Impossible Girl, because that would spoil the resolution of the story.
Also, she talks about snogging Jane Austen in the middle of class.
Yeah, I always found that weird.
Because she's just like the Doctor. She's just like the Doctor.
Like, how did
I hate when the Doctor does that, especially in Chibnall.
Like when no one noticed, like you've snogged Jane Austen.
Well, the thing is, like this is like a really like a minor running joke throughout the whole show, but it only comes up like every now and then before this point, before around the last 5 or 10 years or so, because like back in the classic series you get the very occasional line where, like, for example, like the Fourth Doctor will be like, oh, that reminds me of that time I met Shakespeare, and it's only like once in a blue moon. But then now it's like every episode she's just like, oh, that reminds me of that time that I invented this thing. Wasn't that funny?
Or like in series 9 where like 12 mentions how Clara got pissed off at Gandhi or pissed him off. Like in Under the Lake.
Yeah.
Like just why do it? Like it's not clever, it's not funny, it's just history joke for the sake of history joke.
One of the only scenes from the Bells of St. John I can actually remember, because I haven't seen that in ages and I can't remember anything about it, is that bit where he's like, I invented the quadricycle.
I never got that joke. Like when...
I think he also invented Yorkshire puddings.
I'm like, so you invented 4-wheel vehicles?
And he invented Beethoven.
Oh, that's right.
He invents everything.
I actually kind of like.
I love the bootstrap paradox, but you know that's quite consequential, Doctor.
Oh, I mean, Under the Lake Before the Flood's great, but there's a couple of scenes in it that I'm like, ah, and I'm pretty. I considering how on the nose they are, I would imagine they're probably Moffat edits. Like I would imagine, because a lot of the fourth wall breaking scenes are very Moffat, and it's highly likely that he probably put those scenes in there.
Yeah, in the Moffat era, you can very much tell, even with a episode not written by him or not credited by him, you can tell the scenes that are actually written by him.
What, like the entire the entire Nightmare in Silver?
The biggest example I can think of is the scene in The Power 3 with the Doctor and Amy talking about, like, you know, sort of the hint of when they're going to leave, and him going to, like, because you were the first face-to-face sword. That was so clearly a Moffat scene.
Yeah.
It was so brilliant.
Yeah, and also like I said in Under the Lake, like it's all the dialogue up to a certain point is very like, okay, this is definitely a Toby Whithouse script. I can, you know, it's very focused on the plot and there's some witty dialogue and blah blah blah. And then suddenly they run into the TARDIS and it becomes all about the themes. It's all like, Clara, I have a duty of care.
God, I hate that scene. Fucking fuck it all.
I know, it was just so, I don't know. Anyway, let's stop talking about Stephen Moffat.
Anyway.
Because the last EDAR, we were like, let's stop talking about Chris Chibnall. We went to talk about twat. Talk about twat all the time, I mean. This time, it's the opposite. We need to talk about Chibnall. So, do you... I'm not sure. For copyright reasons, like, I was thinking of having the episode on the screen and just, like, not pressing play. But, like...
I would say just don't play it. Just have screenshots, because you'll be fine with that.
Okay.
Because there's never moving pictures.
Yeah, I'll just have to mute the audio, and I might... Is there a way I can put, like, the opacity on, like, 90% or something?
I guess with your screen display.
Maybe.
I guess in the settings, so I'm not sure. You can try and figure that out.
Yeah. Oh god, I just looked through my hard drive, and bloody Knives Out is in there, and I haven't even watched it.
Boo!
Yeah, it's bad. It's awful.
I downloaded it because I wanted.
What? A film by Ryan Johnson? That's bad. What?
To be fair, I heard that Brick is really good.
Yeah, but that was before Last Jedi, so anything else.
Yeah, that was like his first film. He spent like years perfecting the script.
Well, I mean, Looper was before Last Jedi, and that one's got some weird moments.
Well, I heard that Looper is not good either. So.
Oh yeah, no, it's literally like it doesn't make sense on purpose. Like there's dialogue in it that's like that actually says that it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No, but that makes it good though.
Oh, but it's so
guys.
Yeah. Oh, it's clever.
It was only pretty much retarded.
What were you gonna say,
guys? Guys, he did Breaking Bad. Shut the fuck up. He's good. He did Breaking Bad.
He just
yes.
He didn't write it though.
Okay, so I guess we would start then.
Oh no!
Oh god!
So how long are we going to spend on the first scene, guys?
I'm
10 hours.
I'm trying to find it. I may have deleted it.
Oh no! Anyway.
Oh no! Anyway.
Oh good lord!
So we get like the opening like recap of Resolution, sort of recapping the events of what happened, which already makes me feel like questioning it, because the fact that a Dalek was in, what was the place that the Dalek infiltrated?
GCHQ.
So isn't that would be a government-owned facility, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the fact that a Dalek infiltrated it quite knowingly, considering there would probably be cameras in there, the fact that someone got killed in there too, you know, instantly you're like, if you've seen the trailers too, because they reveal in the trailers that the Prime Minister reveals the Daleks to the public, already you have questions of, hang the fuck on, why did the government allow this to happen?
So I'm going to make this worse, because as a guy security, I know politics. this is completely unfeasible in politics because you need like 10 votes, then a bill to be passed through, then that approved, and then the Queen to be okay with it. And then international bodies because it's national security.
I'm just thinking of that scene from Voyage of the Damned where the Queen's like, "Thank you, Doctor."
Also, what makes this better? 13th, who knows about the Dalek stages and how one cell could create more Daleks, lets them have the Dalek casing.
Yeah.
She just leaves it
Like
there.
the
It's just
Daleks are
genius.
very slimy. Like it's, you know what's really weird? As the New Who has got on, the Daleks have been getting like way more like sort of like plasticky. Yet in Dalek, that Dalek is like so gross. Like it looks like it just jizzed all over itself. Like is that covered?
Oh, I just realised something as well. What makes
know?
it worse for 13th? She literally knows Daleks were tried to be used as weapons before in World War II.
Yeah.
But I should remind you that Series 5 is not canon.
God damn it.
Right. Do we want to cover that now or later?
Honestly, I think we should cover that argument now because that's going to come into play for the entire episode.
Yes. Okay. So I'll because I feel like I'm the one, considering how I recently rewatched Series 5, and Series 5 is great, by the way.
Yeah.
The whole fucking Series 5 retconning New Who or whatever, that is a completely false thing and isn't true whatsoever, and no one has an actual argument as to why it is true. Because in Series 5, what the Doctor does with the key of the Pandorica, that resets the universe to what it was before the cracks. Everything inside the Pandorica is what the universe like was, and after the explosion, everything that the cracks like took away are brought back in the new resetted universe. So when anybody ever says that the Daleks, especially like Stolen Earth, were completely retconned out and are no longer canon, you're wrong, because you're not paying attention to what actually happened in Series 5. And the fact, and we can prove this by the fact that Amy's mum and dad are brought back. They were taken away from Amy by her memory / the cracks. They were, forgotten about, but they're now back.
What does she call him? Her like funny little dad or something?
Yeah, they're back. They are brought back. So the fact that they're back means that the Daleks invasion was also brought back. And even then, the cracks seem to have more of an effect on Amy's mind than anything else, because even if a Dalek was, sucked into a crack, but that doesn't mean that the Daleks are now forgotten. It means that Dalek that got sucked into the crack is forgotten about, not every single Dalek ever. That's not how the cracks in time work. Because in Flesh and Stone, we see obviously the church guys, they individually go into the cracks, but that doesn't mean like the whole of church is now forgotten, though physical people are forgotten about by the others around them. So yeah. I think a lot of people seem to forget or simply just not understand how the cracks in time work.
Yeah, I mean, those rules are like really confusing, but when you stop to think about it, they actually make sense.
They make perfect sense. Series 5, for the most part, it probably has tisms here and there, but it is really, really strong in terms of how it sets out the rules of the cracks.
Yeah.
It's really well done, and it actually surprised me when I rewatched it, because I thought when rewatching it, I was worried that especially the finale wasn't going to make any sense, but actually makes perfect sense somehow.
You had Moffat anxiety because of his other stuff, where he, whereas like
in Series 5,
with something like Wedding of River Song, when you try and calculate what's happening, it's just gobbledygook. Like it's literally just so stupid.
Yeah, but in Series 5, he perfectly plots out how the cracks in time work and what they are, because the cracks in time are caused by the explosion of the TARDIS. And that's what gives the cracks sort of their, I guess, power, you could say. You know, it's the cause of the explosion of the TARDIS, and it's spreading around time and space. And what I love about Series 5, at first it makes it seem like they're connected to Amy, but it actually isn't really. It's just the cracks. As Series 5 goes on, they're just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Series 5 is great.
Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, that's how the cracks in time work. So whenever someone goes, yeah, but the cracks in time in Series 5 retconned it all, it's like, no, it didn't. It actually reset everything. So everything that happened before is still there. And the fact we can prove this because this is a bit of a spoiler for Sarah Jane Adventures, but in the Matt Smith episode, he referenced how he went back and saw every single one of the previous companions he's ever had, which shows us that the events before Series 5 are still within universe. There's so many factors that a lot of people seem to just not pay attention to, and it's really frustrating.
People had canon the problems away with that.
I've just got a question. I obviously haven't seen the Sarah Jane Adventures. At least I haven't seen any of it in like 15 years or something like that. I can't even remember now. Actually, it can't be 15 years. It'll be like 10 years. Anyway, so one question I have is that moment where he mentions having seen every companion, is that in reference to End of Time, or is that after that?
End of Time.
Right.
Yeah, end of time.
Right, because doesn't that happen before the
Yeah,
cracks?
Yeah, that's my point.
Oh, sorry, did I miss something?
No, I'm saying like all the events with the Doctor are within universe still. So that would include, like, for example, in that episode, actually, in Sarah Jane Adventures, they have a bunch of flashbacks to a bunch of classic Who or New Who stories before that episode. And it has flashes of, like, Daleks and stuff. So that means the companions would know about Daleks. And ergo, you know, they still exist. Invasions of Earth would have... All those events would still be in place.
I'm sure he probably has, but do you reckon Christian has seen the Sarah Jane Adventures?
I don't think so.
Well, he probably wouldn't know good quality if he saw it, so I doubt it.
The thing is, as well, to add on to that, to further prove it, Clyde in the Wedding of Sarah Jane gets Artron energy on his hand. That is used for the Doctor to bump into Joe and Sarah in the episode.
Yeah, it's actually brought back. So that we get a little thing with Clyde before Series 5 and then after Series 5, but it's the same thing and it's used again. So, yeah, the whole Series 5 retconned everything is a false statement because I think a lot of people just misunderstand what Series 5 is doing.
Yeah, I think most people just assume that the cracks like just wipe things from existence.
Yeah, because everyone takes it very surface level, but then don't realize what they're actually doing in the finale, which is, hey guys, we're resetting the universe. Like, I don't think people think about that. The Doctor literally resets the universe and removes the cracks, you know? That means everything that was taken away by the cracks are now back. So, with that in mind, why doesn't anybody in this episode recognize the Daleks?
You know what makes it worse? To add on, UNIT was obviously gone because of Brexit, but all the information UNIT would have would be passed to the other government agencies.
We had a goddamn Dalek in Day of the Doctor in the Black Archives.
Pretty much. And I can't believe UNIT's gone over a Brexit joke, because that don't make sense either.
Well,
yeah, because it's a United
Nations, but, you know, Brexit. That made me so angry. I'm like, why the fuck would you do this?
Guys, it's funny.
Why is so funny?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just yeah. The rest of New Who's just not canon. I'm sorry, it's just not. Nothing's canon.
Canon is just a social construct.
I don't care about canon, but I care about consistency. That makes perfect sense as a way of thinking, doesn't it?
Yes.
Where the fuck is Kate Stewart, by the way, in everything?
You know, I was
She's just disappeared.
see, because like, I was gonna further go down the rabbit hole and be like, not only is series 5 canon, but also series 4 is not canon. But then I realized that would hurt my feelings too much.
Yeah, because series 4 is literally the most perfect season of Doctor Who ever.
Guys, canon has hurt my feelings.
Oh no.
Not the canon.
That must mean that writing can't be objectively good because it takes away your feelings.
It takes you away. It takes you away.
Oh yeah.
Oh, not that frog thing. Never again.
That was one of the best episodes of season 11.
Do you not like?
It's the best episode of series 11.
Do you not like the
Well, I
frog?
don't remember anything, so it's one of the best.
Do you not like the frog?
No,
I love the frog.
honestly,
It's genius.
hot take. I find that episode one of the worst of series 11.
Wow.
Ooh,
Oh, just-
that's interesting.
Ooh.
You just don't like blind people, Jeb.
No, it has to be deaf.
You
people.
don't
They're
like-
blind, they die.
You don't like dads that are demeaned by the writers because they clearly hate single dads.
Yeah. You don't like
that
bad
too.
acting from a deaf child.
Mm-hmm.
No, you
The
just
dad's plan in that episode is so dumb.
you just don't like mixed race couples, Jeb.
Yeah, fuck 'em. Oh, just fuck them all.
Yes, Jeb is a Nazi for everyone watching, just
Yeah.
so you know.
So yeah, but yeah. So the initial sort of Dalek
we've already established in the stream that World War II is not canon, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So we've gone over how the
Oh, yeah.
Daleks instantly shouldn't, just happen in this episode.
Mhm.
But even within the first cold open scene, we get the driver, and I love the line from the woman in the first bit where she's just like, "Oh, how's your mum, by the way?"
We're gonna kill you, but how's your mum?
Look how relatable these
I was like-
people are.
Like, guys, he has a family. You should feel bad.
Ah, yes.
Feel bad for this guy who would clearly die.
Despite
Yeah,
that making zero fucking sense.
like I said, I watched the episode just before the stream started, just to remind myself of what's happening, and I fucking forgot that line was a thing. So well done, Chibno.
I remember when obviously, I think, Marcus, you obviously watched my commentary of the episode. So, I think I mentioned straight away how it's like such a weird line to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I noticed it straight away. It's like, why is this being brought up? And we get in the van, we get little shots of photos of his family to really hone in the fact that this guy, he has like a family that that makes him relatable, and we should care about him, because that's how you develop a side character to be, cared about. That's how it's done.
I mean, with just that one line, he has as much development as Yas has. So
Pretty much.
I'd
And we
actually
also know that he likes tea.
He actually has more development than Yaz does.
I mean, Yaz's dad seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, I don't remember him.
He makes a
but
mean curry
He has a really cool
or
apron.
whatever you said he could do.
That's my favorite thing about Arachnids in the UK. He's got a cool apron.
Yeah. What was the meal he said he could do? I can't remember,
can't
because I said it was
remember.
a curry, but it was something like that.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
I
Didn't,
haven't watched the episode in a while, and I don't really want to watch it again just to find out.
No.
Didn't
No.
Yaz's sister want to fuck Ryan?
Yeah.
And you know what? They're probably going to, because Ryan's back home now.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
she's
why he
like,
wanted to say he just wanted to fuck Yas's sister.
He just
Oh,
wanted to fuck Yaz's
Oh my
sister.
god! Are they gonna get Ryan on to just do voiceover in series 13? You're gonna hear him on the other end of the phone. That would actually be quite funny.
Oh, hey, Yaz. I just did your sister door.
You stay away from my sister. I got chips though.
I literally, because I'm still editing my fucking Spyfall video, I've just I'm getting through it. I'm getting through it pretty decently now. And I posted on Twitter the whole like wouldn't it be really, really cool if the reason why Yaz didn't want Ryan to get with her sister was because Yaz actually had a crush on Ryan, and that'd be a really interesting thing to develop in Series 12, especially after the scene between Ryan and Yaz at the barn outside after when Yaz gets sucked into the weird different dimension thing. You know? Just showing once again the potential that Chibnall had with these characters from the things he establishes.
You know what should have happened outside that barn in Spyfall? Yaz should have drawn a big line on the ground, like the Doctor did in Hellbent.
It's like poetry.
To say that actually makes me fucking depressed.
And then Ryan's like, "What's wrong with you?" And she's like, "Get off my planet." Get off my sister.
Get off me planet.
Get off me planet.
I am talking.
Honestly, I guarantee if that scene in Hellbent had the Ninth Doctor in it, it would probably be great.
That like the lion and sand thing, yeah. It probably would.
Because I think the biggest thing about it is that like what makes, because like in that scene in Hellbent, it's like really because he's taking it so like deadpan seriously, yet the writing's shit. It's just really irritating. Whereas if you had like Chris Eccleston taking the piss, that would be so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine 13th confronting Rassilon?
Oh god!
Could you imagine that?
That would be one of the most one-sided like discussions I've ever seen. Yeah, imagine it was Tilly Dalton.
Oh no! Imagine that line from Hellbent. Now that the Timeless Children's are, he's like, "How many regenerations did we give you?"
Oh my god, that makes no sense now. Why would he do that?
That's always the first thing that comes to my mind with when I think about Timeless Children. It's like
that is actually new for me. I've never thought about that. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a huge issue with Time with the Doctor. It's like you gave him more regenerations.
I never.
Why would he say that?
I never thought.
And like, if you can just give more regenerations, if the Doctor just has more regenerations, then it's like it's like the entire point of the time of the Doctor is like worthless now. The episode just goes like, oh no, never mind. He just can't regenerate.
To be completely honest, that episode was always worthless. Stakes. But anyway, it's even more worthless.
No, yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying that like the stakes aren't there because the thing is like, oh yeah, never mind.
I understand. It's
I mean, I like that episode, but I can recognize it. It's shit.
It's worse now than what it was before. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Which wasn't good to begin with, so gotta love Chibnall.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're still only 2 minutes into the episode. So.
Yeah. But I've got it on screen now. I've worked it out.
Yay!
Yeah.
Hey.
So
anyway,
we get
what I was gonna say was that I knew this was a Chibnall episode straight away, even though obviously I would already know because I knew that he was writing it. But I knew, like physically speaking, watching it, I knew it was a Chibnall episode because it opens up with 2 blocks of wood in an empty location that has nothing interesting going on, and they have wooden dialogue. Like I think I said this in my review I did with Adam a few days ago, is that my biggest like pet peeve with the Chibnall era in terms of style is that there's just nothing going on in any of the backgrounds. Like in a lot of other Doctor Who, the background is usually very busy with detail and like there are interesting elements going on always. I think I compared it to like you think about like Aliens of London. After the Slovene invade, you have like the neighbors that come over to Jackie's house for a party, and you got like all the, the big flags and posters on all the walls of the council estates, and there's always just texture to the backgrounds of scenes, and that even to be honest, in the case of the Moffat era, that's quite prevalent too, and even Classic Who, apart from when they have like cheap sets, but most of the time there's usually texture to like backgrounds of scenes, whereas in the Chibnall era, everything is just so empty. It's almost like there's no one's there and there's nothing going on. It's very strange.
It seems like a lack of effort on the part of everyone involved. Like they recognize it's shit and just like whatever.
Well, it's just so bizarre. It's just like, why? Like, I thought it was. I learned in film school that one of the key parts of immersion, visually speaking, as a director, is to have texture to your scene. And a lot of the Chibnall era just doesn't have much texture in the background. It's all very foreground, which interestingly, that's kind of like the writing. It's all very foreground.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
very much.
It's a stylistic thing that really annoys me about the Chibnall era, and it's not like the most important thing to storytelling, but it is a detail that I really appreciate when people do it, and the fact that Chibnall doesn't do it, it takes away from the experience.
But look at the flashy lights. Look at the lens flares.
Gotta love the lens. When we were watching, the first thing I pointed out was like, "Oh fuck, the lens flares."
Yeah, it's like the shot of Graham and Ryan going towards the house TARDIS. That fucking lens flare. It's just...
Bloody Chris Chibnall. Chris Chibnall is like TV's version of J.J. Abrams.
He really is. I say like in my Spyfall video that Spyfall, especially like considering its flashy lights, is like such. It's practically Doctor Who's equivalent of The Force Awakens.
By the way, I just want to mention something about Spyfall that may be interesting. I was planning to like review every episode of Doctor Who season 12 as it was coming out because I hated season 11. I was like, sure, let me do that. So as I was watching Spyfall Part 1, I got like 10 minutes into the episode. My notes were so long that I thought, no, this video would be way too long. Like, I'm not going to make this. Like, I gave up making reviews for season 12 as a whole just because of how bad Spyfall was. So
it's really bad. Spyfall is really shit.
I see we're getting way more love than it
It's been over a year since it came out, and Callum's not even close to finished.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a fucking awful episode, but apparently some people like it, which is interesting to say the least.
Didn't Adam say he preferred part 2 to part 1?
Yeah, I think so.
Part 2 is worse, I'd say, than part 1. Like a lot worse.
I think he said the
part 2. I only remember the bad motorcycle riding.
Well, I think it's because like part 1 is just it's just like, oh look, it's a James Bond film. Except as we all know, Adam like is more of a like Timothy Dalton James Bond fan, so he likes when there's, you know, lots of like psychopathic stuff and like more sort of deep character, sort of more close to how the books are written. Whereas like what Chris Chibnall was going for was more like the sort of the fluffier side of James Bond, I suppose you could say, even though it's not even it's not even really that in depth. It's literally just, hey look, there's a chase. Hey look, they're wearing tuxedos. Hey look, there's gambling. Hey look, they're
why don't they just say in Spyfall, why didn't they just not take the TARDIS?
Stop here.
Honestly, I feel like End of Time Part 2 feels more like a James Bond film than Spyfall Part 1.
I have to agree.
Yeah, I'd agree to that.
The only difference is they couldn't afford a parachute. But like that one has like, and in fact that one actually has Timothy Dalton in it, so there you
go. He's great. He's legit great as Rassilon, like unironically.
Yeah, although some people
good.
Some people do hate it because it contradicts things about Rassilon in extended canon. But anyway,
extended canon, so much if it's not part of the show.
I mean, to be fair, that would be a double standard on my part if I complained about that, because there's things from extended canon that I don't like that contradicts things from the TV show, like Davros opening his eyes. Although, to be fair, like Davros didn't have eyes in Classic Who either, so it's not really. There is a bit more to that, and then apparently since then, in the 8th Doctor Time War box set, they've gone and like had to try and explain why Davros's eyes came back.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
That's really funny.
Well done, Moffat.
Oh, Moffat. He's such a wild, funny man.
Yeah. So, we have the guy driving the truck, and we establish that he likes tea, guys. He's like, "Oh, can I go stop on the way there?" So how lucky is it that he actually stops at the one stand that is part of either the Daleks, the government, or whatever, because they don't actually establish who this woman works for. He stops at this random one where pretty much in the middle of nowhere, and he gets either drugged or is straight up dead from the tea, and that allows the Dalek to be captured.
So I'm going to say more contrivances with this, and it's pretty incredible. So one, yes, it's pretty lucky he finished his tea there and then. Two, it's pretty lucky that he went to there of all places.
Thirsty.
Yeah, he went to there of all places, not services or anything on a motorway. Three, no one was there, even though people would have to be there because it's a business. And she's there because it obviously makes profit.
But you have to understand that a Chris Chibnall set has to have no people in it. Look, there's all these in the picture. There's empty chairs there. It's so sad.
And this is the best part for me. Now, tea's hot. It's scalding hot. So it's pretty convenient. He drinks it there and then rather than driving and then chooses to drink it.
Yeah, in every way, it's pretty fucking stupid.
I mean, it was
that allows that a cold open allows the entire episode to happen. Because without it, then the entire episode wouldn't happen.
Wouldn't it be a hot open considering the tea was hot?
Comedy.
Someone put, was the tea a burger van following him around? No, because he arrives to the site before that tea.
Yeah, he would have to arrive there.
Yeah.
He would when he's driving, he'd have to be like, "Oh, there's this one burger van in the middle of nowhere, so I'll stop there for tea because I've run out." It reminds me of the tea and burger stand in End of Time, which is just in the middle of an abandoned construction site.
What burger van advertises they sell tea?
I don't know.
British one.
Yeah.
Either British ones. I've never seen that.
I imagine they do sell tea. I imagine some do. But
also,
yeah.
There's that random burger van in Countryside as well, and that was a Chibnall episode.
You see, we're not being hypocritical. He's consistent now. Continuity.
Yes.
Consistently shit.
That's a cold open.
But don't you understand that it's been established in the canon that random burger vans are just in places that won't make money because plot?
Yeah.
Also, I wish John Sim was there. That'd be funny.
It'd be so much better.
Well, he's the guy who actually sells them the tea.
Dinner time!
Also,
what do you say? Tea time!
Also, I like
time.
how they killed this random guy on a delivery. And the thing is, it's established the woman had a part to play in it. The thing is, someone would at least question that. She wouldn't be able to cover up everyone.
Wouldn't it be so much better if he was with a friend and they sat down on those chairs to like drink and have a break, and then he passes out?
Like, there are so many better ways to do something like that. Yeah. Just have him be followed by someone or something.
And basically, the way you get around that is well, obviously the question is that, but still, blah, 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 like, it's convenient that he'd sit down. Well, what you do is that you have the person serving the tea saying, are you going to sit here or take away? And then that would be the indicator. And so if he says that he's going to sit here, then that means that they can do the plan because they know that he's going to stay around.
Yep.
There we go. Just fix the plot.
Yeah. Throwaway line fixing the plot. That's something that happens a lot, but Chibnall doesn't seem to know how to use it.
No.
Idiot.
Yeah. I mean, and
that's the cold open.
I'm not even a qualified script editor. I'm just some guy.
We're all just some guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would all be better showrunners than Chris Chibnall.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think I'd be a bit too lazy to be a showrunner.
But at least
and incompetent.
not destroy the show.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd be more tender with like the continuity, but I also would probably fuck up the job. To be honest, like there's one thing I can say about Chibnall is he seems to be quite professional in terms of like just the more sort of the job side of things. Like obviously, I haven't heard anything bad about like scripts like being late or like people being upset with them behind the scenes, blah blah blah. It seems to be pretty swell. The problem with him is obviously the creativity side of it, the actual substance of the script. But in terms of as like a professional, in terms of like the job, he seems pretty onto it. So yeah, there is that. But yeah, we're not criticizing his work ethic. We're criticizing his writing.
Literal work.
Yeah. Oh, but guys, he tried hard.
He tried really hard.
Yeah. E for effort. Actually, no, it's A for effort
So
in your lands.
Mm.
Anyway.
So yeah, we get to the after the credit scene, which for some reason they add more colours to the opening titles. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did notice
Yeah,
that.
I noticed that.
I kind of like that, to be honest.
Yeah, it gives it a little bit more life, and it makes it
It's still
I think we can all say that this is probably the best like opening sequence. I'd say. In terms of just pure visuals.
In terms of like technical side, yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously, technology has come a long way. Stylistically and personally, no, but it is good. It's actually something that I like about the Chibnall era. It has a really good title sequence.
Unironically, I think the title sequence is the best thing to come out of this era.
I'm not going to disagree there.
There's a
That's probably true.
There's a few Sega Nakanola tracks I love, and there's also a few directional shots that I think are great too. Like there's that the shot in Rosa when the TARDIS materializes at the start. That's amazing. I love that shot. Where it's like,
that is the way the TARDIS looks as well. Is like really impressive.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
there are things about the Chibnall era that are good, but.
I think one of my, especially with this episode, one of my biggest criticisms with Akinola is, so the scene where, we'll talk about it more in depth later, but the scene where Jack, Ryan, Graham, and other Jack are all on the ship and they're getting surrounded by Daleks, and it's really dumb. The music is really, it does not fit the tone of the scene at all. Like, it's just like, bah, bah.
Yeah, I feel like with this episode, like the music that Sega Akinola put in it, like it's on its own, it's fine. Like the music is technically well made, but in terms of narratively, it wasn't very powerful. It was quite forgettable.
No. This is where I think, like in all other seasons before the Chibnall era, the music actually in most areas elevated scenes, because that's what Murray Gold's sort of specialty was, because of how good he was at how varies he between sort of different genres of music. That was one of his like biggest strengths.
One thing I want to say, and this is going to be a weird comparison, but how I've noticed that the music works in the Chibnall era is more like if you compare the music in the original Lion King to Lion King 2019, where in the original you can see that it complements the scene, and in most cases like they don't use music for a lot of it, they just use like ambient sounds and whatever. For the new one, the music is so loud because the film has no substance, so the music has to replace everything. So I feel like it's the same thing that happens with the Chibnall era, whereas Murray Gold's music, it just accompanied the scene, it complemented it in a very natural way. While in the new Chibnall era, it's just like, oh, this music is trying to replace whatever emotion you're supposed to be feeling here, because, well, there's no emotion from the writing, there's no substance.
The thing is, as well, I find, because he's very atmospheric, and the weakness in that is obviously dramatic moments, it doesn't convey as well as Murray Gold. And that's my main gripe with Sagoon, because give him gentle moments, he's incredible.
Because classic Doctor Who, considering obviously the technology and the money they had at the time. It has a lot of atmospheric music, a bit like Sega Canola, except in the dramatic moments, there are actual dramatic sounds. You know, that you do get that from time to time. Like it's not like it's just a Murray Gold thing to have dramatic music. It's been done before as well. So I get what you're saying though as well, but it's yeah. I think Seiken Akinol is a strange one because I do think he's a really, really good, talented composer, but it's just the storytelling itself is awkward.
Weak.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, especially now after 2 seasons, I think Murray Gold is sorely missed. I think his tracks and the way he could do, like I said, how he varies between different genres, between different scenes, sort of like the sort of range he has. It is sorely missed because it really improves a lot of scenes.
To be fair, though, like what would Murray Gold add to the Chibnall era differently? Do you reckon?
Well, in this episode alone, we get like Daleks that are accompanied by like sort of like dubstep kind of music. I don't know if anyone noticed that. Unless
it reminds me of the Dark Troopers music in Mando finale, which I actually kind of like their music, but I don't think it's Star Wars.
And I generally think that in the scene where the Daleks invade Earth, Murray Gold music would absolutely improve that in terms of not in terms of plot, but in terms of just sort of like how I'd feel about the episode and how I feel about the Daleks. You know, it feels they don't.
I will say it would be pretty epic if they played the Daleks theme from Series 1 over that.
Yeah, especially. Yeah, what would you say, Jeb?
Oh, I was going to say, because the thing is as well, the Daleks is probably the best case study for Sagoon's weaknesses, because the Daleks are meant to be this big, daunting threat and basically full of pure hatred, but Sagoon's playing something that's kind of like, it suits Cybermen more than Daleks, to be honest.
Yes, I would agree with that.
I think
the Cybermen music is great for them.
Yeah, his music for the Cybermen is actually a lot better than his music for the Daleks.
Oh, it's way better.
Way better. That's probably the only thing I really like about Ascension of the Cybermen is the music is really good. In fact, it's so bizarre. Like that 2-parter, Ascension of the Cybermen and the Timeless Children, is like one of my least favorite Doctor Who stories ever. But it also happens to have some of my favorite music in the show. Like, it's probably Sagan's best work. So
it actually probably is.
Yeah. Although to be fair, a similar thing could be said about Murray Gold with episodes like Sleep No More and Hellbent.
True. Okay, so after we get the opening, we get fucking Jack Robinson back.
Oh,
yeah.
How do we all feel about him?
I love him. He's like perfect.
I love Evil White Man. He is such a unique character.
I love alternate Trump.
You know what's like great? I think what's great is that in the Chibnall era, because it's so like dry and mundane all the time, whenever you get like the rare time you get like a really camp character, it's so refreshing, like King James or Jack Robertson in this episode. It's just so refreshing, and I'm like, oh my god, there's someone in an episode that's not boring. But yeah, he was like even more over the top than he was in Arachnids in the UK.
This character annoys me.
Yeah. Just when he like lines like 6 best words in the English language. Just really? Like he. Why'd you bring him back? I'm generally confused on why we brought. Somehow everybody predicted that he was going to come back, but when he I remember you kind of saying like, someone.
When I watched the episode and the reaction, I thought, oh, this guy's going to come back, and he does.
And he does out of nowhere. It's like, and he's in a Dalek. Oh god, the things he does in this episode, just holy shit, are they so contrived?
When we get to it later on.
Yeah, so in the first scene, we get them introducing the drone Daleks in this fake protest. Which again brings up the point of why the government don't do anything about the Daleks.
There's something else to this as well. They're making this whole big, there's a civil disorder in that. But we've never seen that built up in Chibnall era.
No, because despite kind of being on Earth quite a bit, especially in Series 12, we get no real sense of how the world is going forward year by year. For example, Vor gets introduced out of nowhere.
We basically get a quick recap at the start of this episode of here's what the world's done since then. That's very brief.
Yeah, it's so brief.
I guarantee Chris Chibnall could never pull off an episode like Turn Left in his era because there's no real continuity to all of this. It wouldn't have any weight.
Yeah, I mean, RTD's era was very good at this. Even when Rose went missing for the period of time, it took its time to deal with those consequences.
Mm-hmm. RTD era is brilliant with continuity for the most part. It's bloody beautiful. And part of the reason why is that each time he goes to write an episode or even write a series, he's constantly thinking about, what was the last thing I did? And then I'm going to build off that. So there's a constant momentum flowing through the story. Because it's always just...
Yeah, which should be also the mentality that any writer has for any TV show. It's what did I do before? What came before?
Yeah.
Because, do you have to keep the people invested?
Well, yeah, because Series 2 is built off what was established in Series 1, and then Series 3 is built off Series 2, and then Series 4 is built off the three of them combined, built up to that. So it's constantly just building off what has already been established. And
it's how you build continuity and how you do continuity in a show. You know, you keep attention to what you do and note down all the details you're setting up for, the big resolution, whatever.
Even Sarah Jane Adventures, because I haven't seen much at all to it. Sarah Jane Adventures does it really well.
Does it fantastically well. It's a brilliant show.
It's funny. It's funny though because. I feel like this and the Series 11 finale should swap titles because this is called Revolution of the Daleks, but there's a battle, and in the Series 11 finale, there's no battle, even though it's called the Battle of Ranskarav Kolos.
Yeah.
Now Chibnall has a big problem with naming episodes.
Yeah. When I watched this scene for the first time with the fake protest, I really thought Yaz was going to turn up because of the police, and I'm like. Oh, of course they wouldn't, because why would you develop Yaz at all? It's not
It'd be interesting to have her as an inside man because she works at the police and they're trying to
really integrate it. Her to sort of know what's going on. At least
imagine if the police if she was one of the police in the riot, that would actually be really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she could go.
You know what? That would be really good for them establishing how they could try and find Jack Robinson, because later, a couple minutes down the episode, they out of nowhere just find him. Out of they don't never show us how they found him, and it's really, really stupid.
It also is. It's also really dumb the fact that they're like, oh yeah, this footage leaked, but 10 months later, it's when those three find out. It's that doesn't make sense. If you had Yas in there and you change around the timelines, instead of doing 10 months, you do something smaller. Just say that Yas, Graham, and Ryan were planning something. You do 2 months or something like that. That works a lot better.
Yeah, if I was going to do it, they could have 10 months trying to contact the Doctor, and we just see them hopeless and start to have tensions between each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could work as well. So you don't even have to change the timeline. There are a lot of ways to write this episode that aren't stupid, but Chibnall can't fucking understand it.
Yeah.
Which, is Chibnall in a nutshell, so...
How can we write better than this man?
Very easily, it turns out.
Yeah.
Because we actually give a shit.
Thing is, I actually think he gives a shit. He just doesn't understand the show he's writing for. Because with stuff like Broadchurch, my parents were watching it recently. They're like, "Wow, this is really good," and everything. I'm like, Well, then he clearly has talent. If he's been watching Doctor Who for a while now, right? He's a fan for like decades, I think.
Yes.
So it's like I think he misunderstood the material that he was writing for, or I don't know. It's really strange to see the way he writes.
Thing is, I'd agree on that because I have moments like in Spyfall where he's referencing what the Master has. I can't remember his name from Classic Who, and it's all these little like references that make me think, yeah, he's a fan, but that doesn't make him a good writer for the show.
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about Roger Delgado?
Yeah, like we said of him being like the J.J. Abrams of Doctor Who. It's like he likes to show that he knows the material, but he apparently doesn't understand it. So he just makes references and everything without any substance to them.
Yeah. So in the scene, like we get sort of like back and forth with future Prime Minister and Jack Robinson about their sort of agreement and sort of why they're doing it. We get that sort of like demonstration and sort of like seeing that these aren't actually Daleks, but they're just AI drones.
Also,
which again, they conveniently are empty inside as well.
No, and you also have to just think about, if they found this alien technology, like that's not how they're gonna do it. They're just not gonna remake it. They're gonna try to study it to develop their own weapons for military contractors and everything. And they're not just gonna do something as small as what they're doing. Like it seems again just Chibnall ignoring world building.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what makes it worse as well, because Callum said future Prime Minister, we never see at all how she gets to the Prime Minister role, because if she doesn't get in that role, none of this can happen. She has no power.
She needs to be voted as, as Prime Minister. And if there were hints of sort of like a hoax, or it being set up for her to be Prime Minister, then it makes it a bit more, it's not as convenient, because there's actually like a setup of her being like put in a position of power.
That would actually be an interesting political plot, That would actually be something that's like that would be interesting to do. But again, like most of the Chibnall era, it's all just missed opportunities.
I like the idea, right? Jeb was saying that maybe they should study it some more, make webs out of it, and he says study the material the Daleks made out of. Thing is like, this is probably some alien material from outer space, and they realize it's just steel from Sheffield.
That's how she built the sonic screwdriver. Remember?
Yes, I also adore that scene.
Sheffield steel. Also, just a side note on Chris Chibnall being a fan of the show. Obviously, there's the infamous interview he did when he was a teenager on TV. When he ripped Chip and Jane a new one because of season 23, even though it wasn't their fault. Although to be fair, he didn't know that at that point, but it wasn't their fault, so I feel really bad for him. But then when season 24 was airing, after Time in the Rani came out, which is one of the most hated episodes of all time in most fan circles, Chris Chibnall gave it a really positive review.
Oh.
And said it was a massive improvement.
So he clearly just doesn't understand the material.
No, I really don't.
That interview, right? I have a brother who really likes the Chibnall era, right? Anytime I question Chibnall's ability to write, he would always cite that interview saying he clearly likes the show, he clearly is a fan, so therefore he's a good writer.
Even though
it's so annoying.
Even though a lot of the things that he was criticizing season 23 for doing, he does himself. So he's actually kind of
the running through corridors and everything. I find it really funny.
Yeah, he's just like, it's a bit. What does he say? He's like, it's fucking. What does he call Terror of the Vervoids? He calls it routine Doctor Who. That's what he calls it. Routine Doctor Who. It's a bit boring. Even though I would argue that, even though I find Terror of the Vervoids more fun than most of his episodes. Yeah.
Fuck Chibnall.
That's what I say.
The only thing that Chibnall does better than season 23 is green screen. Although to be fair, even then, the one of the Timeless Children was a bit ropey.
Hmm.
Not
About
Timeless Children, like, as nice as like some of the direction is and how flashy it is, it's not pleasant to look at times.
It's too much. I think it's oversaturated.
Yeah.
Which is like, it's funny because one of my favorite shows is Utopia, and like it's 100% like it's super oversaturated, and like they make it look really well. But like, of course, the way they shoot it and the way they light everything is supposed to like complement when they do the color grading. With Doctor Who, they just seem to let's shoot whatever and then do the color grading, which then it seems really.
It's also the same with Sam Raimi's Spider-Man films. Like, they're really oversaturated, but it's meant to be like that. That's the whole stylistic choice. It's meant to look like a comic book.
Yeah, exactly.
Except for Free. Free is really weirdly just like kind of like normal.
Yeah, I think that, although I think that might be due to what the film was going for, maybe. The fact that he's going dark now. I enjoy Spider-Man 3 more than most Chibnall.
Honestly, same.
At least it's fun.
Oh, I want you to kill Peter Parker.
I want you to kill the Master. Oh dear.
So yeah, after that scene with Trump, we now go to the Doctor in prison.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Remember that? Remember that part of this episode?
Yes, that very well developed part of the episode that really explores the character.
We get sort of like a day-to-day sort of routine of what the Doctor has been doing.
Routine Doctor.
So we get like a we get like her marking down each day she's been in jail. And when I first saw her, I was like, oh, so she's probably been there for years then. And then I'm like, what? Surely it couldn't be, because like she's clearly like it must be recent. And then she says she's been there for 19 years.
They must have like let her get haircuts in that time then.
Yeah, that seemed weird. True. Like, did she just get haircuts?
Also, why does she style her hair like that?
Also, how awesome would it have been if they didn't do that and she had like long hair, like looked like, I don't know, like really long hair? That would be cool. Because like the Doctor's never really had hair that's like super super long. Like we've had occasions where it's been longish, like the 11th Doctor in like Day of the Moon, or like William Hartnell's got quite long hair, or like Capaldi in Twice Upon a Time. But I'm talking about like below the shoulders.
She for some reason like changes like the how she does her hair though. Like it's normally like the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. And it looks like it's wet for some reason.
Yeah, it looks really weird. I think they just wanted to give her a different look because it's prison. She's different now. She's changed.
The emotion of jail.
It's like
life.
It's like when like Hulk Hogan takes his bandana off and he's got sad hair. Except she's not bald, obviously. But yeah.
Imagine they shaved that head for prison.
Oh.
Yeah. Jeez. So we get like in the jail scene, we get like a weeping angel for some reason.
How do they capture that? How the hell do they capture a weeping angel? Also, doesn't this like inadvertently make the Jadoon like one of the most powerful races ever?
Yeah, it's because they've got the Silence and Ood and one of the Sycorax.
The thing is, I mentioned the Silence before, how the fact that they managed to capture the Silence and now the Weeping Angels as well. It's like, so the Jadoon are super competent. So why in the fuck was Jack able to break the 13 out so fast? It's so stupid. Like it's so inconsistent with just them wanting to I don't even know. Like they created this. Reason's thing to just drop it one episode later. Like, what the fuck?
Because he kept the plot device up his bum for like 19 years or however long it was. How long?
Why didn't they just have like? So if I was thinking monsters to have, remove the Weeping Angel with a Slovene, probably.
Why couldn't he just vortex manipulate her into there?
Didn't Jack have to take a shit in that time?
How did Jack get? So Jack took 19 years to get there. How come it took him so long to get there? Like,
how long? Why did it take that many years to just get to a cage and next to the Doctor?
And how did the not notice? If they were like, surely they're checking up on it, and like, if they'd seen that he's moved, they'd move him back.
Also, he tapped.
Well, they would know the connection between Captain Jack and the Doctor.
Yeah,
exactly, and I would assume the tapping on the wall was him, so they would have seen him tap on the wall to stand next to the Doctor.
Also about the Weeping Angel, so it's, you know how they have video record cameras all over the place, right? And it's essentially confirmed that no one's watching them because the Weeping Angel is able to move. So in the 11th Doctor, two-parter, isn't it like confirmed that videos of Weeping Angels can become Weeping Angels if no one's watching them?
Any image of an angel itself becomes an angel.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I wasn't a fan of that anyway, but that has been established now, so it's like you gotta...
Yeah, in their second story, it establishes that. I think the reason the Doctor says in that episode, like, the first Weeping Angels we ever see are like, they're very weak in comparison to how angels normally are. Like, the reason why they need, like, they transport people back in time is to feed off the energy of what days they could have had.
Well, is that to explain why? Because they have a picture of a Weeping Angel in Blink as well, and nothing happens. Is that to explain that?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that means that this Weeping Angel has to be weak then.
I guess.
Which, sure, considering it's like tied up and everything, so I can imagine.
But it still moves like incredibly fast, despite there being hundreds of prisoners around it.
Also, why was there? Just as a complete sidetrack, but I'm just thinking now, why was there a Weeping Angel in Hellbent if Gallifrey was in a time lock?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Why was there a New Who Cyberman?
I just like the idea that no one's actually watching the cameras at all. Like,
even just when, even if they don't have the image power because it's weak, people would be looking at the cameras. Why wouldn't they be? They're like, So it would never move. It just would never move. So yeah.
Also, that one moment where the gates are meant to be electrified, but the Doctor's able to just go up and touch them to meet up with Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Also, she's
one of them.
Also, she's reading Harry Potter herself.
Oh, was it Harry Potter? Because I knew it recognized somewhere.
Yeah, it was.
I think
Harry Potter. And I was like, "Oh, that's a bit awkward."
Yeah, you'd think they wouldn't do that, given J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, but also, I think it also makes sense because Chris Chibnall's whole mission statement of Series 12 was to rip off Series 3, so now he's ripping off the Shakespeare Code as well. Good old J.K.
Good old J.K.
Thinks that aged poorly.
God, that's really aged poorly. Oh dear. The 10th Doctor is a TERF.
Oh no.
The Turf Doctor.
That's why he didn't want to go, because he didn't want to become a woman. Like, my god, I can't become a woman for regeneration.
And actually, that's actually quite scary because Gareth Roberts is also a TERF and he wrote the Shakespeare Code.
That's a conspiracy.
Oh no.
Oh, that's an oof.
It's a big oof.
Yeah, I still love the Shakespeare Code, but that part is weird.
But dear Martha, this is town.
Don't step
Dude, Shakespeare in that episode is such a fuckboy. It's hilarious.
Is that a promise, Doctor? 37 academics just punched the air. Anyway, we're not talking about Good Doctor, we're talking about less.
We get Jack appears with the ball thing. We get a Pating actually. A Pating's in jail.
The mighty Pating.
Oh, that line is fucking so funny because of how stupid it is. God.
I almost feel like it's self-aware. I almost feel like Chibble knows that people hate the Pating.
I think in a sense it is self-aware, but it's still the Pating.
Because like the way that Tosin Cole says it, he's just like, the mighty Pating? You can almost tell like the actor knows how stupid it is.
Yeah, just everything about it's so stupid. I fucking hate the Pating.
Oh, also, like, of all the names you could think of, it's the Pating. It's so close to the Pating.
Also considering that the Chibnall era, as we've established, is like the era of missed opportunities. Like when I first watched the Saranga Conundrum, I thought the Pating, when I first saw it, not the design, but the potential that it had was actually really interesting. Because imagine if there was a base under siege on a ship in space where the creature eats holes in the side of it and then you lose oxygen. I thought that could have been a really cool idea, but then that's not what happens.
Yeah, it's like that because I recently over Christmas watched Alien for the first time, and it's sort of like when the acid gets burst out of the facehugger, like the fear is it's going to go through the entire ship. You know, there's actual fear and sort of exploration of that.
I'm looking forward to when you get to Ark in Space, Callum, because that episode, the Tom Baker episode, came out before Alien, but it's pretty much a very similar plot. Although, to be fair, visually, it's obviously not as good as Alien because of the budget, but it's still
Alien's great. It's a really good film.
Yeah. Ark in Space is charming.
I'm just baffled that you're...
Ark in Space is really charming because the villain is evil bubble wrap. But like it's before bubble wrap became like a common household item. So like people saw it and they're like, "What the hell is that?" And that's why Kablam has bubble wrap in it because they're referencing Ark in Space. Except in Kablam, it's actually meant to be bubble wrap in Kablam.
Kablam's tits me.
Kablam is awful. It was the first episode I watched this season.
It's really overrated.
It was the episode of season 11 that I watched, and I was like, I hate this.
Yeah,
like, genuinely
it was so
hate.
weird. I remember like so many people loved it when it came out, and I was like, really?
Yeah, I don't know why people like.
I'm like the Doctor. The Doctor, like one series after, Oxygen, has now said that corporations and capitalism is all good. And I'm like, that's really out of character.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck am I watching?
Because like, remember in Series 10 when Capaldi's like, shits all over capitalism and Oxygen. And then in Kablam, it's like, oh no, it's all good. Just she's like, let's them off the hook.
I got me fizz.
So I'm looking at the prison, the large shot of the prison cages. I think I see a dreg in the left-hand side.
Oh no!
Oh,
I think it is. I'm not sure.
How did they get a dreg?
I could be wrong, but it looks like a dreg.
Why did they get a dreg? What's the... Oh.
But yeah, so Jack appears.
So
actually, no. Before the whole Jack appears, we get Ryan and Graham visiting Yaz.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they arrive. Yaz is sleeping in there. She looks completely normal though. It'd be really nice if like she like was a bit frazzled, like her hair was like really badly done. Just to sort of give us a sense of her being a bit unhinged right now due to this. Being worried.
Yeah, if you had some semblance of continuity, that
it was
would
just
be
like,
cool.
It was just like, oh, now I've been sleeping in here for 10 months.
Yeah, no mention of a family or work or whatever, like I mentioned before. It's just really tears me.
There's just no struggle. There's no relatability. There's no consequences. It's just all. Ugh.
Yeah. So in this scene, we get Graham showing Yaz a leaked video of the drone Daleks, which again, it shows that if someone like Graham, who, especially in Series 12, is quite a senile person, if he can get a leaked video of the drone Daleks, then surely it is now like within public knowledge that these things exist. Therefore, people would recognize the Daleks.
Well, the thing is as well, again, because I do cybersecurity leaks are a big thing. I can tell you categorically, the second that instance was happening, someone would have been filming it and it would have been leaked immediately and it would have gone viral in this culture.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it just 10 months later the thing just happens. It should appear. It's so stupid. Or not 10 months, like a year later, whatever.
Yeah.
I hate this show.
Yeah. Well, this era is just so bad. It's like just the sort of like structure of how everything's done just doesn't work whatsoever. It's just
I mean, with classic Chibnall, it's just I need something to happen, so I'm going to make it happen by any means necessary. That's how he writes TV. It's all just I need this to happen, so I'm going to make it happen.
Yeah. Because the plot needs to happen, guys. To get to the part where we get the nice shot in the sky of the TARDIS, because flashy.
Just it's season 12 as a whole in this. The events of these would take an entire showrunner's era to flesh out.
Yeah, for sure.
But Jeb, lots of things happen in the episode, therefore it's good.
Yay!
Yeah. But Jeb, the fact that they happen means it makes sense.
I remember seeing that.
When people were saying that Series 11 was boring, Chris Chibnall thought, oh, that means I need to have more things happen.
That means I need to upload everything.
We must destroy it all. Yeah. So after that scene in the TARDIS, which by the way is a beautiful looking TARDIS, the interior is like really nice.
Yeah. It's much better than the actual one.
Yeah, how do they put more effort in the fake TARDIS? The fake TARDIS, second TARDIS.
Well, to be fair, like a lot of Chibnall things, it's derivative of other things that are better. So there you go.
Do you want to know something funnier as well? The 13th Doctor technically has two TARDISes because the Master's TARDIS.
Yeah, and Spyfall is never brought up again.
Yeah, and she literally goes in this, admittedly external content, but I've just got a spare.
Yeah.
So
that would have came in handy.
From Gallifrey at the end of Time as Children, which turns into a tree at the end, which just leaves it there and gets captured.
Yeah, it's just left in the middle of nowhere now.
There's so many different TARDISes now.
Would you not be back then? The TARDISes are basically extinct again.
Well, how useful is that going to be in future stories?
Also, I was going to mention Clara's Diner TARDIS is out there somewhere, but then I remembered that because of Spyfall Part 2, that means she has to have come back. Otherwise, the universe will implode.
Yeah.
I mean, she's finally dead, so hooray.
Yeah. With no consequences whatsoever.
Also, don't you find it weird, and this is obviously a Moffat thing, I was just thinking, again, this often happens, I start thinking about continuity and other things too. Don't you think it's a bit odd that we never get a scene in Series 10 where Missy asks the Doctor what happened to Clara?
Yeah.
Nope. Very weird.
I mean, it probably happened when she was inside the vault for all those years, but it would have been nice to see it on screen, I think.
Yeah, continuity.
It would have been a good scene to see, especially with Capaldi's acting.
Yeah, and the fact that Missy is trying to evolve as a person. So it actually would be really good for the arc with Missy, actually.
Also, I'm sure this does happen, I can't remember, but does in the Series 10, does the Doctor tell Missy that he went to Gallifrey?
Not at any point.
Surely that would
but
be...
I imagine it's been established.
I mean, again, that's probably something that happened when she was in the vault for those years, but... that would have been also important, because if you remember in Death in Heaven, Missy, tricked him into thinking that he was going there, and then he didn't. And then in Series 9, he actually does go to Gallifrey, so surely that
But then doesn't care.
that would be surely important though. Like to tell the
Mhm.
master, I actually did go to Gallifrey.
Yeah.
I've just had an idea for their story that could have been better, and it's based on someone saying, fleshing out the drone Daleks. You could have had like the government for national security. They could have got an inspiration from the Daleks, and a Doctor has to go against humanity on this, and have a conflict there.
Yeah. That'd be interesting to see.
But never mind.
Jeb, stop thinking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry
Yes,
for
Jib.
coming up with good Who ideas.
So we get the scene between the future Prime Minister and Jack Robinson, and the Prime Minister's like, "I want more drone Daleks," I think she says, or something like that.
I just want to say,
Which is really weird.
I just want to point out something, a bit of a nitpick with the Chibnall era, that I really don't like, is I don't like when the direction has dead space behind the actors. It's really odd, and they do it a lot, where they have the actor in like the on the side of
corner
the other character looking at them, and then they have dead space behind them. It just looks so unnatural.
Yeah.
The one.
I totally agree.
I don't know if any of you have seen Mr. Robot. It's the way it's shot. It's exactly like that, where it's they have a lot of dead space, empty space behind the characters. But it's like the entire show is shot like that. It's supposed to look that way, and like it has a purpose within the story. It should be like that. With Doctor Who, again, I feel like it's either incompetence or they just didn't know how to shoot this.
They do it in Rosa as well. There's that scene with the Doctor and Krasko, and I'm really confused as to why they're doing it. Is it meant to make me feel like discomfort or something?
I always forget that Rosa exists.
How dare you, racist?
Oh my god. Yeah, I clearly don't like Rosa Parks.
The show clearly doesn't like Rosa Parks. It did her wrong.
That episode does have a couple of funny jokes though, which is rare for the Chibnall era.
People got mad about that. Yeah.
There's that one bit in the diner where there's that racist lady that's like, "We don't serve your kind here," and then Ryan says, "Oh, that's good. I don't eat man."
Great response to racism.
Oh dear.
The Doctor, he encounters Rosa and goes on about anti-racism. Also the Doctor, the Master, your skin color's going to be used against you.
What about how she likes and also doesn't like conspiracies?
Oh, yeah. So good. I love that consistency. Is so good.
Yeah, see, Kablam is so perfect and consistent and well written, isn't it?
No, that's the Doctor's just a massive hypocrite. It's her character now.
Yeah, and then they're like, "Oh, she's just like the 10th Doctor. She's such a hypocrite. That means she's just as well written."
I'm like, that's an insult to 10.
Unironically, imagine thinking that 13 is like even on par with 10. Like, imagine being that wrong.
Well, I mean, I know people that love 13 and hate 10.
No, yeah, I'm saying imagine thinking
stupid.
that 13 is better.
I mean, I've seen it quite a bit on Twitter.
I know.
These people, I refuse to believe they're real.
No, they're definitely real. They're definitely real.
But
I know, that's the problem.
And it scares me.
What?
But lads, it's just an opinion,
Callum,
so they can't be wrong.
Callum, you're condemning their existence.
Oh my god.
They kind of deserve it with
person.
that take. They kind, unironically, they kind of deserve it with that take.
Jeez, you really. God, I feel like Obi-Wan in Attack of the Clones. I'm like, Jeb is a politician and he's not to be trusted.
He does not represent our values.
Oh dear. Anyway.
So, after that, we get the scene where the gang just sort of find Jack Robinson with no real explanation whatsoever. And for some reason, his security is hiding in bushes for some reason.
Yeah, let me tell you. If your security does that, They need to be fired or shot. One of the two.
There's that. I just recently this would be really actually well relevant. I recently watched the first season of Spectacular Spider-Man, which is really fucking good. It's a really good season of television. In the first episode, Norman Osborn has a bodyguard getting out the car and opening the door for him. You know, so in case someone comes and attacks him, which does happen, he can protect him. But here, Jack Robinson just opens the car up and he gets out himself, and security is nowhere near him. Like, imagine if the gang were just random thugs that wanted to steal something from Jack Robinson, or hell, wanted to kill him, because he's a very famous person and is very much a Trump kind of character. So,
and he does this dramatic entrance with his security personnel.
Oh yeah, I mean, bloody hell! If Trump had security this terrible, he would definitely fire them, 100%.
Well,
assuming he's not killed
dead.
yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Say it.
That Jack Robinson just lets them go. Like he just
doesn't be like, doesn't
Does
kidnap them or like hold them to like security or whatever to like ask why they're trying to find him, why they're trying to talk to him or anything. He just like, you can go.
Yeah, you guys almost caused me to be financially bankrupt. So, off you go.
Well, what a weird scene that was. Just sort of just kind of pointless.
See, the problem is that obviously, I know maybe he wasn't doing it this time, but Chris Chibnall is that with Jack Robinson being a bit of a satire of Trump, right? If he's going for that, if the whole idea of Chris Chibnall is he wants to satire Trump, if for us to actually take it seriously, we need to actually believe what's happening. And when you get shit like this, and that's not believable, how am I supposed to take it seriously?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just really poorly done.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we get the little bit with Graham going like, oh, if we had the TARDIS, or we knew how to fly the TARDIS, and he had the psychic paper, we could get in. Which,
like, when I was watching, I remember mentioning to Jeb and Tin, and they'd already watched the episode. I was like, this is weird. Why would he say this? Like, he knows they don't have it. He knows they don't have the psychic paper. This is the most worthless line ever. And then by the end of the episode, when the doctor says, oh, I have something for you, or something like that, I'm like, oh.
Yeah, he says that as if they're setting up something within the plot, when in actuality, he's just referencing the very end where they get psychic paper.
Yeah, which is fucking retarded.
It's not. Yeah, it's really dumb.
Oh, but Callum, it's foreshadowing.
It doesn't come up
so
at all.
clever.
It's so clever how it foreshadows the fucking conclusion of this shitty episode.
I didn't even fucking notice that till now.
Maybe
Brilliant.
Maybe Nick Briggs wrote that part of the episode because he wants Graham and Ryan a big finish, and because Nick Briggs is.
That's probably why. Honestly, that's probably why.
Because Nick Briggs is actually competent. He's like, I might have a bit of foreshadowing for this.
Ironically, that's probably why they gave him it, so Chibnall could be like, and now they'll be off on their own adventures.
Yeah. Also, speaking of Nick Briggs, I'm really looking forward to Ninth Doctor Adventures Ravages in April. That's going to be so exciting.
Yes. Ninth Doctor's back.
And thank God Chibnall's not writing him. Thank God.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Marcus?
No, go on.
I was just going to say, apparently Nick Briggs is doing all 3 episodes, so it might be like a overarching story.
Be nice.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see what they do. I want to see. I'm worried that they might go a bit safe, which would be a disappointment, but I'm intrigued to see what they do. Because there's a lot of potential with the Ninth Doctor.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, I'm also very intrigued to see what Chris Eccleston does, because I know that he said that when he watched Series 1 back when it aired, there were things that he wanted to add to the character in his second series, but of course then he decided to leave. So I'm very intrigued to see what he does, like what he adds to his performance that he didn't do before. Could be very interesting. Yeah. I'm more excited for that than Series 13.
I'm in the same boat. Anything Big Finish, I'd rather that.
Yeah, although to be fair, there are a couple of things Big Finish that I definitely don't care about, but a lot of it's pretty good. Yeah.
So after that really quite pointless scene, like it doesn't actually affect anything other than Robertson knowing about the game being on his tail, I guess, and sort of just mentioning Daleks, which he has no idea about, which is kind of dumb. Again, like we've gone over. We then get Jack getting the Doctor out of prison with the plot device bubble.
Just managed to sneak in easily, and that it just manages to work like that. Not like technology like that would be extremely important, and it would be interesting to explore how it would work within the universe. They just probably are never going to address that again.
Also, I just want to add, wasn't like Jack's return really flat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, it just sort of happens, and I'm like, oh, there's Jack.
He's just there. He just turns up, and it's like, oh, okay, hi.
Yeah.
No.
You know what this reminds me of?
What?
I was going to say this reminds me of the Endgame, where they have something from the previous film, and then looks like the heroes are in deep trouble or something, and then they have a Deus Ex Machina just get them out of there.
What, Captain Marvel?
Yeah.
Is Jack the Captain Marvel of this episode?
Oh my god.
I think a better comparison is in the Mando season 2 finale, because because Luke showing up is not only a Deus Ex Machina but just fan service, which is like basically why they have Jack back anyway.
At least with Jack, it's not a deep fake.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna go out for a second. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
When he gets back, I'm going to break down the time travel issue with Captain Jack.
Oh gosh. Here we go.
Yeah, that's how you write your characters out of these situations. Just Deus Ex Machina them out of there.
That's what's called good writing these days. So.
See,
so good.
Maybe it wasn't a good idea to give Chibnall sci-fi and time travel.
No.
What? How dare you, Jeb? You're just a misogynist.
God. I'm looking at the scene right now, and the bubble looks so bad.
Yep.
I laughed so hard.
The way they run, it reminds me of that infamous GIF from The Flash, where it's Flash and his daughter running side by side.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
Oh, for God.
I thought of that when I was watching it.
Man, Flash used to be really good, at least the first.
Oh yeah, season 1 was really good. I don't remember season 2, but season 1 was good.
Season 2 is pretty good. I wouldn't say I think season 1 is obviously the best one, but season 2 was actually quite good.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Bubble is
was
beyond
really
broken.
for them.
Like, as a weapon, that thing is beyond broken. Being able to stop time and going through walls is insanely broken, and I'm surprised they haven't developed it to be much longer.
Sorry, what happened?
If you look at the scene, we're just talking about the bubble right now. How it, I just looked at the scene again, and I mentioned how the bubble, it looks fucking terrible. If you look at the scene, you see the silence in the background, and it's like eye posing. It's not moving whatsoever. Let me send the screenshot and put it in chat. Like, holy shit. Like, look at this. It's just standing there.
Oh my god!
Did someone forget to put the costume on and they just put a statue up?
That's pretty funny.
It's really stupid.
Everyone stops moving. Wait. No, that's because. But hey, even then, that's before the Doctor even gets inside the bubble. But it's like, why are they all eye posing? So it makes sense for them to stop moving, but it's the way they're standing is really weird.
By the way, when Jack pulls out the bubble, doesn't the Doctor like move just before he jumps?
That's what I said.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was rewatching and I even replayed it, but like it happened so fast that I can be like, maybe
That's actually a great point.
Yeah.
That's actually a great point. I'll watch that just now and I'll tell you.
Yeah, if you can like play it on a slower speed or something like that, you should be able to tell.
So I'm gonna explain the time travel issue with Captain Jack. So we establish in Fugitive that he goes back in time to warn of the Siberium about giving it and the consequences. So that's his future. Well, their future. So when it comes to Timeless Children, we know in the end the Doctor technically stops the Siberium for doing what it does. And that means for that to happen, the Doctor ends up in prison. So when we next see Jack, he should know about the Siberium situation, but he doesn't. So that would mean that Jack shouldn't know the Doctor is in prison. It makes no sense.
Yeah, basically it's broken from the premise again. Just so, yeah, the Doctor gets broken out of prison. That premise is broken now because the way it happens is stupid. There is no way that it should work because like one dialogue option that they had that it just breaks everything.
Yeah.
And people use the counter argument, oh, he could have heard about it, but that would mean he would know that the Siberium situation did play out as it did. So then he wouldn't need to ask the question.
We get the dialogue later where he actually mentions the Siberium, so he knew about it. Yet in Fugitive, he doesn't actually bring up the Siberium at all, which would have been really fucking helpful.
Yeah, but all of that would have been helpful, but fan service.
Yeah, guys, Fugitive is really shit. It's not a good episode.
I hate Fugitive.
Yeah, it's really bad. I don't know why people say
Fugitive is the one with like Ruth Doctor, right?
Yeah,
it's when Ruth is introduced.
I fucking hated that.
The big mid-season episode of Series 12.
People, that was the one I got completely bombarded with dislikes on my reaction to it.
yeah, because you're a racist.
Because I hate everything. I don't give it a chance, even though I gave it a chance because I watched it.
I remember seeing Captain Jack.
Yeah.
Do you remember Captain Jack?
You go, Jebba. You go first.
I was going to say, I remember seeing Captain Jack and I was freaking out, letting the emotions get better than me. Then I took 5 seconds to think about it and I realised he did fuck all.
Yeah.
I think we all reacted like that.
Well, it was dangling keys, really. That's what it was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Like, we're all happy to see John Barrowman back because John Barrowman is amazing. He's a fantastic person and character within Doctor Who.
I did find
in this he was terrible.
I did find it really funny though how he kept thought he was getting the Doctor on his ship, but it was just all the companions. That was pretty fucking funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like there was even a moment in Revolution where I was like, oh, I actually like this from Jack. There were, I think he said called Graham like a silver fox or something like that. Like that was a funny moment. And I'm like, yeah, this is the Jack that we know, but everything surrounding it is so shit. So I'm like, well, this is really like shallow.
You change your picture to Jodie's face from this screen cap.
Yep.
I mean, it's not as extreme as the one from Arachnids in the UK when she sees the spiders.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, it's a spider.
We must let it die.
God, I've always said this, and I think I'd probably still stand by this. I think Arachnids in the UK is the worst in terms of just Jodie herself, like in terms of performance and characterization. Like she's all over the place in that one.
Yeah.
I find there's that bit in the hotel thing where she or apartment I think it is, where she runs away from the spider, and I'm like, this is so out of character. And then you get all the shitty jokes like I call people dude now.
Yeah, wouldn't the 13th
that is socially awkward.
Yeah,
wouldn't the Doctor be fascinated with the giant spider?
Yeah, and then when she's in Yaz's apartment, she's absolutely unbearable. It's like, oh,
I
God.
love a conspiracy.
Yeah, and then she's like, oh, I like sofas. I could have a sofa in the TARDIS.
Even though 10th Doctor had like a comfy chair
Although,
in
to be fair, it looked like it was ripped apart.
Yeah.
And then because it was so grungy. And then of course the most egregious moment is at the very end when she thinks that letting a spider choke to death is better than shooting it.
What would you say? What would you say is worse, that or when 13th backs away from Graham about the cancer?
Well, I mean that's one scene. I'm talking more about the episode as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, like, what scene would you say is worse out of those two comparatively? Because I agree, Arachnids is their worst performance.
Well, I mean, I think Arachnids is like nonsensical, whereas Can You Hear Me is just really, really mean. Like, it's just so savage.
I was like, oh, poor cancer survivors.
I know.
It's just really, really savage. And because I have like because I've got like a really sinister sense of humor, I actually find that scene really funny, even though it's meant to be heartfelt.
It's funny because of how just backwards it is for the Doctor to say that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just laugh at it because it's so grim.
Yeah.
Like it's like something out of like a black comedy, you know? And I do think there is an element of it that's meant to be a little bit funny. But yeah, it's very
Well, yeah, the joke is meant to be because the Doctor's socially awkward. Oh my god.
So I'm just gonna stand over here and have a think, and then try and say something that sounds clever or something like that.
Honestly, the way Chibnall who just disgraces mental illness and stuff like that is a fucking disgrace. Like social anxiety, the way the Doctor treats Graham, saying that she's socially awkward, or yeah, and the way that he treats dyspraxia is fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I can attest to that because I actually have dyspraxia.
Yeah, it's really weird how there are some people out there that think that Rosa and Can You Hear Me are on par with like Vincent and the Doctor, even though they're not.
No, but never close.
Christ.
Not even close.
Hearing that actually angers me.
Yeah.
Oh.
The thing is, every time I go, Yaz was suicidal in our server, people are like, wait, she was? And I'm like, yeah.
I never got that. I think we talked about that. I'm like, I never noticed that she was suicidal. I thought she was just acting weird. Like, I never understood what the show was going for there.
Well,
never hinted at it before.
The problem with it is that there's no foreshadowing in previous episodes, so you can't put the pieces together. Like, the only way you can put the pieces together is if you yourself have been through an experience like that. And so, like, that's why some people that they spotted it out easily because they're like, oh, I noticed these signs. But to a person that's unfamiliar with it, which is ultimately, again, that's what you're meant to do with an episode like that, is you're meant to educate people that don't really understand this sort of thing, is that you're meant to, as a storyteller, foreshadow these things, and then when you see this episode, you see these signs and you pick up on them. Like, that's like a way that you could have done it, but instead what they do is they have absolutely no foreshadowing, and then when she shows the signs and stuff like that, it's quite confusing for people that don't really get it, so it's jarring.
Yeah, because I had to explain the specific lines of what they mean to people.
So yeah, we get the fucking prison break, they escape, we say goodbye to the prison stuff, which is annoying. Just 3 minutes.
Also, did you know, Callum, that it was announced a few months ago that there was going to be a character called Leo in this episode?
Who the fuck's Leo?
Oh, right, yeah, I remember that. That's who the fuck that was?
I think I remember. Yeah, Chibnall saying that.
There'll be a character called
and
Leo.
I put pictures on Twitter of the Doctor Who trading card of Leo Jones. and I thought Martha's brother was going to come back. But no, it turns out it's actually this guy who's really, 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 really smart, and smart enough to
so smart.
Yep.
So smart. He can make a clone of a Dalek.
Mm-hmm.
By being based in the tech sector.
Jesus.
That honestly was the one thing that probably annoyed me the most on my initial watch and sort of reaction. Like, how in God's green earth could he create a clone of a Dalek in the 21st century?
The thing is, it breaks the cult of Skaro and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that really angers me.
Yeah, because the cult of Skaro are great.
Yeah, I love the Cult of Skaro.
They added nuance to the Daleks. Now that's
Yeah,
gone.
they really did. Yeah, that not great Daleks in Manhattan two-part it is overall.
Hey now.
But it has some.
Hey now.
There are problems. There are a few problems. Like the Daleks not detecting. The Daleks not detecting the Doctor at all is a bit tismy, for example.
Well, he was hiding behind someone.
No, but Jeb pointed this out, but in Day of the Doctor, they, especially since they're Time War Daleks, they can detect the Doctor from long ranges.
But that episode comes after Daleks in Manhattan.
But that's set before.
No, but it's written after.
That doesn't matter.
Which means the issue comes with Day of the Doctor introducing that.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Well, that would be like for Stephen Moffat to write that, it does damage that episode, is what I'm saying.
So that's at the fault of Day of the Doctor, not Daleks in Manhattan.
Yeah, but even then, you'd assume, and I think there's probably many hints throughout, the Doctors would be able to detect non-human life forms.
Well, what do you mean? He does the does the whole fucking, what's it called? Like what's that thing called when you take a sample and you I can't remember the word. It's not a dissection, is it?
No idea.
Anyway,
I think the Daleks should be able to detect the Doctor. Plus, also
How?
he's standing like quite in front of them. Like in the scene, the Daleks should see the Doctor.
But he's not standing in front of them. He's hiding behind someone until he reveals himself.
Do you want me to get the episode?
Yeah, I watched it. I rewatched it about a year ago, and at the cliffhanger, and before he reveals himself, he's hiding behind someone.
Okay, let me go.
Like the shot.
Do you think we can carry on?
Like the shot is angled so that we can see him, but in terms of where he's positioned in the scene, he's standing behind another person. And obviously in the scene, you're talking about like the end of part 1, right? And like the start of part 2. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in that scene, they're doing the presentation of Dalek Sec, the hybrid, coming out, and in that, obviously they're concentrating on that, and the Doctor is standing behind someone.
Not really angled. You'd very much be able to see the Doctor from that shot that I just posted. Yep. I don't know how you could say that he wouldn't be seen.
Where are the Daleks?
What do you guys think? You can see the Daleks literally just there. What do you guys think?
Where is his eye stalk pointed in that scene?
My question would be in this: would the pig slaves identify the Doctor given their derived for the task?
No, probably not. No, probably not.
No, I don't think so.
Nah.
Yeah, but my point is that there's the Daleks. The Dalek is in a very good position to see everybody in the room.
But where is its eye stalk pointed in that scene? Is it pointed at where the Doctor is? Or it's pointed at Martha. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I think the intention is that he's meant to be hiding behind someone, but maybe it was just poor direction.
Well, yeah, but I think they need to restructure the sort of scene better because he should absolutely
hang on a second. Isn't Andrew Garfield's head in front of him in terms of like where the Dalek's eye stalk is?
Not really. Like, let me get a better.
Like, if you look at the Doctor's face, like the bottom half of his face is covered by shadows. and I would assume
the Daleks would still be able to see him. I feel like it'd be really stretching to say the Daleks couldn't see the Doctor. I think that's a really big stretch. From that sort of position, again, considering the Daleks, they probably actually have better vision than most people. They
don't have peripheral vision, but they do have a good, a really strong central vision.
I get that, but I think they would be able to see the Doctor from that kind of position.
I'm just trying to. It's hard to say because like where the camera is sitting is different to where the Dalek's eye is. So I actually, if it was like one of those shots where they do like a point of view of the Dalek's eye, like from inside it, then it would be easy to tell because you'd be seeing it from that point of view. But I don't know.
In the next couple seconds after that, the Doctor does move, but that means because the Dalek is where it is, it should have be able to see him before he moved. Like he moves out the way, so that means he is not out of the way in this first initial shot.
Right.
But I feel like it would be a stretch to say they wouldn't be able to see him.
Is there can you find like a shot of inside a Dalek's eye stalk maybe from the episode so we can see what like the vision looks like inside it? Because I want to see that. I'm interested.
Oh, and also the Dalek, like, okay. Actually, this is actually a good shot. Actually, like he is poking his head around Andrew Garfield's shoulder, like from this shot. There's also 3 Daleks in the background, so
yeah, that would raise suspicion for any Dalek.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's like he should have been caught at that point.
And that one in the front is looking directly in that direction, right? But it's looking at
But as it's in that scene,
slightly...
it's moving its head in that scene.
Is it moving it from left to right or right to left?
Or back, like sort of back and forth.
Okay. Right, I think that must be just poor direction because I'm pretty sure the intention is that he's hiding behind him. And
no, I get what the intention is. What I'm saying, it's from that screenshot, it's not plausible to not be seen.
Right. Well then. Who directed that episode? I can't remember who it was.
I can't remember.
Let's just say it was Chibnall. Let's play everything on Chibnall.
Helen Raynor.
No, Helen Raynor wrote the episode. I'm talking about the director.
Oh yeah, I'm dumb. Yeah, sorry. I literally looked at the title. I was like, oh yeah, fucking hell, I'm dumb.
James Strong directed that.
Okay, well, James Strong, you need to do better in future.
He was inspired by Chibnall. Everything is Chibnall's fault.
Apparently he won a BAFTA for Voyage of the Damned.
For direction?
Yeah, he also did Impossible Planet of Satan, Partners in Crime, and Planet of the Dead.
Ooh.
Oh dear, he directed the Torchwood episode Cyberwoman.
Oh dear God. Let's just forget that's a thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd say this is the one bit it's sort of
Yeah, okay. It's a bit of poor direction. It's I'm pretty convinced that it's written to be the Doctor's hiding behind them. And so
no, I get what the intention is, but it's also like there's also something like visual storytelling, and the visuals are still important within sort of the context of the story.
Yeah. Oh, Joe's Wi-Fi is having tisms. I suppose we'll have to have
Macy, are you back here, Joe? I guess not. No. Well, he's the silent, so we will have to forget about him.
Oh, yeah. Just like how Chibnall forgot about Ryan's dyspraxia.
What's dyspraxia?
Yeah, what is it? I have no freaking idea what it is.
So Leo creates a Dalek somehow, and Jack Robinson is kind of rightly so is saying that he's a fucking idiot.
Can we also point out he brings this? He's been doing all this up now, and he never got noticed as well.
Just somehow it doesn't get noticed whatsoever. For some reason, he wants to sort of show him now.
This episode, man. This episode.
Yeah. So after this, like Leo then is going to get rid of the Dalek by throwing it in like furnace, and then as he's opening it, the Dalek now starts to latch on to Leo, which is not totally predictable at all. I totally didn't see this coming.
Especially because it happened in like the last Dalek story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's made of the remnants of the Scout Dalek, or Reconnaissance Dalek.
But look how dank these visuals are.
Yeah, I know. And then we fucking get the scene of him calling his wife, so we feel bad for him.
And he doesn't
I
have
gotta
a
love that
wedding
he
ring
doesn't have a wedding ring. Yeah.
Yeah, I clocked that.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have the wedding ring at all. So this is also quite contrived.
Maybe he took. It
Hey,
off.
I'm married.
Maybe he took it off because he's a cheater.
Why does the Dalek go, "Love you, bye"?
Well, I mean, Callum. It's so clever because you remember in The Witch's Familiar they established that the Daleks love you.
They can't say though. They can't. If it's impossible for them to not say, which is also stupid because.
Oh dear.
So yeah, do we feel bad for Leo that he has a family?
He kind of deserved it. He was being retarded.
He was being really stupid and made Daleks. This is the one thing I'm like, I agree with Jack Robertson completely. He was absolutely dumb for making a clone Dalek.
Well, you're just a Trump supporter, Callum.
Clearly. And if anybody can't tell, that was a joke.
No, you're serious.
No, I'm deadly serious.
Yeah, so dead that you're gonna let 200,000 people die.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so Leo is cheating on his wife. That's what I know about him.
Canon.
I mean, to be fair, there are some people that don't wear wedding rings in very rare circumstances. Like my uncle doesn't wear one because he hates like accessories. So instead of wearing a wedding ring, he got like a tattoo of his wife's, the first letter of her name on his chest. Because he doesn't like wearing rings on his fingers. So he might be one of those people.
He just has a massive tattoo on his chest and he reveals it. Character development.
Yeah.
So after the scene, we get the Jack and the Doctor and the TARDIS, and we just sort of go through like Jack. Oh, you didn't give him the Siberium, did you? So I did because that was a great plan.
And she's like, I sorted it out. Well, sort of. And I was just like, oh god,
not really.
Again, this is
not
like
really.
this is classic Chibnall. Like, oh, we'll just give her a tenant line because that's what the kids like.
Mm-hmm. Remember good shit.
Yeah,
I'm like,
it's that fucking line from Blink at the end, where he's like, two things, well, three things, well, three things and a lizard.
That's great.
Mm.
I'm just like, how can you say you kind of sorted it when the Master escaped with it?
She's lying to him. It's because she's hiding her pain.
Themes. I get it.
Also, apparently...
Can I ask?
Sorry, what was that?
I was going to ask, does Jack know where the TARDIS is exactly, or did he just set his vortex manipulator to bring me to the TARDIS?
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
I love that.
Okay.
I love that line in I love that line in Rose, and Marcus will know this because he watched it recently. I love that line in Rose where the Doctor says that not even a Roman Empire could get inside those doors.
Yeah, and not even Roman
And
Empire.
we have
Believe me, they
Jadoon,
tried.
you know, we have Jadoon in the last episode literally getting to the TARDIS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
but I
we
love the
had
continuity.
what was the creatures in Spyfall called? The Casavan, that's
no,
it.
it's
Yeah.
by the
And,
way,
like-
if Jack could tell,
And like, you know,
If Jack
in the Runaway Bride, Donna gets in the TARDIS at the very start, but there's an actual reason given for that.
Mhm.
Big deal because the Doctor's like, why are you here? Like, how are you here?
Yeah, how did
Like,
you get in?
Exactly, that's why
Yeah.
he says, "What?"
Yeah, like. But no, in the Chibnall era,
remember when Doctor Who
anybody
was
can get
good?
in.
Fuck's
Yes, I
sake,
do.
Runaway Bride is a good episode. I like.
And also remember,
Yeah.
there is one time where it almost happened shitly at the end of Journey's End, but then Russell was smart enough to delete that scene because it was terrible with the Cybermen.
Mhm.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Have you not seen that? There's a deleted scene where instead of the actual ending we got, which was brilliant, where he just sits there all sad and takes his jacket off. Instead, what happens is the Donna like goes off her phone and she starts hearing the TARDIS, and it's really weird. And then the Doctor goes inside the TARDIS, and somehow his hair is fixed. And then the Cybermen just teleport in there, and he sees them in the reflection of his screen, and he goes, "What?"
Oh yeah, I heard about this.
It's honestly it's a terrible scene, and I'm so happy that Russell got rid of it. Because it's so many weird scenes like in Russell's era that are deleted that if they were in the episodes they would have been god awful, and it just sort of shows like the kind of insight and the like knowledge that he has as a showrunner to know when to get rid of something.
Yeah.
Again, like there's another scene in Journey's End that's pretty terrible that they deleted where the Doctor gives the Metacrisis and Rose like a chunk of the TARDIS so they can grow their own.
Yeah.
And it's like it's
Okay.
very similar to like the ending of Hellbent with Clara and Ishilda.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm just so happy that he deleted that.
Mhm.
But that Cyberman thing at the end of Journey's End that they almost did was so bad.
It's quite funny, but it's really terrible.
It's really terrible.
Can't believe I came up with a better idea for Can You Hear Me? You could have made it a Doctor Focus episode, her dealing with her anxieties, grief and such for Gallifrey being destroyed and what the Master meant.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Never mind. But yeah, we get the scene of like Jack, you're gonna be alright though, and she's like, I guess we'll find out.
Oh, I hate that. That just sums up the Chibnall era as a whole. It's just like, oh, you'll find out later.
A good question for another time.
Yes.
I was going to say, if Jack doesn't need to know exactly what the TARDIS is and could just set his vortex manipulator to go directly to the TARDIS, he should have found the Doctor much earlier when he was looking for him. Do you remember in Utopia?
Yeah, that's actually a great point. Yeah, like why would he has his vortex manipulator in Fugitive? It's on his wrist, so that's actually a fantastic point. The fact that they teleport to the TARDIS actually breaks a lot of Series 12.
I suppose if I just want to write for Chibnall because I'm like that. What if, say for example, when Jack was captured by the Jadoon, they took off his vortex manipulator and then they used it to get inside the TARDIS. It's just the problem is that if we looked at the scene in The Timeless Children, we can't see that on their wrist at all. So that obviously didn't happen. But I'm like, well, what if it did happen? Again, I'm not a script editor. I'm just a guy.
That takes talent.
I love the line, just Jodie once again going, "Fire to my fam."
Oh, God.
Oh,
Don't you love? I've said this many times, but don't you love how in Arachnis she says "fam," but says it doesn't work and prefers Team TARDIS, yet never refers to them as Team TARDIS ever again, and keeps calling them "fam."
Isn't
Yeah.
yeah, that's the first time she says the word "fam," isn't it? Arachnids in the UK.
Yeah, I think so.
That was funny how that's the episode where everyone realized the Chibnall era was going to be shit.
Yes, because the first 3 episodes, I don't think they're very good, but there was some decent stuff being set up that could have been paid off down the line.
I was
okay but that was the real episode.
I was okay with the Chibnall era in the first 3 episodes. But
yeah, I was pretty much the same.
But then Arachnids in the UK and the Saranga Conundrum just killed my passion.
Upon reflection, yeah. Because I liked Arachnids at first for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
Yeah, don't know why.
Didn't you give it like a 7.5?
Yeah, that was back in my subjectivism days.
Yeah, that was back in the day when you thought Last Jedi was the 3rd best Star Wars film.
Yeah, I know. Weird times. No, it's shit. Well, it always was shit, but
always has been.
And always was.
Yeah.
Then now.
But yeah, then we then get cut back to the gang, and oh my god, we get the fucking lens flare TARDIS materialization, which is so fucking cringe.
I was like, oh dude, I'm fucking blind here or watching. Dude, that was so stupid. Like, why did they do something like this? Like, like I said, I've been rewatching the first seasons of Doctor Who, and it's like TARDIS materializing. It's like, oh, it doesn't have to look impressive or anything. The sound and just seeing that old police box is all you need. But now they're trying to like make a spectacle out of it for some reason. It's so dumb.
You know what's a great use of like lighting with a TARDIS materialization? Fires of Pompeii.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that was great.
You know
it's brilliant.
You know what my favorite one is there's one in Hartnell era and the Romans where they materialize on a cliff and then it falls off the side of the cliff. And then you watch the next episode to find out what happens, and then they're just already in Rome, and Ian and Barbara's like, what the hell happened? And the doctor's like, what are you talking about? It's so fucking funny.
God, just these frames of just the lens flares just blocking Ryan and Yaz's face is just so hilarious to me.
I've got
it's so pretentious.
I've got the frame of Jodie saying Space Jail on the stream right now. I was in Space Jail.
Oh God, honestly, 13's so shit. God, this really put the nail in the coffin for me.
Well, she's so upbeat all the time that she's almost like a sociopath.
Yeah, it really is like that.
Like
honestly,
she's quite a scary character, and I think Spyfall Part 2 really confirmed that when the way she was acting around the Master. I was like, oh my God, she's crazy.
I honestly, yeah, I'd say she's pretty insane.
Yeah. And then people are like, oh,
yeah,
but she's trying to hide her pain with emotions, though.
Yeah, which is something like that 11 did quite well.
He did it really well in Series 5,
yeah.
for example.
That's one of my favorite things about the God Complex is how it breaks his Doctor down, and basically he admits to Amy that a lot of his sort of, you know, exciting personality it's sort of a veil behind this vanity that he has, that he needed her in his life. And it's a really nice tie-in to the 10th Doctor as well. It feels like a continuation. Unfortunately, we didn't get it enough, I feel, in the 11th Doctor era. It was very rare. And funnily enough, it was mostly in Toby Whithouse episodes that we got it. But that's something I did really like. And it was actually, you know, interesting. Whereas this is just... this doesn't even feel like it's actually aware that it's doing that. It just feels like it's by accident. She just happens to be really upbeat for no reason.
Again, it seems that Chibnall just misunderstands the character of the Doctor, because like, oh no, the Doctor is quirky. You've seen everyone liked 11, and he's quirky and everything.
I mean, if you look at the way Matt Smith is characterized in Chibnall's episodes, it's very strange sometimes. In fact, there's even...
Oh, I hate dinosaurs in a spaceship. That's retarded. Oh, yeah. Like, especially he fucking kills the guy at the end. I'm like, dude, what the fuck?
In fact, he's actually very similar to the 13th Doctor in that episode. Like
yeah, no, because I was watching Doctor Who with my father. We stopped at like middle season 7. He just gave up, but but then we watched that episode. And I'm like, this is so bad. Like, what the fuck is Chibnall writing? And like, I after I watched the episode, I went to see who wrote it because I'm like, this is so awful. And and that was like after season 11 had come out, and it was Chibnall. Like, oh, now it makes sense why it's so bad.
Yeah.
Like, it's an atrocious episode. I hate it.
The thing is, though, there are actually episodes of TV that he's written that are pretty good. It's just not in his own era. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of like Power 3 even. It's just that he clearly doesn't understand how to do sci-fi elements.
Well, the problem with Power 3 is that the plot that's running through it, it's really paper thin, and then the ending is one of the worst ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but the character stuff, I'm like, yeah, this is good. I like it.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, Chris Chibnall gives the 11th Doctor, Amy and Rory, more character in that episode than his own fucking characters.
I know.
Unfortunately, though, the Power of 3 means absolutely nothing because Angels Take Manhattan just takes a big shit all over it. Because Stephen Moffat's like, oh, it's gotta be such a dramatic exit. It's gotta be painful, even though that wasn't necessary.
Like, if you were to have companions to leave the Doctor, those two would be the ones. After everything we saw in Power 3, I'd say that just stopping.
Imagine how much more powerful it would have been if Amy and Rory just decided on their own will that they wanted to leave the Doctor, and imagine how heartbroken the Doctor would have been that, like, the fairy tale's over. You know, I feel like that could have been a really interesting way to transition Smith into a more like complex character. Unfortunately, obviously, we get Series 7B, and then he decided not to stick around for Series 8. But in an alternate universe where Amy and Roy decided to, you know, leave on their own terms, and then, let's say, Moffat was actually on his game for the rest of Series 7, it could have been interesting. But no, it wasn't.
No. Instead,
what we get is a really horny Doctor.
Coming from a really horny writer, to be fair.
I know, he really is.
Yeah, pretty much.
Amy, you can look away if you want. Nope.
That short with where Amy flirts with Amy is like, Moffat, you don't need to do this.
God. And then
Rory's just the Doctor's just like, oh, sorry, Rory. And he's just like, absolutely no problem.
That is the most Moffat thing ever. Rory is cucking over his wife who's with his wife.
Yeah.
Kind of a threesome is really getting to Rory.
God. Oh, dear.
Yeah. But yeah, in this scene, we get probably the Doctor's weirdest reaction to learning about Daleks being involved with the plot. She just sort of gasps. And it's like, oh, okay.
But have you forgotten about the bit where Yaz pushes her?
Oh God, I hate it so much.
The beginning of Cloud of Ice.
So forced.
It's almost like it's trying to copy the scene in Boomtown where Mickey's like, "You left me."
God, that scene's so good.
Yeah,
that's such a good scene. Boomtown's great.
It's so weird because people say that the writing doesn't acknowledge that Rose is like a flawed character, even though that scene itself very clearly is Russell commenting on the fact that Rose has damaged this guy's life.
Yeah, like...
yeah, it's literally stated as a murderer.
Yeah, but then
I find that the way they characterize Mickey within how they set up Rose's character is like really great, and
it's so good, man.
I think it's weird though how like people on Twitter are like, oh, but Rose has to get a comeuppance. She has to get, like, I don't know, punished for what she did. I'm like, okay.
Age of Steel.
Yeah, as if like karma is this thing. Like, yeah, she just needs it.
Like Mickey leaves and goes into a parallel universe.
I know, and then people like that don't like Rose see that scene as her complaining and whining, and I'm like,
how can you not like Rose though? She's such a good character.
She really is.
Oh, but she's so selfish.
Yes, maybe that's a part of a character.
Maybe that's the whole point. Maybe it's,
no, but I don't like it.
Maybe it's Russell T Davies commenting on the fact that young people, especially teenagers and young adults have some very selfish tendencies, like in real life. Like, it actually happens, and we can relate to Rose because we know people in our life, and sometimes even we do things ourselves that are similar to what she does, because people our age are reckless. Oh, but she's so selfish, though. She's so selfish.
I mean, Citra established for Father's Day.
Oh, I love Father's Day.
Father's Day's great.
Yeah, the only problem with Father's Day is that the Wedding of River Song onwards ruins it because they decide that fixed points can be rewritten.
Fixed points could be rewritten.
Oh dear. Also, some people say that the Waters of Mars doesn't make sense because the Reapers don't appear, but they completely forget that Adelaide kills herself.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the timeline actually fixes. And if you remember, in Father's Day, it takes quite a bit of time before the Reapers actually, like, properly manifest. You know?
Yeah, they're still, by the time they get to the church, get to the church!
Get to the church!
They're still, like, materializing into the world.
Mm. Like, but the first time they appear is when we see a point of view from their eyes. They're going around, like, the neighborhood, killing people. Well, not killing people, but deleting them from history. And it's not like they suddenly appear at the accident. Like, it's because the thing is, like, the Reapers isn't like a sudden knee-jerk reaction. Like, they're a bacteria that manifest when time breaks. So it's like it's not like a system error. It's like these are creatures that happen to leech off these things. Like, they are a completely separate entity that is manifested around these events. Like, that's, I feel like, something that people kind of miss is that the Reapers aren't like a perfect solution to this. They are just an event that occurs when time fucks up. And so in the case of something like the Waters of Mars, because Adelaide kills herself and the timeline fixes in the same, like, obviously there's things that are slightly different, but in terms of the points that are actually fixed, everything still lines up, relatively speaking. But then of course you get the Series 6 finale, and that just changes everything. So, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, let's talk about bad Doctor Who now.
Yaz is a psycho girlfriend.
Yeah. I feel like this is pretty much confirming that Yaz is attracted to the Doctor.
Yeah, which I was like, oh,
I
right.
mean, to be fair, like, it has been very poorly foreshadowed. But it's definitely been foreshadowed in another episode. Like,
it was foreshadowed in Haunting.
Yeah, it was also foreshadowed in Arachnids and The Women Who Fell to Earth as well.
I want more of the universe, more time with you.
And there's that bit where Yaz's mum is like, "Oh, you're a couple."
Yeah, I always hated that moment.
And then because Jodie's meant to be quirky, and Eirich is like, "Am I?"
Yeah, yeah. It's like, Jodie. It's like, a doctor. You know that you're not a couple. You know this is not something you don't know.
You've literally been through this before, multiple times with multiple people.
Like, if she doesn't know if she's a couple, she's in a couple, then like that scene where when Amy kisses the doctor. And season 5 is like, oh no, and he stops her. It's like, oh no, this scene doesn't make sense now because he doesn't know that that's a sign of him just being in.
Like, I feel like
that she's in a couple or something.
What Christian was trying to do is he was trying to like replicate the kind of comedy that you got. There's in the Aztecs in the First Doctor era. There's a bit where he is like pretending to like flirt with a woman so he could try and like find the exit to where the TARDIS is, and in doing so, he accidentally marries her. And it's really funny, and like she's just like, "I'm so glad that you proposed to me," and it cuts to him like in absolute shock, and it's really funny. And then there's a bit where like Ian's been away from him a while because he's been like training for like a fight. And then he says, "Oh, what have you been up to, Doctor?" He's like, "Oh, I got married." And Ian's like, "Okay." And he's like, "But wait, what?" It's really funny. So what I feel like Chibnall's trying to do is he's trying to like have a similar thing where the Doctor doesn't quite realize that he's or she is you know, in a relationship. But the problem is that what Chris Chibnall misses is that it's not like the Doctor is stupid enough not to know, or like just alien enough not to know when they are flirting with someone, because the Doctor knew that in the Aztecs that he was, you know, pretending to flirt with this woman. And the fact that he didn't know that he proposed to her is down to the fact that he doesn't understand Aztec traditions. So it's almost like a complete misread of the character. Because the Doctor's not, like, daft enough not to know, like, if he's flirting with... I mean, there are occasional moments where he inadvertently flirts with people. Like, that does happen. But, like, it's not like the Doctor doesn't know when they're in a relationship with someone. That's... Like, I
mean, there are moments where he's deliberately flirting with River as well. So it's like he knows how this stuff works. But
the Ninth Doctor flirts with Linda in Beowulf.
The Ninth Doctor flirts with Rose and Jack and Linda. All like it's so funny to me how people like say that it's jarring how it suddenly becomes a romance in series 2, and I'm like, you could argue that the Ninth Doctor is more romantic with Rose than 10 was. Like there's like Callum, you obviously did your marathon of series 1 on your channel, and we like there's so many instances of the Ninth Doctor flirting with Rose. Like it's all over it. It's everywhere.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
But you know, as per usual, people just don't pay attention.
Yes, like for a lot of things, and they assume things that aren't actually there, or just miss things that are.
I like how
it's really frustrating.
3 people in this call have changed profile pictures. No.
Yeah.
This episode.
Also, that picture is actually really like looks like a Chibnall kissing scene because they're not even like looking at each other.
For fuck's sake, my kisses were better than that.
So yeah, we get the sort of forced drama, which is really shit, and then we get the sort of like, oh, how long have I been away? It's like a week, 2 weeks, and it's like 10 months, and then she literally says like she purposely put in coordinates that she wouldn't be late, but then the TARDIS is late for some reason.
Also, there is also that bit where Jack calls Graham a silver fox. I thought that was all right.
That's funny because Jack's funny.
Yeah, like the stuff with the TARDIS is like with the at least RTD episodes when the TARDIS takes the Doctor somewhere where he like it's not exactly where he said he wanted to go. It's somewhere different. It's like there's a reason for it. Like the TARDIS isn't just retarded. It does it and like deliberately.
I mean, it's
but then
with
this it's just like, oh, you're 10 months late. Why? Oh, because you are.
It's established in the Doctor's wife that the TARDIS has a conscience and takes the Doctor where they need to go.
Exactly. Yeah. So then we have this episode where it's like, oh, I'm 10 months late. Why? No.
I needed to be late so that plot can happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking forced, this conflict, and I hate it.
There's a lot of like we said, there's a lot of factors to like. There's so many contrived things that allow this plot to happen. It's kind of ridiculous.
Like this, because I really like in New Who when they there are things that Russell and even Moffat added to the show that explain a lot of things in Classic Who that people had questions about, like such as the in End of the World when they explain how when you're in an alien planet or whatever, or just in a place where there's people speaking a different language, the TARDIS will translate it inside your head. Like that's a really genius idea because that explains so much of Classic Who. It explains why when they go to historical locations and there's people from other countries, they hear English. And like there's also stuff like in The Doctor's Wife, how it explains how the TARDIS has a conscience and can often dictate where the Doctor goes, which explains why the Doctor will end up in certain circumstances. Like in yesterday I rewatched The Ark, which is a First Doctor story, and in the First Doctor era, like quite often like he doesn't really know how to fly the TARDIS because he's useless, and he'll end up just in random places. And in the arc, in the middle of the story, they dematerialize, and then they end up in the exact same spot, but like 700 years later. So if like with something like the Doctor's wife explaining that the TARDIS has a conscience and can often decide where the Doctor needs to go, it really helps explain all this stuff and like put it all together, which is really nice. But then you get stuff like this in the Chibnall era where it does the opposite, or it just damages it just purely out of convenience for the story. And that's the kind of like miss and attention to detail that I really don't like.
Yeah.
But there's lens flare, so it's good.
Woo!
And Jack calls Graham a silver fox, so it's good to see.
I love Jack. It's a shame he's completely wasted in this.
Also, John Barrowman feels very out of place because most people in the Chibnall era are very like wooden and mundane, and he's like full of charisma.
That's because he's actually a good actor.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Bradley Walsh and Jodie Whittaker are good actors.
Yeah.
But like,
Bradley Walsh is great.
I haven't seen good acting from Jodie yet, but I'd argue that Bradley Walsh has been pretty good, especially season 11.
Broadchurch.
I heard that.
She's good.
I think I said earlier that my parents are watching it.
She's really good at portraying anguish.
Yeah, I just haven't watched Broadchurch yet, but I heard she's good in it.
I've only seen the first episode, but the scene when she finds out... I mean, spoilers, sorry, but you probably already know, but the scene where she finds out her son's dead is really well acted.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's very good at playing vulnerability when it's well written.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine she also needs some good directors, because like in season 11 and 12, she hasn't had any good directors. Like
it's really
if
sad
you watch
because,
Spyfall, that shit is so poorly directed.
Like, it's really sad because like Jodie has strengths as an actress, but because Chibnall gives her this like really bubbly, quirky character, it's just so off like what her strength as an actress is. Like, if you've seen things like that, other things she's in, like Broadchurch and Black Mirror, it's very obvious that she's actually more suited to more serious drama.
Mm-hmm.
Not like children's entertainment.
Which is weird why they would cast her as the Doctor then.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, if I was writing for Jodie Whittaker, I would make her a much more serious character than she is.
Yeah.
Be more like 10, I imagine.
Well, I mean, 10 certainly had his goofy moments, but
Well, yeah, but like he was well, I don't know if him or 9, but those two were obviously the most serious ones in terms of a New Who, I'd say.
Go for 7th, I'd say.
I think Peter Capaldi is quite serious in Series 8 for the most part.
Yeah.
Matt Smith is definitely the least serious for the most part. Apart from there are a few moments where he is, but when it's needed. But
but it's like the when he's like the way he's characterized, I really like it. Matt Smith acts really well. It's like we mentioned the personality where he's just like trying to hide his pain by just having this upbeat personality.
That's because it's actually written into like an interesting story.
Yeah, exactly. Which is like something that the 13th Doctor doesn't have. She's just she like it seems like they have no plan for her, so you can't so you can't really explore the character in any way that's not like really superficial.
Yeah, like people on Twitter will know that I'm really not a big fan of the 11th Doctor. I really don't enjoy the 11th Doctor that much. But there is a big difference between him and 13 in the sense that there is an actual interesting story going on for quite a bit of his run, whereas with 13 there really isn't. There isn't really a story at all. It's just sort of dangling keys. And to be fair, like in the Smith era there is also dangling keys as well, but it's more so like plot rather than character, if you get what I'm saying. Like things like the silence and like the Doctor's name and like the Doctor dying and the possible astronaut and all that, that's all like very plot focused, whereas with Jodie, a lot of the dangling keys is just literally her having a character. Yeah. God, we're not even halfway. Oh.
How long have we been live for? For like 3 hours?
3 hours.
Oh, Jesus. This is longer than our Mendo coverage.
It's nearly there.
Oh god.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's because I'm here. I'm a long man, just like MauLer.
We're all long men.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the next scene after we get the stupid gasp, which is just really underwhelming, we go to Osaka, Japan, where Leo, controlled by the Dalek, goes to the facility he's been...
There's also lots of lens flares in the corridor scene too, just want to add.
Oh, yep, yeah, I'm literally looking at that right now.
Also,
and it's...
I could be wrong on this, but it looks like they're filming this in like a squash club or something, with like a really bad roof.
Yeah.
Now I'm imagining...
So yeah, it's revealed that the Dalek has been creating more Daleks.
Now imagining Dalek mutants playing squash. Also, do you like how the scene is really green?
It's really green. So green. Reminds me of the Absorbaloff.
Oh god.
The Absorb.
Why wasn't he Absorbaloff in the Judean prison? That would have made the episode great.
Tastes like chicken.
That'd be great.
He could have absorbed all the prisoners. Oh yeah, that pating, it tastes like turkey.
But yeah, like the Daleks, like, this is my project. It's just, look how intense he is. Just, oh god, so green and stuff.
This is my personal project that I've worked on in my spare time.
I mean, how?
Also,
when did it have the time to do this?
Also, it's quite sad that I rewatched the Daleks right before watching this episode. And I'm just like, wow, look where we are. Look
how far we've come. Yeah. So it begs the question, like, when would the reconnaissance Dalek like have time to do this, to create this many Daleks? Considering how this Dalek has been locked away for like a year, or for however long it's been created for.
Considering that
and the only thing
it dies.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. It's like they never bring up what, like, at all, like what actually why it can do, or how it can do this. So this is really contrived. They just pop into existence.
God, imagine how much better this would be if the end of Resolution was that the Dalek and Ryan's dad went missing, and then they came back in this episode, and that's how this all happened.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Because we'd actually have personal... I mean, I don't really... To be fair, I didn't really give two shits about Ryan and his dad from Resolution, but at least there would be personal stakes there that have been established.
Mm-hmm. And there'd be an actual mystery to look forward to.
The problem with Resolution was more so just the pacing rather than the content. I was just like, no, don't cut away from the fun. I was having fun. Yeah.
Pew pew.
The thing is, though, like, if you look at an episode like The Parting of the Ways, that really expertly cuts between the Dalek action and what's going on at home, because it's all linked together. Whereas, like, Ryan and his dad thing is so separate from what's going on with the Dalek in Resolution.
Oh yeah, and whenever it cuts away, it drags all the tension out of the air.
I know, and that's also a problem with this episode. Like, whenever they have to stop to have a character moment.
Mm-hmm. After this, we get the infamous scene with Jack, where he talks about Rose Tyler.
Oh god!
Yeah, so that the dialogue is partially her fault, partially a friend of hers on Earth called Rose. Yeah, she's trapped now in a parallel universe. Isn't that such great dialogue?
Also, I could be confusing this or whatever, But how does Jack know that?
The parallel universe thing. Are you asking?
Yeah, how does Jack know that?
No, yeah, they talked about it in Utopia.
Yeah, season 3. He asks what happened to Rose.
No, but she comes back in Journey's End, and then Jack leaves them before the Doctor takes her back to Beowulf Bay.
Oh, that's true. It was never actually talked about.
I mean, I suppose Jack would just have to assume that's what happened.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because that's actually a good point, because Jack is dropped off first, along with like Mickey, Martha, and Sarah Jane. Actually,
yeah, like this scene in Revolution only really works is if Russell T Davies in Journey's End had like a really quick moment where he showed a shot of like our Doctor whispering in Jack's ear. That's all. Like that would have to happen for this to work for me.
That's actually really true.
Yeah, so I don't know how Jack knows that Rose is in a parallel universe.
Yeah, well, at least back there. Yeah.
Yeah, but I suppose he would just have to assume.
Good point. Never actually thought of that.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose considering that there was a meta-crisis Doctor as well, Jack may have been able to like do the maths and figure out what was about to happen. But again, it's
because the meta-crisis Doctor just disappears.
Yeah. So it's questionable. I think it's questionable. But yeah. Anyway, so, do you remember Rose Tyler? That
no, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh god.
That mean woman that was not as nice as the fam. Therefore, she's not as good as the fam as characters.
No, of course not.
Yeah. She was nasty to Sarah Jane. How dare her?
Yeah. Next scene we get is the Doctor and gang meeting up with Robinson.
Also, before you get to that, I just want to get something off my chest. I think it's really odd how there's so many people that like hate when Rose is nasty to Sarah Jane in School Reunion, but then when they watch like Aliens of London, when the Ninth Doctor like literally bullies Mickey, they think it's hilarious. Don't you think that's a bit unfair?
Oh yeah, it's very double standards.
Because women are evil.
Isn't that like a little bit sexist?
Yeah.
Yes, I am sexist.
I don't think it's sexist. I just think it's people have their favorite companions,
Yeah,
so they
true.
have like a confirmation bias of some sort.
I suppose maybe it's like it's okay if the Ninth Doctor bullies Mickey because I like the Ninth Doctor, whereas it's not okay if Rose bullies Sarah Jane because I don't like Rose.
Precisely. Yeah.
God, that's so stupid.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's fucking stupid.
God. Anyway, what are you saying, Callum?
Well, yeah, we get the next scene with Jack Robinson. They sort of like question him, and then he brings them to the facility of Daleks.
I will say, I did think it was really funny when Jack Robinson was like, "Oh, you guys."
Yeah, no.
It was so cartoonish.
Not you guys.
That actor is quite funny, I have to say. Chris Noth. Yeah. Also, we've got another Jodie face.
Oh no.
Another Jodie Scott face. This is like the one from the Jack scene that we had before. That was like the lecturing scrunch. Whereas, sorry, no, that was like the confusion scrunch. Whereas this is the lecturing scrunch.
Guess it's my turn then to change the profile picture.
Also, seeing as we were just talking before about like character bias, now people are talking about the scenes with the Ninth Doctor with Mickey and Rose and Sarah Jane. That means it's fair for me to say that it's good when Tennant does the scrunch because I like his character, whereas I don't like her. And that's the only reason.
Whenever he goes like, wow.
Oh, you made it bigger.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah. So we get Jack Robinson sort of explaining how they've been 3D printing Daleks. There's like drones and this, and it's all AI stuff.
Wow, that's very useful.
I know, real useful in a massive facility. But they keep saying, do they mention here that he has a facility in Osaka, Japan, and he keeps saying that he doesn't?
Oh yeah, he doesn't know that the mutants are being grown, and he doesn't,
it is, isn't it?
And he doesn't know about his facility.
Somehow, even though he'd have bank statements on it constantly, and I think there's enough about him being established that he would care about what he's paying for.
I suppose maybe at a stretch you could say Leo hacked the bank statements so that they said something else, I don't know, they restaurants that he goes to, or hotel tax. But again, like we've said before, these are things that would make the episode interesting if they actually had them in it.
Yeah, it's so funny. It was established.
Anyway,
so yeah, that little scene's just we don't have a facility, and then we get we get the scene between Jack and Yaz, where Jack, for some reason, talks about how he thought the Doctor was dead in Parting of the Ways, even though in Utopia he says that the Doctor abandoned him.
Completely makes sense.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Jack didn't even... Wait, the thing is, fucking... At the end of Parting of the Ways, he sees the TARDIS dematerialize.
Yeah, exactly. And he only knows that the Doctor can pilot the TARDIS. He doesn't know anything about what Rose just did, so...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he knows he's still alive.
But how would you do that from beyond the grave?
Yeah, it's just realism.
Yeah. Well, basically, this scene was meant to be copying the scene from School Reunion, where Tennant's like, "Humans wither and die." You know that one?
I know. Yeah. So this whole scene with Jack is in terms of an acting perspective, is pretty good. I think in terms of
I think John Barrowman really sells it. That's probably...
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
I think just for that, this probably is the best scene in the episode.
You know what's really sad is that if Yaz was actually a really good character, I feel like Amanda Gill could sell the drama, because she definitely knows how to show vulnerability and weakness very well. There's that bit in Spyfall Part 1 where after she was captured, she sits on the ranch thing, and she's lets her tear out, and I feel like she actually has a lot of potential for dramatic scenes, but because Yaz doesn't really have much character, it falls flat.
Yeah. And
she's just too wooden. And it's a shame. It's wasted resources and wasted potential.
Yeah, it really is. But yeah, in terms of the logistics for Jack, this scene doesn't really work.
Yeah, and that's really sad, because it's probably my favourite scene in the whole episode.
Yeah, exactly. And it's purely because of John Barrowman himself. So yeah, after that we get the whole Yaz demeaning Jack, or saying he's insecure, even though Jack, as we know he is one of the least insecure people in the entire Doctor Who universe.
It's literally just done for a joke.
I know, it's so bad.
It's so frustrating, screams so loud at it.
Yeah. Hell, in the second episode of his appearance in the show, the Doctor literally goes because he's a 51st century guy, he'll literally try anything. That's who he is. So he's one of the most out there, open.
Yeah, why would he be an insecure person if he literally goes up to people around the entire universe and asks them if they want to shag?
Yeah.
God, I love that scene in Utopia where he flirts with Chantho. That's hilarious.
I know.
Oh, God.
Maybe Lana Blue. John Barrowman's great, and Captain Jack is great. So
He even flirts with Sarah Jane.
I know. It's really good.
I love that bit in Stolen Earth where Donna's like, "Who's that?" No, don't do that.
Don't. Just don't. Man, I remember when Doctor Who was like the best thing ever.
Well, I mean, what makes Jack Harkness a brilliant character is how he's like a twist on the classic action hero.
Hmm.
And that's what makes him great when Russell's writing for him in Doctor Who. And but then you get this and it's like, well. Also,
yeah.
Where's Marcus gone?
He's gone for about 30 minutes. I think
Alright.
he's just got to do something.
He can't take this episode anymore.
To kill himself.
He's tearing me apart, my son.
So yeah, Jack and Yaz find the facility. Say it's like a clone farm.
Mm-hmm.
And all that. And then the next scene is the Prime Minister giving a speech and about to reveal the drone Daleks. I think
it's nowhere near as cool as the one from World War III with the Slovene.
Oh, the World War III one is fucking
honestly
brilliant.
That World War III one is so good. It almost rivals like the Harold Saxon speeches. To be honest, it's so well done.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah. Ow! What was it? He's like, planet Earth is at war.
Yeah. But World War Aliens in London and World War III is brilliant. It's so underrated.
It's better than every Chibnall story, in my opinion. It's so good.
I agree.
It's bloody great. People are like, oh no, but there's too much farting. I find it so funny how people like forget that there's a brilliant plot going on because of the farts. Like I can't believe that people don't love it when there's that awesome scene at the end of part 1 when the Doctor is figuring out what's going on, and then there's that you can hear that massive like bass drop from Murray Gold, and he says,
"Yeah,
it's a trap." Like, it was. I think that might be the line. It's a trap or something like that. It was like it was a diversion or something like that, and it's just it's so good. And then he turns around and realizes that the Slovene are all standing there. Do you mind not farting?
No,
I'm
yeah.
saving the world.
Oh, it's so good. Brilliant. I fucking love that.
That was a good impression.
Alright, the silent and deadly. Yeah.
That'll be perfect.
Me and
to ID the bodies.
Me and Will Maddox did a video on the Advent Calendar where we did like a alignment graph with all the TARDIS teams, and throughout we were like doing impressions of all the different characters. It was so much fun.
Yeah, so the Prime Minister is like, we will ensure the safety of all of you. I promise none of you will die.
You know what's really sad is that I feel like this actress could have played a really cool politician character, but because the character's so flat,
slightly.
It's just boring.
Yeah, just like she pretty much means nothing other than like allowing the Daleks to be in control for a while.
Compare her to Harriet Jones.
Oh, night and day.
Well, there's one major comparison because we don't know who she is.
Yeah, we know nothing about her. And then we get the whole like scene of Jodie going to Jack Robinson like, Daleks means hate. It's so forced. Jodie can't do like drama, I don't think, and within I think this show and
she can't do whimsical drama. She can only do like deadpan drama.
Yeah, pretty much. Daleks are creatures of hate and aggression.
And the thing is, like, because Doctor Who's quite a special show for a lot of it, where it's like it somehow manages to blend a really sort of childish wonder and magic with a sort of quite serious undercurrent of drama. So you need like a really special, versatile actor to pull it off. And unfortunately, I don't think Jodie is quite that. But it certainly doesn't help that the writing doesn't assist her in that regard.
No. Oh, definitely not. And after that little exposition, in case you forgot what Daleks are, we get the Daleks reveal in front of number 10 Downing Street.
Even though we had a flashback to a previous Dalek story at the start.
Yep. It makes absolutely no fucking sense.
Have you skipped over the bit, like the very small bit with Jack Robertson and the TARDIS?
I mean, that's what I talked about with Jodie going.
Right. Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, that's all that scene really was. We also with like Jack going like, "What is this? What is this place?" Yeah, and then we get to Yaz and Jack sort of like doing stuff. Like Yaz is trying to inspect all the food thing that the Daleks are getting, because Yaz is so clever. She just knows how to do stuff.
Mm-hmm. And rather than showing her doing police things, which would be much better, they show her doing things that she hasn't trained to do.
Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, Jack is setting up bombs around. But then they get attacked by 2 Daleks. Which, how do they survive this? It's actually kind of... Like, Jack is literally, like, covered. And we got to keep in mind, Jack is not, like... As far as I'm aware, he's not super strong. He's only just immortal.
Oh, right. Sorry, you're talking about how did they survive that attack rather than... I thought you meant how did the Daleks survive? I was confused. Oh, no, I mean, Yaz and Jack. Because Jack gets, like, completely face covered, and then Yaz gets one on the back. Sorry, that was quite funny. You said Jack got face covered. I'm like, oh, he would like that, wouldn't he? I can't tell you what I'm thinking.
Of Yaz.
I can't tell you what I'm thinking right now.
God, the reaction of Yaz when the face hugger Dalek goes on her back is just Jesus Christ. How are you not dead already? Yeah, because they both should have been dead.
How are you not taken over?
Yeah, exactly. Because
exactly.
Every other time we've seen this happen, like in Genesis of the Daleks, there's Dalek mutants that like jump around, and in Resolution, there's one that takes over a woman. So it's like, well, why aren't you dead or taken over yet?
Yeah, Yaz and at least Yaz definitely should be dead, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
What if the argument is that because these Dalek mutants are like fresh, they're useless?
The other Dalek mutant was fairly fresh too, I think. The one who was cloned. Wouldn't he be fresh too?
Although to be fair,
the
ones in Genesis of the Daleks are fresh, definitely, because it's the beginning.
Also, they're very lucky that only 2 Daleks came out and not all of them.
Yeah, for some reason it's just 2 and not the rest.
Yeah, because we conveniently needed 2 because there's 2 characters.
Also, is this the first time that the squareness gun can like kill things? That's never been established before.
Yeah, it does holes through walls, I think.
Yeah.
But they can also make them reappear.
That's
the thing.
Is it me? But was Stephen Moffat doing that as like a joke that like Captain Jack likes glory holes or something?
I think you're stretching a bit there.
It wouldn't.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't put it past him.
No,
I don't even think he would go that far.
Yeah. Although to be fair, wasn't it when we did the Twice Upon a Time EDAR, like there's some like random little reference in the Doctor Dances that he built the entire plot off. I say plot.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, the whole. Well, it was a part of the story.
Yeah, and then Lord Slough was like, "Oh, never leave a stone unturned. Everything has to be explained."
Was I there for that?
I can't remember.
because I left halfway through.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Yaz and Jack should at least be taken over by the Daleks, and it's ridiculous how they survived that encounter. So they have massive plot armor, much like most badly made characters, like Mando, for example, because his plot armor is just spectacularly bad.
You know what I'm really looking forward to, Callum? Because when we eventually pick up Game of Thrones again, you're about to watch season 4, and Pedro Pascal's character is in season 4.
Yeah, I know he's in. I recently learned that he was in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, as Oberyn Martell, and he's honestly one of my favorite characters in Game of Thrones. He's amazing.
It's weird because the actor in Mando is like so wooden, yet in Wonder Woman 84, he's like the best part of that film.
He's one of the best. He's one of my favorite performances in all of Game of Thrones. Every scene he's in is a 10 out of 10 for him.
It makes me even more annoyed about Mando.
I love him in Game of Thrones. Oh, so good.
Yeah, just oh my god. So yeah, after that, I think we get the scene between the Doctor and Ryan in the TARDIS.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, so I just want to give a bit of trivia. This is the first one-on-one scene they've had together since The Woman Who Fell to Earth.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Since after Grace's funeral.
Oh my god.
And like when the Doctor...
That's embarrassing.
And then when the Doctor was saying about how like Ryan's one of her best mates, I'm like, I don't know what your relationship is.
It's like what a Graham and Yaz in Timeless Children all over again.
Yeah, because these are the characters that spend the least time together, like Graham and Yaz, and then the Doctor and Ryan. Because like Ryan has a relationship with Graham and Yaz, and like Yaz has a relationship with the Doctor and Ryan, and then Graham has a relationship with Ryan and the Doctor, and then the Doctor has a relationship with Yaz and Graham. But there's a disconnect with these two, and with Yaz and Graham.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, that's the problem when you don't know what you're doing with a 4-person team, especially in this episode when they had like 2 other people join the TARDIS. It was just overcrowded it to the max. And like I've been rewatching the first Doctor era, and the first 2 seasons have a 4-person TARDIS team each time, even though they do interchange one of the companions out and bring one in. And every single person in that team has a relationship with each other, and it's like really well done. And so you actually feel like they are close, even though they don't even say it, even though they're in the beginning they really aren't. Like they're actually at odds with each other at first, but then they grow a bond, and then you actually feel it. And then when you get like Susan's exit or Ian and Barbara's exit, it actually is really powerful because of how well these characters have been established and their relationship together. But I'm sure we'll get to the exit later. But anyway.
Oh yes.
But like yeah, the Doctor has absolutely no relationship with Ryan up to this point, apart from that very end scene of Woman Who Fell to Earth. And maybe
also, I like how Ryan now wears a beanie again for some reason after the first episode of series 11. Like I don't think he has worn a beanie since then, but now he's brought it back for some reason.
And also the Doctor makes a big deal of it. It's like, oh yeah, when I saw he wears a beanie, I knew he could wear a beanie.
I suppose the reason why is that this is meant to be around New Year's Day, right? This story, I believe.
Then why wasn't he wearing it before?
No. Well, what I'm saying is that because it's winter, he's wearing warm weather clothing.
But in the scene where they were heading to the house TARDIS, he wasn't wearing a beanie.
Or maybe it was a warm day, Callum.
I guess I'm wrong.
And now it's nighttime, so now he's putting a beanie on.
Oh god, like the most I think this might be the worst dialogue in the entire episode. Is when the doctor's like, sort of like venting.
Well, it was dangling
And
keys.
then Ryan, and then Ryan goes, "And how do you feel about that?"
Oh, how do you
That
feel?
might be the worst. That legit, like MauLer's reaction to that he posted on Twitter, just that was so good because it's one of the worst pieces of dialogue Chipples I think has ever written because it's just the most blunt and apparent piece of dialogue ever. I hate it so much. And then she's just like angry.
Yep, we have to be told how she's feeling rather than shown.
Yep, because Chibnall can't write.
And the worst part, this is coming after Capaldi's era, and
I know.
Capaldi's pedigree as an actor.
Thank you, Ryan, for being my friend.
Thank you, Bill, for being my friend.
God, so shit. Alright, and then they arrive in Japan, and for some reason they keep bringing Robertson.
Before you say that, I just wanted to say, remember when Moffat is such a troll that he decided that Bill fancies the Doctor?
Yeah. What?
Do you remember that scene in The Doctor Falls?
Yeah.
Like where she's like, you know how I like women, right? And he's like, yeah. And she's like, oh, well, good that you know that. And it's like hinted that she likes the Doctor. It's
is that what scene is?
It's
If she's
really
into
weird.
older men, then I'm not judging.
It's really weird.
I mean, if she's into silver foxes, then I won't judge her.
I don't know. It's so weird because I feel like Moffat's trying to pull like a surprise on us. He's like, I teased the whole season that she only likes women, and then haha, she also likes.
Not really
Doctor.
tease.
Well, yeah.
I don't even really tease. It was like,
Even
hey
though
guys,
saying she was a lesbian, she's actually bisexual.
Bill's gay.
Oh my god!
Yeah, she is. Did you know that?
Oh, okay.
Ah, God, I just had the mental image of Bill deep throating the Doctor. Oh, thank you.
The profile picture is worse enough. That is just.
Thank you. I can now never get that out of my mind.
And now you're
put it in there.
And now you're like John Sim in The Doctor Falls, and you're like, is it wrong if I?
Yes. Very.
Oh god.
Anyway,
I think that like the line that's just quite irks me is when Jack goes like, "Oh, I've missed that sound."
It's like you were in the thing like a few hours ago.
Yeah, I know.
You missed something and you only just met.
You were literally like in the TARDIS as it was landing in Brian's apartment.
But Callum, that scene was filmed so that when they showed a sneak peek at the episode, we thought that was when he reunited with the Doctor, but then it wasn't. You were subverted, Callum.
Oh my god.
Also, isn't me, but does Tosin Cole look like he wants to fall asleep?
I find he always wants to fall asleep.
I don't blame him.
Jeb, I think you need to change your profile picture to this one. This picture.
Okay, I have to submit.
How does that make you feel?
How does that make you feel?
Angry.
Very.
God, imagine like if Ryan was in Rose's place in Army of Ghosts, and then he has to do the bit at the start where he's like, "My name is Ryan Sinclair." And this
We kind of did that in the first episode of Series 11
and
with
this
the
is-
YouTube stuff.
My name's Ryan Sinclair, and this is the story of how I died.
I fell off my bike. I couldn't get back up.
I can just imagine actually how he dies. He just falls off his fucking bike.
And you know what? I did dare.
I tried to learn it best.
What if you get a scene with a beach scene with Ryan, And then he's like, "Oh, we're doing good now. Me and Graham and the baby."
No,
tried
it's
to-
Yaz.
No, it's just his baby.
I tried learning basketball a while ago. One day I was able to overcome it.
You see, the NBL is open for business.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was gonna.
think I know a thing or two about basketball.
Ryan Sinclair, shooter of hoops. Oh, am I ever gonna see you again?
I love you.
You can't. Well, what are you gonna do? Oh, just go back to me space tail.
On your own.
I love you, mate. Oh my god, Marcus, you missed out.
Oh, hey, Marcus.
You missed out on the best moment so far.
Oh,
You literally just missed it.
Oh no, we can.
my God, what's going on?
I love you, mate.
Oh,
Ryan is joining the NBL.
Well, I suppose if it's one last chance to say it. Oh, wait a second, and then she rubs off some exposition about something, and then she disappears.
I'm sick of falling.
Oh,
I'll go over.
I invented the basketball. Oh dear. So, Marcus, we've decided that Yaz is going to be the surrogate mother for Graham and Ryan's baby.
what the fuck happened while I was gone?
Like Ryan's joined the basketball because the NBL is open for business.
Bit of deep thoughts into 12th Doctor.
Basketballs.
Joe, we forgot about that bit. Please don't make mockery stuff like that.
You know how there's
Yeah.
you know how there's a Big Finish box set called Rose Tyler Dimension Canon? Well, there's going to be one called Ryan Sinclair Slam Dunk. And then he's gonna come back in series 14, and it's gonna be like the Stolen Earth. Then Jody gets shot.
Well
in
done.
it.
So literally from the beginning.
He's like, "Oh no, I came all this way."
He goes to 30. I finally did that bike ride.
I finally did it. After me grandma came as a force ghost, but we won't talk about that.
And then on the second beach scene, he says, "Well, what were you gonna say to me on the beach those years ago?" And then the Metacrisis 13th Doctor hands him a basketball. Oh god!
See, we're going.
Christ. Anyway.
So yeah, now we have the Dalek turns up and just explains its whole plan for some reason.
Yeah, I remember asking the first time we watched, but it's even more stupid because it's just a doctor like, go on then, explain your plan, and then she just, oh yeah, let me do that, because why not?
Also, you notice the lighting goes all purple because ultraviolet.
Yeah.
Something that was endless now.
Oh, it
Also,
was so
why-
stupid, like the doctor going, oh, the lights, what's wrong with the lights and everything, like, just, the writing there felt so cheap, like, oh, the lights, you gotta turn off the lights. Like, that doesn't sound like how the doctor would act in that situation. Like, if I can imagine Tan in this situation being like, him trying to figure it out, like, oh, there's something in the back of my mind, I don't know what it is, and then we get to the end, like, yeah, the lights, we gotta turn out the lights. That would have been better.
Turn out
but...
the lights.
What I want? Why is she even asking what his plan is? His plan is literally right in front of her. She probably doesn't even need to know more.
But you do
She
realize
just-
that we need to explain it to the audience. because obviously they don't pay attention, which is fair though, because they don't pay attention sometimes.
Also, I like how the Dalek straight up has his back to Jack Harkness, and he doesn't shoot it immediately, even though he knows there's up to some shit.
Yeah, during that entire scene, I was going, shoot him, Tin and Jeb will remember. It was just so stupid. It's like, why aren't you shooting, you fucking moron?
If Chris Chibnall was writing Martha Jones in Series 3, what he would do is he would have her with Tallulah and Daleks Manhattan and say, oh, well, 3 days ago, I told him that I wasn't interested, but I was actually lying. To make it obvious for the audience, because they don't pay attention.
Who needs subtlety? Chibnall was just so much better.
It's so funny though, because people say that Russell isn't subtle ever, which is
Wait, what? I was watching Into the World, and I'm like, wow, the dialogue here is really subtle. I like it. Like, yeah, sometimes it was really overt when the tree lady, she's like talking about, oh, I'm sorry and everything. But like that, her dialogue wasn't really that subtle. But what was subtle was like the way Eccleston was acting, with like just the tear going down his eyes and everything. Mm-hmm. Like, and it's whereas you can see a lot of subtleties in the writing.
If Chris Chibnall was writing that scene, the tree lady would say, "How do you feel?" and she says, "Sad."
10 out of 10, righty.
Well,
angry.
Well, again, it's like, why can't we see the acting rather than? I mean, like, fucking Chibnall did it in Spyfall with Yaz when her tail was let out. It's like, he's done it before. He was like, why does he have to do this?
Like, just imagine if Ryan asks, how do you feel, and she doesn't say anything. Like, and you just see her expression going, like, like, going through some emotion, like, yeah, her feeling angry or anything. Just have the acting carry the scene instead of the stupid dialogue.
Yeah, I was watching a video essay yesterday about why Ian McKellen's performance in Fellowship of the Ring is so brilliant. Is that the more he learns about the ring, the more he like gets scared, and then the moment when he explains how dangerous the ring is to Frodo, you can believe it because of how scared he is of the ring.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's all portrayed through the eyes of the actor, whereas if it was Chris Chibnall, it would just be a big line block of exposition about the ring, and we'd be told that it was dangerous, but the acting wouldn't portray it the same way.
Yeah, it's the difference between like a good storytelling where it can do stuff subtly and just have the visuals explain it instead of just having dialogue do it.
God, Jodie's voice box must be getting tired now because she has to do so much talking.
Yeah. Enjoying your food there, Joe?
What? What?
Are you eating your microphone there? It must be very tasty.
So, Callum, next, after that, we get the ultraviolet light, which somehow teleports all the mutants inside the Dalek cases.
Yes. Because that's how it works. Mm-hmm. It's just so convenient how they've made the right amount of Dalek drones into get all the actual Daleks inside. At that time as well.
One thing I did like, though, a bit of a positive, is I liked how when Nick Briggs was playing these new Daleks, he slightly changed his voice a bit. So it sounded a bit different.
I think Jay in the clip that MauLer posted on Twitter, I think he referenced how they're similar to a voice in Classicu or something.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah. They're a rip-off of something from Remembrance of the Daleks. Because there's a Dalek Civil War in that story, and they have different voices. Obviously,
he said "fuck you" to Chibnall for doing that.
Yeah, but there is a slight difference though, because the ones in Classicu aren't voiced by Nick Briggs, so there is a slight difference because it's a different actor. But the voice modulator effect is similar. I
like in the entire scene where the Daleks are killing people just the people with guns are not shooting and just walking forward to die.
I like how when the first dude dies, there's a woman who just stands there for like 10 seconds and not doing anything at all.
Yeah, they just stand there and scream.
The Prime Minister going like, "We have it all under control." Meanwhile, with like so many people like dying.
Oh, that moment, that's part when the Daleks go up to kill her, right? Did he still have all the reporters there flashing cameras, even though they should be running for their lives?
Oh my god, yeah, that's actually really true. Oh god.
I mean, that is true, but to be fair, paparazzi are pretty risky. They'll do anything for a picture. Like, you see all the time on the news, like, there are presenters that'll they will purposely go to a place that has a natural disaster in it, or like an attack, just to cover it.
Say what you will, but they are dedicated bastards.
But they just watched like 3 Daleks go up to the Prime Minister and execute her, and they're all going right up to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. At that point, they should run away.
Oh, but it's such a subtle commentary on how news presenters will do anything for money.
You see. I get it now.
It's actually really great writing. I want you guys to pay more attention next time because it's like genius from Chibnall.
Also, is it me, or is like the like color aesthetic of these new Daleks is like it's meant to be kind of like cyberpunkish?
It's meant to be really edgy. Edgy the hedgy.
Edgy the hedgehog.
They're red now. Because they're red now. That makes them edgy.
Yeah, like the Ood's eyes, they're so angry.
God, it's so fucking cringe.
Also,
these Daleks are fucking terrible.
I do prefer them to the Paradigm Daleks, though. But that's not really saying much.
So after that, Leo gets killed. So at no point they tried to just shoot the Dalek off its back.
Oh, they also said that the Dalek killed everyone who built the place, and it's presumably been going on for months. So how did no one discover all the people who were missing?
Yeah. This should have been discovered a long time ago.
And also they were somehow able to fit in laser weapons into the Daleks, into all the Daleks, and somehow nobody noticed.
Yeah.
Just so many problems.
Oh, here's a good shot of 13. I think Marcus, I think I've got a new profile picture for you.
Oh, nice.
So Jodie going all angry.
Yeah. God, by the end of the stream, we'll all have new profile pictures.
Oh yeah, that face. Oh boy. When everyone thinks the Doctor's actually
okay.
It's actually a really well lit scene, though.
Yeah.
So that means it's well written, right?
Yeah.
If it's well lit, then it's well written.
It's lit.
God, imagine saying something that's well litten.
Series 12 is well litten.
Also, we're at the 47-minute mark, which means we're over the length of a usual episode, and yet it still feels like it hasn't started.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I brought up when we watched. It seems like this episode, a lot of stuff happens and nothing happens at the same time.
Yeah,
it's a really weird episode.
Well, it's like
it should be a two-parter.
Well, it's like high event, low impact.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like it's trying to go for some big stuff, but when you actually look at it, the content, like nothing has happened yet. Like the plot starts here when the Daleks take control of the cells.
And then once we get to the actual plot, which will be the next like half hour of the episode, it just it stitches together a bunch of other Dalek plots from the past, but really poorly.
Mm.
But we'll get to that.
But now we get the thing that you must never do, and that's call more Daleks.
Oh yeah, it's that genius fucking plan.
Also, she just happens to have a plot device that can just do that.
I just think to myself, your plan is, let's get the worst Daleks. Hope they don't do anything to Earth.
Yeah, let's actually let's bring other Daleks to Earth. The Doctor caused a Dalek invasion. Imagine that.
Jesus.
And she was hoping, like, her plan was literally, okay, we blow up the ship that they're on, and she's like, oh wait, yeah, I deployed them outside to take care of the other Daleks.
Why couldn't they do the plan that they did for these Daleks on the new Daleks? Like, there's no reason for her not to do it. There'd be less of them as well.
Also, her explanation of the fact that there's just these Daleks around is very weird. It's just she's just like, oh, they're always around. I'm like, are you sure about that?
Are they? Yeah.
Also, if you know that they're around, shouldn't you be trying to stop them from killing people?
No, shut up.
Isn't the whole point that the Doctor never actually knows where the Daleks are and has to stop them when they find them?
They're always there. They're always in the shadows.
Yeah, I like that bit in Planet of the Daleks where, well, to be fair, in the previous episode you already saw them, but let's say in Planet of the Daleks where Pertwee is uncovering this thing that's painted, and when he sees the Dalek, he's just like, oh well, they're always around, and then that's the cliffhanger to part 1. Well, you see, Joe, they're always around. It was inevitable. Because what we actually get is Daleks. Anyway.
Daleks.
Remember when Daleks were threatening?
Yes, I do.
Remember when Rob Shearman was writing for Doctor Who?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
So we get a whole thing of them just ooh, fake Daleks, and they arrive on Earth again, and everyone sees them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's so yeah, people definitely know about Daleks again now. If they ever do this kind of thing again, there's no excuse. People can't use some dumb excuse of that people forgot.
Yeah, there's no way now. Unless they try to cover it up in terms of government or something like that.
Well,
although they have the
in the Slovene part, they're like, oh, it was all a hoax.
Yeah, but that's the thing is no one was killed in the pub. It was all just,
and no one saw them.
Yeah, exactly. So.
And then there's that bit in the Christmas Invasion where they're like, oh, well, you can't deny aliens exist now. But
yeah, exactly.
I suppose we're just
people know about aliens existing.
I suppose we've just forgotten about that.
So dumb.
Yeah, we just forgot about world building. Who needs it?
Well,
who needs?
The UK just kind of forgot about the Christmas Invasion. Blood control.
Yes.
Blood control.
Oh, sorry, it's Lion King.
I haven't seen blood control for years. I haven't seen a Dalek invasion on TV for years. Therefore, I don't remember.
We get the shot that
Yes.
Also, the Dalek UFO shot in the street is a very clear rip-off of Stolen Earth.
Yes.
And then we get this shot, which is one of the most stupid shots ever.
Yeah, because how do they not see it? They're literally going right past it.
You. They know what the TARDIS is.
But
They know
Callum,
the
it's been established in Daleks Manhattan that Daleks can't see when it's convenient.
That one, the shot that pisses me off so fucking much.
Yeah, this is like one of the worst things, especially when the Doctor's like, they can't know I'm here.
It's really poor direction. Really poor direction.
Yeah, it just makes this episode so much worse.
It's making the Daleks look like stormtroopers.
They pretty much are in this episode.
Yeah.
It's like
when we get to the ship, it is so apparent that Jack should have died, and Ryan and Graham and Jack.
Oh, and that also frustrates me, the fact that, like, why didn't they show Jack getting shot by a Dalek and resurrecting, and instead they just had him say that he was immortal?
Because that's the only way they can say actually he is immortal instead of actually showing it, because Chibnall's a lazy fuck.
Yeah.
We don't have the budget.
We don't have a budget for someone to die.
Doesn't make any sense.
No. And then for some reason, Jack Robinson decides, you know what? I'm going to go talk to the Daleks.
I find it so funny how it's like the Doctor's like, no, you can't do that. He's like, yes, I can. She's like, oh, screw you.
This is the only reason why.
Go back to getting suspended on Twitter.
Shot. But because of this, the story says that this is the reason why the Daleks know about the Doctor. This is a really contrived moment.
Especially since the Daleks don't immediately kill him.
Yeah, exactly.
Are we on the bridge scene now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the dialogue from this is an absolute plagiaristic lift of Blood of the Daleks. Jay actually posted a clip from Blood of the Daleks and compared it to this one, and the dialogue is almost exactly the same.
Yeah, I saw that. I found it hilarious. It's like almost the exact same, and because people have been accusing Chibnall of stealing other ideas from Doctor Who, but like this is really blatant. It's like, yeah.
Well, there's another one later on, but we'll get to that. But with this scene, like Blood of the Daleks, the audio actually has this part be the plot, and then it develops based on this. Whereas straight away after this scene, Chibnall just forgets it and moves on to something else, and just starts a whole new plot, and then starts a whole new plot, and then starts a whole new plot, like he always does.
Yeah, the breakneck pace of Chibnall's era. You just never stick to something long enough to actually know what it meant.
Again, it just comes down to the fact that people are like, oh, Series 11 is boring, so then he goes and does this stuff. Because he's like, oh, I just put more plots in there, and then they'll like it.
Yeah. Sure, in fairness, there's so much stuff that does it at breakneck speed, and we should be used to it by now.
I don't know, I feel like I would never be able to get used to this, like, unnatural storytelling. It's just so jarring.
Yeah, that's what Chibnall does best, just stealing other ideas from better stories.
Yeah, if you want to see a good Dalek Civil War story, watch Revelation or Remembrance, not this.
Or if you want to watch any good Dalek stories, just literally look at, like, Series 2, Series 4, Series 1.
Series 1, man. Series 1's Dalek stories are, like, top tier.
Yeah. Then after that, they sort of like divide a plan to like get rid of the new Daleks or something. Try to remember.
What isn't it like they use the bronze Daleks to kill the new ones? Which again, doesn't that like completely devalue the new ones? And also, it's also like a rip-off of Victory, because that's exactly what the Paradigm Daleks do to the bronze ones, except it's in reverse. So like the old ones kill the new ones, so it's actually even more counterproductive.
because it was due to impurity because the bronze Dalek weren't pure Daleks.
So this is also a rip-off of Victory of the Daleks as well.
Actually,
as one of the Daleks.
Now that bronze Dalek in Victory of the Daleks, are they the ones from Stolen Earth?
I think so, yeah.
So that completely ignores everybody's criticisms. Oh, it was retconned.
Yeah, I mean,
that's another thing.
To be fair, the link between Stolen Earth and Victory is pretty rough as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, this scene also rips off Victory of the Daleks, but does it in reverse.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think the way to describe Chibnall as a writer is like he's a self-cannibal.
Honestly, that'd be a great way of describing JJ as well.
Yeah.
So then after that, Jodie sees it outside the TARDIS, and then Jack Robertson, he decides to go down. And then he yells. Oh, I'm tempted for this to be my profile picture, actually. Maybe. Not sure. And Callum, what happens here? I actually can't remember what exactly happens at this point.
It's sort of like they're sorting out a plan to blow up the bronze Daleks. There's Jack, how you feel about boarding the SAS Dalek ship to plan all the bombs and stuff?
Oh yeah, sure.
God, Jack Robertson's face there is just ridiculous.
Yeah, so then they've got the scene in the TARDIS when they plan to go on there, the Dalek ship, and then Jack, Graham, and Ryan teleport. I believe it's with the more vortex manipulator, and then there's a really weird joke with Ryan and Graham. It's like a really dry joke.
You never forget your first death.
And
you get the weird fist bump thing that keeps coming back.
I know, yeah. And then Jack Robertson's on the ship with the Daleks, and then the reconnaissance Dalek comes back. And I remember when I watched this episode for the first time, I was thinking, "Oh, does this mean that?" I was thinking wow, that's kind of cool how they brought that Dalek back for this scene, but then they just shoot it. And then after that, I'm pretty sure it's explained that all the other Daleks got killed off screen.
Somehow.
Yeah.
Even though they were literally everywhere.
Yeah. Then we get a TARDIS scene with Yaz and the Doctor. And then...
Ooh.
The Daleks try to shoot Jack Robertson, but he ducks down.
Somehow.
And I don't know why they aimed right for the tip of his head when they could just aim for his chest and it would be much better.
Yeah. And this makes it worse because that means that they're trying to kill them, yet later they just don't shoot them for some reason.
But guys, stormtroopers are meant to be bad. And then we get the scene which is probably the most popular scene from the episode because of the way it looks. Is the scene where Jodie's got the TARDIS in the sky and all the Daleks are there. And, it is a really good-looking scene. But, you know... the writing. Come on, guys, the writing.
Who cares about writing when it looks cool?
I know. I said in my review of this episode that, this could have been Jodie's equivalent of, the Voyage of the Damned speech that Tennant had. Where it's a big heroic moment for her that's really iconic, but because of the writing, it just isn't. And then what happens, Callum? What does she do with the Daleks?
She crushes them. Every single one, somehow, every single one goes inside the TARDIS.
Yeah, and somehow, even though we can see behind her that it's her TARDIS, they somehow end up in the other one. And it's never explained how or why, or how she even fit the other TARDIS inside hers.
I think what this story is saying is that she's a hologram yet she could move the TARDIS doors, and that it was replicating her TARDIS.
So it's just like the end of Last Jedi. She was just a hologram. Well, not a hologram,
Yeah.
a vision.
Well, yeah, but in this, she was a hologram.
Right.
It's really dumb. This whole plan is dumb.
After those Daleks flying into the TARDIS, I'm surprised they didn't catch up to a hologram thing.
Like, if you look at the scene of them going into the TARDIS, that's how they don't knock into each other is ridiculous.
It's like the world's most retarded conga line ever.
Yeah. Utterly ridiculous.
I just find all these screenshots from the stream so fucking hilarious.
Look really silly.
Yeah.
Don't know what it is. It's always Jodie. Yeah. Then after that, they just like crush them. It's like, I'll beat you every time.
It's like TARDISes are like suicide.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Shit. Was I disconnected for like ages?
Just a little bit, like probably like a minute.
Okay. I don't know what happened there. I was saying that she's very overexpressive for the kids.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
Well, I mean, other doctors are too, but
they do it well.
Yeah, you know.
It fits well.
How do I change my profile picture?
I have no idea. Oh no, you go to the gears, press change avatar.
What?
If you click on your profile picture, it'll allow you to change it. But you could be in stream mode
I am in stream
from
mode.
Discord.
Do I want to turn that off?
I guess you can quickly because you're not showing everything, so you should be able to change it.
Okay.
Maybe if you just turn off the source on the stream.
That's true. You can just switch off quickly.
Wait, what do I do?
You streaming with OBS?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there should be like an eye close to the source for Discord. You just click on it. Now. Yeah, and then it's just gonna disappear.
Sorry, say that again?
So there should be an eye close to the source for Discord on OBS, where you just click on it and it doesn't show anymore.
Oh yeah, I know. An EYE. I thought you meant like a I, like a letter I, like information.
No.
Oh, my brain.
Right, now what do I do?
Now, if it's not showing on screen, you can just turn off streamer mode, and then you can change your profile picture.
Okay.
This is a very complicated procedure just to change your profile picture.
I don't know.
Okay.
So if
here we go,
wait, are you?
Here we go. I got it. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, because usually when I do stuff like this during ECUM, I have Discord open to capture the source, and I use Discord on the browser to like message other people and everything. So maybe that you do that next time if you want to change, because you can do it through the browser one.
The full set.
Everything's gone off center now.
What have you done?
Oh no!
What have I done? Do I have to turn streamer back on?
Well, I guess you probably should, yeah.
Well, how do I do that?
Well, there should be a setting. Connor, do you actually know anything about Discord?
No, obviously not.
It should be on app settings when you go to the settings.
What's app? Where's app setting?
You go to users settings.
Then what?
Then on when you get like voice and video text, appearance, notification, keyboards, language. We're just saying there should be streamer mode there.
Say that again?
If you go to app settings
Yes.
on the left-hand side,
Yes.
there'll be streamer mode.
Oh, yeah.
And then you just enable streamer mode.
Oh, there we go. There we go. That's better.
We finally did it, guys.
Fixed it.
Hey.
Yeah, like like I said, maybe next time using a different the app or the browser. I don't know which one you should capture. Just use the other one, and then you don't have to deal with that.
Oh, yeah. I know. I just settings. Anyway, that was tedious. So after that, yeah, the Daleks all go inside the thing, and then they all run away, and then they get trapped inside the other TARDIS.
Which is, genius.
And then we get
What a great plan.
100%, not a single one is not inside.
Yeah, and then we get it's never explained how they didn't just stay inside her TARDIS and they just went inside the other one. She just ran away and somehow ducked around a corner, or went into as like a hologram or something. And I don't get how the other TARDIS is inside her one. It's never explained. I don't get it.
I don't think it is.
I didn't think it was that. I think it was that she disguised the other TARDIS as hers, so that they think it's her TARDIS, and then they walk in.
Yeah, the only person that's in the actual TARDIS is Yaz.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. So
Yeah.
the TARDIS that she's in, the TARDIS that the hologram is in is the other TARDIS, and that she dressed it up with the same design as the other one.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Right.
Because doesn't she say that she messed with the chameleon circuit or something like that?
Right.
Yeah.
even though
I
she
don't-
says that,
Is it established?
she
Oh, okay.
interacts with
Is
the
it-
door.
Is it established that she knows how to make the other TARDISes
I don't think there's ever been a thing before.
console? How does she know how to make the console look like her one?
It's not explained. She just
when
does
that,
it.
when that happens in Day of the Doctor, it's a complete accident.
Yeah. This feels like a brand new thing that Chibnall was just.
Yeah, because doesn't it change when the Doctor regenerates, and then it changes itself to match his personality or something?
Well, that's because that's the actual TARDIS, the Doctor's TARDIS, right?
Yeah.
Choosing a new inside for her.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. How would the Doctor wouldn't know, because the TARDIS always does it on its own. There is no reason for the Doctor to know how to mess around with the TARDIS design. But whatever, I guess.
Well, I think it's also established in Classic Who and even the Doctor's Wife that all of these different consoles are just different rooms, and the door that's the public call box door in every single one is the same door. It leads you to the exact same place, but they're all just different rooms inside. And so, I think it's there's a setting in the console to be oh, this is the default one that you get when you walk inside the TARDIS, if you know what I mean. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Yeah, so but then what happens here? That's not what happens here. Here it's it's somehow she's disguised a different room as another one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is really weird. But it's one of those things where it's it just works. You can't question it.
I mean, I can question
So no, yeah, but the writer going, it just works like this, and you just have to accept
Guys,
it
it's
if you want.
pretty.
Like Todd Howard says, it just works.
Exactly, it just works.
It works. It just works.
Works.
And that's the plot. That's pretty much the main threat done.
Right, yeah, because she does all of that, and she does a little speech, and then they she sends them into the void. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, I've got
Didn't
something to say.
Rose say that the void was dead in series 4?
Well, something else as well. The Doctor's Wife establishes that the TARDIS sees dead TARDIS as corpses. the Doctor's just killed a sentient being.
Mm-hmm.
No
yeah,
one will.
it's like. And people should defend that scene. They say like, oh no, it was like the TARDIS understood that it was the only way to beat this threat. But it's like, you're still killing a TARDIS Doctor. Like this is a big issue, especially for a character like the Doctor, because everything about the Doctor should be against killing and everything. So
And again, talking about missed opportunities, if there was a moral conflict behind it of the Doctor feeling really sad that she has to kill a TARDIS to get rid of the Daleks, then that would be interesting, but that's not what happens.
yeah, and you could even explore that with in the next episode, like just continue on with that conflict, being like, oh yeah, I had to do that, and then the next episode it's her trying to deal with it while the plot of the episode is happening.
Also,
then you have character moments and plots.
Aren't there like potentially? Oh, I'm trying to think. Actually, no, it would only work if you have more than one TARDIS, I suppose. But I was thinking, like, isn't there other scenarios where having another TARDIS would be useful because you could just send people, like,
But the thing is, she does have another TARDIS. She has the Master's TARDIS, so
right, yeah. So if she's got the Master's TARDIS, surely she'll use it again if there's like a massive threat that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, like the thing is, if since they established this thing where just like the TARDIS can send beings through the void and everything, she can just do that, and she's okay with doing it. So like every time there's a threat and she doesn't use the Master TARDIS, then we're gonna have that question in our mind. So every episode from now on is probably gonna suffer from that problem.
Well, I don't think Chibnall remembers that she has the Master's TARDIS, to be honest.
Exactly, yeah. So it's gonna be an issue that he doesn't even realize he created.
And also from the chat, Paul Richards was asking, why would she crush the TARDIS? Why not just jets in rooms like she did in Castrovalva and Logopolis?
Mm-hmm.
No, the TARDIS has to die. That's it.
Die.
Yeah, just kill yourself.
Well, because but Castrovalva and Logopolis was written by Chris Bidmead, who's an actual scientist, so he knows how this all works. I don't think Dr. Chibnall knew what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Chibnall not knowing what he was doing. That's new.
Well,
Never thought of that before.
No matter what frame I pause on, Jodie's always funny.
She's just got one of those faces.
Like, because like the way she acts is like super overexpressive for some reason, trying to be like the quirky character. So it's really funny.
Well, again, I think it's just put down to the fact that they want her to be like David Tennant and Matt Smith and be really quirky and big and larger than life.
Quirky.
And then Jack Robertson apparently is what happens to him? He something good.
He takes all the credit.
Yeah, he takes all the credit, and they believe him for some reason.
For some reason, I don't know why.
Like not only does the Doctor let him take the credit, but people just apparently saw him go up to the to the Daleks for some reason. Like, who saw him? Nobody. Yeah, whatever. Let's just say that he did, and he tried to save humanity. Like, it's so stupid in so many levels.
This is this is like the opposite of the Christmas Invasion with Harriet Jones, except it's not done for any reason.
Christmas Invasion. I like that episode.
Lovely.
Like that episode, it's the first 10 episode, and you already know everything you need to know about his character.
He's barely even in it.
Yeah, exactly, and it's so RTD knew how to like make episodes work with in terms of pacing and the characterization.
Well, because it takes us back to a family that we already know from series 1, so it's got familiar territory, and then the entire episode is designed to build and build and build to the Doctor waking up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good episode. I don't even think it's like one of the strongest episodes of the show.
I think it's. I love it. I mean, it's not perfect.
No, I love it.
But I love it.
Yeah, exactly.
The dialogue between the Sycorax and the Doctor is priceless.
Yeah.
I demand to know who you are. I don't know. And I think what makes Tennant so funny in that scene is that it's so bizarre how he's being like rude and polite at the same time. When he's just like, if I might interrupt. Yes, sorry, big fella.
Why is Jack Robinson on a green screen?
Why is he in this episode?
Just why?
Yeah,
why is the Doctor allowed?
Of all the Chibnall era characters to bring back for a sequel, why would it be this guy?
Yeah,
like imagine if instead of this bullshit, what if we got like, because obviously Jack Harkness we knew was going to be in this episode. What if we got like a sequel to the Witchfinders where bloody King James met Jack Harkness? That would be amazing.
That would have been perfect. Like we'd have two characters that actually have personality and good acting. They meet each other, and then the other characters I don't care because we have those two.
They're both super flirtatious and hilarious doing so.
It would have been great.
That's why it didn't happen.
So
good ideas now.
Can't have them. We get the final scene.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I've got a massive bone to pick with this scene. Because we talked about like how the bridge scene is a rip-off of Blood of the Daleks and all that, and that's pretty shit. But I really, really, really have a bone to pick for this because it's actually it's a complete and utter copy and paste of Martha's exit from Last of the Time Lords. Because you have the Doctor like, right, here we go, and then she's blabbering on about what they're about to do next, and then Brian's like, I'm sorry, I gotta stay. The Earth needs me.
My planet needs me. Like, what are you gonna do for your planet, dude? It's so stupid.
Yeah, disabled people don't do anything for the planet.
Like, fuck's sake! I was gonna make an extra point, Jeff. Fuck off. Fuck. What was I gonna say? Fuck's sake, Jeff. Oh yeah. It seems like what they're trying to do with Ryan and Graham after this episode is trying to do something like they do with Martha, where after she leaves, she just tries to help Earth and everything. Except like this wasn't built up to in any way, shape, or form. Like he said, "Oh yeah, my friends need me, my mates need me," but then like he's just gonna like travel through the world.
Well,
the
whole reason why the Martha exit works so well is because between Sound of Drums and Last of the Time Lord, she spent a year defending the Earth and like not necessarily defending it, but she was traveling the Earth, and she realized that all these people, whilst the Doctor's not here, are in danger, and she can't just leave that all behind. And that ties into the fact that she's a doctor, a medical doctor, and she has this, need to help people and look after them. And then also like quite often in the army, medical doctors will become soldiers. Like it's a commonly known thing, because in the army not only are you trained to defend with weapons and whatnot, but you also need to know how to tend to like patients and care for them. And so it's all really well built up in the fact that her being a medical doctor then transitions to her being a soldier for a unit and a special person in that regard. Whereas with Ryan and Graham, it's just Chris Chibnall probably just watched Last of the Time Lords and thought, yeah, that'll be a good way to have an exit for these people, and then he just slapped it on.
Yeah, pretty much. It's
one of the most flat and unearned exits in all of Doctor Who.
Yep. Like, the thing is, there is a bit of the dialogue that I like. Like, I don't remember exactly what Ryan says, but I'm like, yeah, like this shows that he has a bit of character, but now isn't the time to give him character. You should have developed him so that when we get to this point, it's good.
Mm-hmm.
It's so shit. Yeah. So fucking shit.
And you know what's crazy is that even though I am very critical of Stephen Moffat's era, one thing that he actually knew how to do, obviously there was issues with the plot, especially with the first one, but he actually understood that to have a companion exit have impact, you actually have to build it with emotion, which is something that he did in Angels Take Manhattan, Face the Raven, and The Doctor Falls with all of his companions, and actually Husbands of Riversong to an extent. Whereas, and obviously I do have a lot of issues with certain aspects of the plot around that, especially Angels Take Manhattan, but we had that, whereas with Chris Chibnall, there's no real weight to this. It's just completely hollow.
Bafam.
Yeah, and you notice how Graham just suddenly, like, he was so keen to go on the next adventure, and he's suddenly just like, oh, well, no, actually, I think I just want to see my grandson.
Like, the thing is, I cannot completely understand when he says, like, oh, I want to spend time with my grandson. That's a moment where, like, yeah, this is good. But, again, it lacks development. And, like, you could have just not made him be so enthusiastic about the next adventure. But you could just argue that he's so enthusiastic because he's just being like, oh, like, I would just want to spend time with my grandson, so let's like, at least pretend that I'm enthusiastic or something, but either way.
It was a very weird sort of twist. If you could even call it that.
Yeah,
no, this for me, this is one of the weakest companion exits in the entire show.
Yeah, it's definitely the worst one in New Who.
I've seen almost all of them. There's a couple I haven't, but I've seen almost all of them, and this is definitely one of the weakest ones. Like, probably bottom 5, I'd say.
Yeah.
I mean, the only one, like, there's a couple in Classic Who that off the top of my head that might be worse, but it's very, you're really scraping the bottom of the barrel to find worse than this for me.
I can agree on that.
Like, there's Dodo's exit in the War Machines, where she just gets, like, hypnotized and then forgotten about, and then at the end of the story, the Doctor just tells Ben and Polly what happened to her, that she's in the countryside, and then he fucks off and never sees her again. It's actually quite funny. And then there's, like, Leela's exit Invasion of Time, where she just out of nowhere decides that she wants to marry someone even though there's no build-up. And then there's Romana and K9's exit in Worry's Gate, where it's just like, I actually know, Doctor, I'm going to stay here. And it's like, okay. So those ones are pretty bad, but apart from that, I can't really think of any others. I haven't seen Planet of Fire, but Callum, I know you have, and I believe that's the last one for Turlo and Chameleon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, would you say those exits were better than this one?
Turlo's is better, for sure.
I don't even know what happens in it. I haven't even seen it. Probably because no one ever posts a clip of it, so I haven't even seen the scene that he has.
It's decent. It's a decent farewell.
Doesn't Chameleon just, like, shut off?
Yeah, he just dies.
I think he was killed by the Doctor. I think he let the Doctor kill him.
Yeah, because of the Master and stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, both of those are better than this one.
Oh dear. Deary me.
I want to be home with my grandson.
Yeah, and then
I thought I had the place to myself.
And then the final scene is like, it's like the most predictable way they could have done, like, their exit. It's like, I saw this coming from a mile away. I was like, yeah, so their last scene is going to be them. It's going to be Ryan riding a bike on that same hill, isn't it? And then it was. And then they saw a vision of Grace and the lens flare.
Oh, that's so stupid. That scene would have been good if these characters were great. But
also, the Doctor just so happened to have, some psychic paper spare lying around.
Yeah, I always thought that the doctor only had one psychic paper, which is like why he only uses one. Is there a moment, any moment in the show
Maybe
where
a point where
maybe in her TARDIS she has a printer.
Okay, but like the thing is, giving a psychic paper to a companion is just like really important. So just having one lying around is like really stupid to me.
Yeah, why didn't
I
they
was
always
always,
have it?
I was always under the impression that the psychic paper wasn't even the doctor's. They just took it from somewhere.
Yeah, like imagine if Jack Robertson had stolen one and then used that to like take over the entire world.
I remember first viewing with my family when they had the image of Grace on the screen. I had to hold my laughter back so fucking hard. It was so funny.
How can they both see him? How can they both see Grace?
It was the solid
It makes
track.
no sense.
It was the solid track, Callum.
Oh my god.
Also,
You know what would make this scene actually good? Is if, when Ryan's about to sail for his bike, Graham hands Ryan a photo of Grace. And then he actually does ride the bike and not fall off. I think that'd actually be a really good ending.
God, when he fell off, that was so funny.
Yeah. Just like one last fuck you to Ryan.
Yeah, so it turns out in the end he still hasn't overcome his dyspraxia.
And never will.
Yeah, because he's trash.
Yeah, it's how that looks.
Because it gains cheap internet points for diversity.
It's just showcasing how useless disabled people are.
We skipped it, but we skipped it, but the line of when Graham goes, "Hey Doc, I was wrong. We do get aliens in Sheffield."
What a shit lie.
Well, such an awful line.
Also, we forgot to mention that Jack just disappeared, Jack Harkness, and he gave them a phone call and he said something like about Gwen beating up a Dalek or something.
Yeah, he's catching up with Gwen, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's that then.
Torchwood Series 5, maybe?
Please no.
I think he said something like, Gwen beats up a Dalek with a boxing glove, or something like that. Which, like, how the fuck can you do that? Just something made out.
Because she's a powerful woman.
She's a strong, independent woman who don't need no man.
Yeah, poor Reese. Yeah, so we get a shot of Graham with a lens flare and him smiling in the distance, and it looks like one of those like funeral plan ads, like like funeral insurance.
Oh my god!
I don't know how else to describe
Graham
it.
dies surely after this.
Your cancer's returning. Yeah, I guarantee if Graham were to die, rather than showing it on screen, they just have it explained in exposition.
How's Graham, Ryan? He died.
Somehow Graham returned.
The dead speak.
Ryan Sinclair, what you done?
I have died before. The dark side
of It's a
when that scene was happening, I was getting scared that they brought Grace back through the doctor. I actually thought it was going to happen.
What if he died not because of cancer, but because he hosted a quiz show, wink wink, and then he died of a laughing fit at one of the funny questions. Fanny Schmeller. Honestly, the chase is more entertaining than Chibnall Who.
What was that saying?
Bloody, what's his name? The tall fat guy. What's his name? It's like
the Beast. The Beast.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like what's his name? It's like Josh Labette or something. Mark Labette, maybe? And, yeah, like, that guy has more charisma than some of the actors in this show. And he's not even an actor.
He's just some big man who can answer some questions.
He just knows a lot of things.
Yeah, and then Ryan tries to ride the bike and fails.
Wait. Did Ryan change his beanie?
I think, was it yellow in this scene?
Yeah, it's like mustard.
I guess that this might not be straight after, it might be a few days later.
Okay.
Doesn't really matter.
I feel like that shot of Ryan falling over is really poetic for Chibnall's era.
Yeah.
Would y'all agree?
I like how Ryan says the sun's in his eyes, even though in that shot the sun's behind them.
He has eyes on the back of his head.
But Callum, the second sun would rise from the south and the mountains would shine.
They're really on Gallifrey this whole time.
Yeah, this is just the Master messing with their head.
That feels like a plot twist Chibnall would do. Earth is actually Gallifrey, but further back in time.
We're still in the Timeless Children and the Master's just messing with them.
Oh my god. So yeah, Ryan falls one last time, and then that's the end of the episode.
Ah, yes. That was
Yeah.
Hooray! It's finally over.
Yay!
And then we
As
get...
far
This
from being
episode
all
ever.
over. They're doing it, mate.
And then we get there's like a little thing of John Bishop, who apparently is going to be in Series 13, which I'm actually quite disappointed about because I wanted to see a one-on-one dynamic again after a while of not having it.
But we can't. We need a him row. A him row.
Yeah, Chibnall
we
who really isn't as woke as Bolstrek says, is it? Like you've got, it's like you got the first chance you might have an all-female TARDIS team, and no, you're gonna have a male on it, and then you've got the Doctor giving up the Master to the Nazis because of his skin color, and then you,
Yeah.
oh dear.
He likes to play both
I'm pretty sure
sides,
Bolstrek would say that it's just the show trying to be woke but failing, or something like that.
Don't bring up him. That gives me PTSD.
God, I think it's really sad because some people think that people like us are Bolstrek, but we're not.
I'm really not.
Just because we don't like the Chibnall era, they think that we're not my doctors, but that's not true at all.
Oh yeah, just because we point out that the Chibnall era is out of shit.
It's like you want to like. It's like I'm like, can you please skim through my videos and all my tweets and show me one time that I wasn't okay with there being a female doctor? like it doesn't exist.
Yeah, like
Pretty sure we've said
the type of thing where people say, "Oh yeah, you're just sexist." But I've been saying even before Jodie was cast that I'd love Tilda Swinton to play the Doctor, and it's like, yeah, but you're sexist though.
No, because like there's things that Chibnall has done with the Doctor that we don't like that he also did with Matt Smith's Doctor, and Matt Smith is a male, so it's clearly not sexism. It's literally just criticism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. That episode is awful, and it's just that's
Dinosaurs on a
myth.
Spaceship is like something straight out of Chibnall Who. It's garbage.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I don't understand why people like it. Like, it's weirdly one of the more popular Series 7 episodes, but I think it's one of the worst.
Probably because of the novelty of dinosaurs on a spaceship that's got them hooked.
Dinosaurs on a spaceship.
We mentioned earlier the problem with naming episodes in Chibnall's era, and that episode's name is also really bad. It's really just, dinosaurs on a spaceship. That's cool. Like, yeah, that's a very inventive name. Thanks.
I actually can't remember a single fucking name Chibnall made up, apart from Timeless Children.
42 is a great name.
Oh yeah.
like he just has no creativity when it comes to names. It seems.
But guys, didn't you like the battle of bullshit?
the
Yes.
Battle of Rust.
I never remember the name of that episode. I just say, yeah, the finale of season 11.
The Battle of Ranskor Av Kolos.
Yes.
I should deserve a prize for that.
Yes.
I always feel like saying its real name is like a swear word now, because like you're meant to say something else.
The battle of Ralos Av Kolov bullshit.
The Battle of Rancid Old Avocado.
So yeah, that was
God.
resolution.
fun. I love Doctor Who.
Daleks.
Yeah.
That was a good episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Kill me.
He could die in a hellfire.
From my profile pictures, I think we've gone insane.
Possibly.
I think
go to the beginning of the stream where we're all our nice profile pictures, and now you go to now, and it's
We'll change it. I changed mine a couple times. In fact,
I think
changed it to a cat that everyone knows about, but no one saw it.
I think my one has legitimately given me mental illness now after staring at it for so long.
So guys,
Honestly,
what does everyone think of this episode?
It's the best Doctor Who episode ever made.
I think my rate has now gone to 1.5.
I mean, I don't.
Why was that a chew?
I mean,
Still a chew.
it's shit, but like, I don't think I personally hate it as much as some other episodes.
I mean, I don't hate it. I find it really bad.
Yeah.
Just like it breaks so much, but after Timeless Children and everything, it's just funny bad. Kind of like Rise of Skywalker after TLJ is just like, yeah, this is just like this breaks so much, but I don't care. I just laugh while watching it because Star Wars.
I did find Rise of Skywalker quite funny. In non-funny moments. I laughed.
Yeah, same. Actually, I did actually find the comedy to be one of the strongest aspects of the film. Like, unironically, is C-3PO.
Basically, I think I may have said this before on the channel, but like, for me to give something less than a 4 out of 10, I have to have a really, really like personal beef with it, and like, I don't actually have a massive personal beef with this episode. I just think it's really poorly written.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
I think there are a lot of comparisons you can make between this and the season finale of Mando season 2.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's not as bad as the season finale of Mando. Well, close, but I think you can make a lot of comparisons between the two.
I remember at the start of the stream, one of you said you thought it was worse than Asylum of the Daleks.
Goes Jeb.
Jeb said that.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. So Jeb, what were your reasoning for that?
Well, whilst Asylum's like really poor, I do find some redeeming qualities in it. Whereas, well, I kind of like Oswin as a character.
Really?
Yeah.
I like her too.
Yeah, I like her as a character. Whereas
I think she's just fine.
I mean, I find her quite annoying, to be honest. It's like a smug, sexy Moffat girl, you know.
And it's I find in this there's nothing.
I mean, yeah, it's very soulless. Yeah, true. Chib Nalura is very
I
soulless.
would say, I think I'm confident in saying this is the worst festive special by.
I wouldn't agree with that.
Not distance, but
I can't, in good confidence, put this below the Doctor, the Winner, and the Wardrobe.
I can now. After this,
I can.
Like, the Doctor, the Winner, and the Wardrobe makes me scream. I hate it so much. Probably
they're all shit anyway.
Because the Doctor, the Winner, and the Wardrobe is very like mawkish and saccharine. And it's just so like.
I'd say this is worse because it involves the Daleks, which are a more like important villain and mean more to the show. And I guess that's probably my reasoning.
Yeah, but
He completely butchers them.
yeah, but the Doctor the Wit in the Wardrobe shows that you can create a TARDIS because you have a uterus. And it also has terrible child acting in it.
Fuck the little.
Yeah, it does have pretty bad child acting.
Yeah. And it also damages K's Evangelist running as well. And it also wastes Bill Bailey.
Well, this story damages Stolen Earth and Journey's End.
And Victory of the Daleks.
No, Victory Does is bad though.
Yeah.
Well, it harms it even more. You know.
Well, I guess in that sense it damages Series 5, which is annoying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, anything damages would be
things.
annoying, but this is just...
That Bane line. For you.
The people. Yeah, I'd safely say for me it's like bottom of the list of festive specials and probably Dalek episodes in New Who.
I'd probably say, Christ, for Dalek episodes, it's slightly above Asylum and on par with Victory and Magician's Apprentice. And then in terms of festive specials, I put it slightly above Doctor Wit in the Wardrobe, Time of the Doctor, Twice Upon a Time, and Return of Doctor Mysterio. Probably on par with Return of Doctor Mysterio. They're all around that sort of 3 to 4 out of 10 level for me.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I don't remember all the other specials, so I can't really comment, but I'd say this is the worst one.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
A lot of the specials are quite forgettable, to be fair.
Yeah, like we mentioned the Christmas Invasion, that one I remember.
Yeah, that one's great, though.
I remember Ron
was it like
well. I mean, I think the
Snowman or something like that?
Oh,
the one with car?
Yeah, the Snowman is the one in the middle of Series 7.
Yeah, I remember that because it was one of the last episodes I watched with my dad.
Okay. Yeah, because a lot of people tend to forget that one even exists.
Yeah.
Ooh, RGA thinks this episode is better than Daleks in Manhattan. Oh boy.
No, it's not.
It's not. How is it better than that?
Take.
Very bad take.
I mean, I know that RGA just hates the hybrid design.
Well, I don't know why, because the hybrid design is meant to be disgusting.
It's great. I love it.
Yeah, like, when people say that the design is awful, it's like, you do realize what Dalek is, right?
It's like, it looks exactly what I would imagine if you combined a Dalek and a human.
Mm-hmm. Thing is, I can't even say Victory's on level with this, because Victory still has good performances.
And that
I mean, Winston Churchill's pretty good in terms of performance.
And it has a pretty great scene with the bomb. Like Edatron said.
That scene with Amy
I don't like the bomb scene.
Well, you're wrong.
You are subjectively wrong.
I just can't stand, like, soppy Moffat stuff. It just really...
Well, you have no heart.
Well, it's not that I don't have any heart, because there's soppy things that I do like. It's just usually it's not when Stephen Moffat's doing it.
No, but I think that what that scene does for Amy in terms of her character development is actually really, really good.
What does it actually do, by the way? I'm curious.
Well, it shows like sort of like a... Like, in terms of like what she had to deal with a lot with her, like, growing up. You know, it gives her more relatability, sort of like the like idea of like something I think all of us have had, like fancying someone where you really feel like
I know what you mean though. It's the one where it's like you fancy someone that you probably shouldn't. Is that what you mean? All right, okay.
And sort of that sort of like pain, but in a way like
although it's kind of sad that that then gets ruined at the end of Flesh and Stone because it turns from being fancying someone to like sexual assault.
Yeah, just real bad.
Oh dear,
it really annoys me. But yeah, but that's the only good scene in Victory of the Daleks. The rest is shit.
Yeah, I personally don't like Matt's performance in that episode, mainly because I don't like the way I don't think he's written into scenes that really suit him as an actor. I find him. It's in that one, in Victory of the Daleks and Hungry Earth Cold Blood, it's very clear that the writer thought that the 10th Doctor was going to be in it because it's a lot like more. What's the word for it? It's like quite aggressive and very commanding. Whereas Matt's Doctor, especially in Series 5, isn't really like that unless he, in very specific circumstances. And I just don't think that Matt Smith as an actor can really pull off those scenes the same way that Tennant could. And I find it difficult to suspend my disbelief. Like, I just sort of laugh at the scenes. But, yeah. Ugh.
We did it.
Yeah.
Was it worth it?
I can't believe I've done 4.
Yes.
I've done 4 videos on this episode now.
And this one was 5 hours.
Yeah.
God. There's like close to half a day's worth of content of me talking about this episode.
Ugh.
Jeez. So, Callum.
Mm-hmm.
When are you gonna watch Good Doctor Who?
At some point, I'm still editing a video on Bad Doctor Who.
That's right.
Yeah, I've still got the Spyfall video to come out.
I mean, I would ask you when's that going to be finished, but I don't expect an answer.
Hopefully in a month or 2.
Yeah.
It's getting there, though. I'm getting back into the rhythm of things.
Yeah.
I just got to the scene where Yaz is taken to the other world, and Ryan just sort of doesn't get taken either, for some reason.
Is that in part 1 or part 2?
Yeah, part 1.
Wow, you've got a long way to go.
I know.
That video's going to be very long.
It is an
Just
hour
the way
and
we
6
like.
minutes right now.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. You know what I think would be... I mean, obviously it's difficult because obviously current episodes are the way they are. But it's like, wouldn't it be so refreshing to be able to do one of these streams where you can skim through an episode like we did with this, but you actually get to break down why it's good? You know?
So yeah?
Like, you know how in this we were skimming through each scene and breaking down why it's bad? Imagine like if we were able to do the same thing except we were able to break down why it's good.
It's not a bad idea.
Well, because I feel like I actually think that's something that, like, obviously it's good that we're like this, and obviously ECUM, and you think of obviously EFAP as the parent channel, predominantly speaking, and also Jay does it with Doctor Who on his channel, but like predominantly speaking, it's effective in that it's obviously when you're skimming through the actual content itself, you get to criticize and break down each scene and whatnot. And then if you're doing it with a video, it's also you're responding to the arguments presented. But like, wouldn't it be great to be able to do that with something like really good and like be able to break down exactly why it works and like compare it to something that doesn't? Because like,
yeah,
it's one thing to say that it's good, but it's also another thing to prove it. Like, proving why something's good is actually really interesting to me.
Proving why something is good, I find it harder, but also more rewarding because you understand how everything works. It's like the main series in my channel is me critiquing Legion, and it's like me talking about how good everything is and all the little details and everything, and I take longer than I would to break down why something is bad, because when something's bad, you're just like, oh yeah, this contradicts that and everything. But breaking down why something is good, you're like pulling references from all over the place to prove why and everything.
Yeah,
It's like really more interesting, I think. Like nothing against criticizing either way, anyway, because we just did that.
Yeah, of course. But like obviously, you know, when you're criticizing good, usually it means that the writer has intertwined it with a whole bunch of stories, and therefore, to really emphasize all the brilliant stuff about it, you have to really go into detail about how it connects to everything else and why it's good. Whereas a lot of the time, bad writers won't make connections like that. Therefore, you can give a pretty blunt answer to it because it has a dead end. Whereas, for example, if we were to do something like this about an episode like Gridlock, you know, we'd be here for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours because it connects so many things together.
Yep.
And like the ripple effect that episode has, you then would have to then go into other episodes and explain why they are good and how they connect to this one. It would be quite the task.
Yeah, I feel the same about like what's the name? Fuck, I forgot. Waters of Mars, for example.
Yes, of course.
Where it's like that episode is like really.
You'd have to like
a lot of
you'd have to go through like the entire Russell era, and like reference all the things that have built up to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's like that 3 series long arc. It's really great, and like you said, it even carries over in season 5.
Well, it even builds off things from series 1 as well, so it's like it relates to the Ninth Doctor too.
Yeah, that's such a good episode.
Yeah, it's my favorite of New Who. I love it dearly. And
mine is Heaven Sent. Yeah,
Heaven Sent does indeed slap. Unfortunately, Hellbent exists.
Yeah. I just rewatch Heaven Sent and I forget that I haven't. Wait, did I say correctly? I rewatch Heaven Sent and I forget that Hellbent exists. Yes.
Yeah. The only thing that I really don't like about there's a couple of things, but the only thing I really don't like about Heaven Sent is that bit where the Doctor says that he didn't leave Gallifrey because he was bored. He left because of the hybrid. And the main reason why it doesn't work in retrospect is because of Hellbent, obviously.
Yep.
But it really pisses me off when I rewatch the episode now because I'm like, we now know what the hybrid is.
Yeah, I completely understand that.
Yeah, and there's also a couple of like very small things that you could pick out, like wouldn't it be so much more effective if the Doctor like used different parts of his body when punching the wall? You know, like uses both fists, uses elbow, uses knees and his like feet and all that. And then they're all like.
I mean, you'd say he just doesn't have time to use the other ones. Like it doesn't really matter to him. Like he waits 12 billion years.
I suppose, yeah. Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah.
And then also, I mean, I don't think he actually, because he obviously doesn't have, he doesn't have time to go back and get it. But I've always wondered, like, wouldn't you think that he would want to carry that shovel around with him, like that he gets in the graveyard?
Yeah, you could imagine. So yeah.
Yeah, obviously he doesn't have the foresight that he's about to, face a diamond wall. Because obviously, if he did, then he would, think, well, I need to bring the shovel with me so that I don't have to use my hand. To like crack the wall open. But obviously, once he gets there, the veil's already there and he can't escape, so he has to punch it. But I'm just thinking, like, wouldn't he before that point? Not even knowing what's going to happen next, but like, wouldn't it just be useful to carry it around? I don't know. Maybe I suppose the argument against that would be that it would slow him down, which is true.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's also a few questions I have about like how after billions of years the skulls haven't like caused the water to rise. The skulls in the ocean. Outside the castle.
Mm-hmm. Oh, if it's an ocean, then the water wouldn't really rise.
Well, I mean, it's in a isn't it in a contained like little thing?
It's in the data pocket thing.
Yeah.
It could
But,
just be infinite.
Yeah, we don't know exactly how it works, so we just have to be like, oh, that's how it is, and accept it basically.
I suppose in that case, then, if it's infinite and the water is, if the water is, fucking what's the word? If the water's gonna stay where it is because it's infinite, then wouldn't the skulls that are dropping down build up and rise above the water?
You could say that the water changing makes the skulls shifting to like just remain at the bottom. And even then, the skulls, would they really change anything plot wise?
Well, I mean, if the skulls were like rising up, oh no, it would, because the Doctor dives into the water out of the castle.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Well, even then, I don't think they would just create a thing like that, because it's just like it's a skull falling, and then there's like water being water moving, so then it shuffles around the skulls, and then they just fall and get to the
it would be like
bottom.
it would be one of those like machines at the arcade when like you add a piece to it, it like pushes the entire pile forward. So when a skull, this is really dark. When a skull drops off the castle, it adds one to the pile, and then it just pushes all the rest of them to the side. That's quite funny.
Yeah.
But really messed up at the same time. I also think that if Clara's character had been brilliant all the way from the start, all the way up to her death in Faith the Raven, it probably may have had even more impact than it did. Because I do think that Face the Raven is a brilliant setup for Heaven Sent, and it fixes a lot of the issues, but if her character had been well written all the way from her beginning up to that point, I feel like it could have been like the overall impact of Heaven Sent would be even better for a lot of people. Yeah, like imagine if this was like Donna, you know, and this was like the Doctor grieving over Donna. Like, imagine how much more you would feel about it. I mean, you probably already feel a lot anyway, considering how brilliantly written Heaven Sent is. But if you're actually like super invested in the companion, due to how obviously well written the character is, you know, it could add an even bigger punch to it.
Oh yeah, of course. Like the thing is, I like Clara, but I can see 100% every issue people have with her. But yeah,
well, I mean, I think Jenna Coleman's great, so there is that.
Yeah,
and I think that
she's probably why I like Clara so much. I think she's a really good actress.
I can see based on the performance why you would connect to the character, because she portrays the emotional beats that the story wants to tell really well. It's just, unfortunately, a lot of the writing around it doesn't make sense, or it's just really not. It's not well built, but the way the actress portrays what the script wants her to be as a character, I think, is really good. So that's one thing I will say about Clara, is that the actress is pretty damn good. Although I would say that if I have one criticism of her performance, I think she's a bit flat in Series 7, but it's probably because she doesn't have much of a character to work with. And also, they want her to be really quippy like Matt Smith, and it doesn't really suit her. But
yeah, I think she gels better with Capaldi than Matt Smith, to be honest.
It's a lot more serious with Capaldi, and I think that suits Jenna Coleman better.
Yeah, I like her in the Capaldi's first episode. I forgot the name, but yeah, which is like, he changed and everything. I think her performance there is good.
I mean, the performance is all good, but like the problem with that is that she contradicts herself from the previous episode.
But the Doctor's old now.
Even though she's clearly seen old Doctors before, and also in the previous episode was very, I don't know, just...
No, I mean, I don't remember a lot of the Doctor Who episodes. I've watched them for the first time in like
Well, I mean, because like you said,
2 years ago.
with your dad, you stopped at the Snowman, right?
Snow. We watched. What's the one after Snowman?
Bells of St.
Rings of
John.
Akaten.
No, Bells of St.
I think
John or something.
Rings of Akaten was the last one we watched.
Okay.
Yeah, which is an episode I like, but the ending is just Clara saying, "Oh yeah, no, this is this sleeve is
my
going to win the day."
Yeah, I'm the same.
fuck off.
I think Rings of Akaten is pretty good apart from the Clara stuff. Like the backstory with the parents is so forced and then like really cheesy, and then you obviously get the bit with the leaf at the end. I don't like that. But the rest of it
Yeah.
actually...
Like the thing is, if it was just the Doctor winning by having telling his story and everything, would be so powerful. Because that speech, dude, is so good.
Oh yeah.
Matt Smith is so great.
I really like
But then
that speech,
the episode is just like, oh no, actually it's gonna be actually it's gonna be Clara who's gonna win the day. It's like, oh okay then.
It's
like
a shame,
that deflates
though,
a
because,
lot.
the Doctor's like speech about that in regards to how it connects to the plot is actually really good, and it makes a lot of sense. Like, it is actually a really good idea for like how to resolve the plot.
Yep, I really love it.
And it's like one of the only scenes in Series 7B where Matt Smith actually gets to be a dramatic character, like an actual like serious character. And it's really refreshing, but then of course it's all taken away straight after that. Ugh.
Yeah, it's like I'm probably one day just gonna edit that episode so I have the Clara stuff doesn't mess with the good parts, because I would
also edit hide so the ending of that doesn't happen either. Apparently that was
I had to edit so I could delete series 7.
Apparently that was a Stephen Moffat decision. Like Neil Cross, the way the episode happened before, that was everything that he decided, and then Stephen Moffat rewrote it to be like, oh no, they were actually in love. And then Chris Chibnall, when he wrote The Power of Three, he was trying to figure out how to end the episode, and so he asked Moffat what to do, and Moffat said, "I'll just have the sonic screwdriver fix it."
Oh, that's I thought it was just Chibnall being competent. It turns out it's Chibnall and Moffat.
No, it's a combination of Chibnall not being able to figure out what to do and Moffat giving him a terrible idea to fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's such a shame because the setup for what they do in Power 3 is really interesting. To have all the cubes, the slow invasion. It's like, wow, this is could be leading somewhere. And then the resolution is just like, no, never mind.
And Arthur Weasley is fun. He's almost like he's almost like a prototype of Graham, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually that is, yeah. Yeah. And with that, we think that should be it. Jesus, 5 hours.
It's like almost 3 for you guys, right?
Yeah.
Have to.
Yes.
Jesus.
I was just gonna.
Which means that in the Britlands, it's my birthday, so say happy birthday to me now because I require validation.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Wolfman.
I was also gonna say, I like that
Joking,
bit. I like that bit in the Power of 3 where the Doctor gets bored, so he starts mowing the lawns and painting the fence.
It reminds me of when
that montage is actually pretty funny.
It reminds me when the Doctor goes like in Vincent the Doctor's like, "It's how time normally goes." Really, really slowly. Great.
And that actually works for the 11th Doctor because he's quite an impatient character.
Like, yes,
and like if you have a character where it's like you said that he's quirky and everything, he's trying to hide the pain, he wouldn't want to just not be doing anything because his mind would go to the like bad stuff that's happened to him. So it's like even in character for him in terms of like exploring that, which is good, I think.
Indeed.
Like there's a lot of good stuff in Doctor Who, even in the bad episodes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I really love the show, even despite the bad episodes. And then we got to Series 12, and I'm like, I don't love this anymore.
Yeah, there's like... Chibnall's era is a lot more like consistently below average throughout its episodes. There's not many like bright, sparky spots like there used to be, even in the poor stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Like bloody Fear Her has that scene at the very start where the Doctor tries to open the TARDIS and he parked it the wrong way around. That's fucking hilarious. That's honestly one of the funniest moments in the whole show.
Yeah, I fucking love that.
And it's just something that you're like, all these years that he's been traveling, and it's the first time it's ever happened. Oh dear. Well, you all sound like you're about to die.
Thank you, I tried.
Yes.
This noose that's off in my corner is looking very appealing right now.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I would say something about that, but I'm just too socially awkward.
So I'm going to help you. Because you're disabled, you gotta go.
So remember when I was like, "Oh, can we like say stuff like like every word and swear words and anything before we started?" And Jeb is just like, "No, never mind. Let's just say whatever."
I want to preface, I'm disabled myself. I'm not targeted disabled people. It's okay.
You're only targeting yourself.
Since I have dyspraxia and hereditary spastic paraplegia, I'm technically also disabled, so... Way! Hooray for disables! Or whatever you call them.
We call them retards in this country.
I thought they were called politicians.
Yeah, same thing. It's fine.
Oh, Chris Chibnall would make a good Dalek.
Yo, let's make a good Dalek.
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday, Tim.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Jeb.
Fuck you.
Oh.
Everyone lost their minds after the episode then.
You know, there's the Stones of Blood is the 100th Doctor Who story, and there was meant to be a scene at the start where like the Doctor has a birthday cake, but they cut it out.
Oh,
That's weird.
I want a doctor with a birthday cake.
Yeah, especially
You have 11.
Especially the 4th Doctor with a birthday cake. That'd be great.
Oh, giant jelly baby cake.
Yes. Oh, imagine if in like in that story when because he meets like these two people that are by like it's not the Stonehenge from the one that we know, but like it's a Stonehenge. And imagine if he's when he's going around to all these people that he's just met, he's just like, "Would you like a slice of cake?"
Oh, that should be incredible.
Mm.
Yeah. I think that is it. Thank you everyone for coming on.
Yeah.
Been a long journey.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
into insanity.
Yeah.
It has been fun.
I thought you just said it has been fam.
Goodbye, fam.
It has been fam.
So I suppose
That's how.
I suppose some of you gonna have to go and defend the planet now.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna defend my planet.
Yes.
Mm.
I have to go defend Ireland from
Who-
fucking
who-
Brits.
Well, did you know
Who gives a
that?
shit about Ireland?
Did you know that the Doctor's from Ireland?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's because of fucking. Oh god.
But you
The Doctor represents the island.
You do realize that Chibnall did doing that in Ascension of the Cybermen is a reference to human nature. When Joan Redfern asks John Smith, where is Gallifrey? Is it in Ireland? And he says yes. I think so.
Doctor Who, everyone.
It's dead.
It's deader than my hope for life.
Also, is it me, or is Chris Chibnall like the Cybermasters thing just him being like, oh no, this is what the hybrid actually is? Because like technically it's like it's a warrior race of two races and they stand on Gallifrey in its ruins.
Oh my god.
Like the prophecy says. That's all the prophecy says. I don't trust him.
I need sleep.
No, you don't.
Oh, I guess I don't.
That's so subjective, Callum.
Oh.
You should objectively stay awake.
It's a fact.
It is my opinion that I just fell asleep.
But okay, that's just your opinion.
Marcus types really loudly.
Yeah, sounds like you're...
I fucking mute myself every time I type. What are you saying?
That's subjective.
Okay,
that was in the other group chat.
Oh yeah, just hitting your head in the keyboard.
Apparently, the Hand of Fear has a medical doctor ask if Gallifrey is in Ireland, so it goes back to Classic Who as well.
Biggest reveal of the stream is that the Doctor is Irish.
Well, time to kill the Doctor.
Time to pull a famine.
Get rid of the potatoes.
Mm-hmm. Also, just like Hand of Fear, this episode had a companion exit in it.
I'm part Irish, by the way. I can make those jokes. It's okay.
I guarantee there are some people that think that the exit of Ryan and Graham in this was great, and that the Sarah Jane one in Hand of Fear was confusing because they don't understand how subtlety works.
I feel like Chibnall, who you clearly don't know what subtlety is. So
what if in A Hand of Fear, Tom Baker says, says, "Till we meet again, Sarah, fam."
Till we get again, my fam.
We're fam forever, Sarah.
Being fam.
This isn't Croydon. It's Sheffield.
I wanna. Someone needs to like put a mask over of that scene, and it's over Sarah Jane's face. You put like all the Dalek invasion stories, and like the stories with the Daleks involved with the government, like Victory. You put the posters of all that over Sarah Jane's face, and then you put Chris Chibnall's face over Tom Baker, and then Sarah Jane says, "Don't forget me." Oh no, Sarah! Don't you forget me.
Or you just put like Davros and the Supreme Dalek from Stolen Earth and Journey's End.
Oh yeah, I heard rumors that like Davros was going to be in this episode.
Thanks.
So did I.
Thankfully, he wasn't.
Also, is he just hanging around on Skaro?
I guess.
I'd assume so at this point.
Well, is he just sitting there going, so, I am one for dodgems?
God, that episode is so weird. I think The Witch is Familiar is probably one of the closest times this show has gotten to fan fiction. Probably Timeless Children as well. Those are like the two biggest examples of the show like being fan fiction.
Yeah.
That's an insult to fan fiction, because that means fans actually wrote this shit.
Because, like, actually you're right, because there's a fan audio called Exhausted Supplies on YouTube, and it's brilliant. and it's like a meeting of like the 9th and 12th Doctor, and it's actually really good.
It would be great to see those two Doctors together, to be honest.
I mean, I mean, unless of course you're not good with audios, but like if you are, I would recommend you check it out because it's actually like obviously it's not the real actors, but the people that do the impressions of them actually sound pretty good, and the story itself is actually really interesting.
Interesting.
It's probably the best fan audio I've ever heard.
Yeah, interesting. I'll check it out. I'm good with audios. I'm not Jeb.
Well, yeah,
Deafman.
at least I'm not at all.
Have you listened to much Big Finish, Marcus?
I have not listened to any Big Finish, actually.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get you with it.
Do you have Spotify?
I do.
Well, the first 50 main range stories are all for free on Spotify. So there you go.
Interesting. Actually, no, I've listened to one Big Finish book. It's been a while. I forgot what it was. It was one with Ten and Donna.
Oh, yeah.
And it was... fuck, I can't remember which one, what happened in it.
There's Technophobia, Time Reaver, Death and the Queen, No Place One Mile
It must be
Down.
Technophobia, because I remember it's something about technology and everything
That was the first
weird.
one. Yeah, that was the first one, yeah. It's probably the weakest of their stories, actually, on Big Finish.
Yeah, I think I got like a month free on Audible, and I was like, yeah, sure, let's listen to this.
Yeah. The other ones with Ten and Donna that you haven't listened to are actually pretty good. Death and the Queen is great, and No Place is great because it has Wilfred and Sylvia in it as well. And it's like a piss take of like a when you're in like reality TV shows that are in a haunted house. It's like a piss take of that, and it's got the 10th Doctor, Donna, Wilfred, and Sylvia in it.
Oh, interesting.
Then there's one called 1 Mile Down, which has like the Jadoon, and it's in like an aquarium thing. Not an aquarium, but like, one of those like underwater zoos. And there's one called The Creeping Death, which is like a really good historical. And there's also one called fucking in the first set, this is called Time Reaver, and it's like a really interesting time story. Yeah, it's good stuff. But yeah, the first 50 main range stories are on Spotify for free, and most of them I think are pretty damn good. Some of my favorite Doctor Who stories are in that run, so I recommend it.
Yeah, I'll definitely check them out.
I've also done a ranking of all 50 of those stories in December.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, there is one story in that range that is one of the worst Doctor Who stories ever written, which is called Necromantia, and it has a protagonist that rapes a woman, and it's portrayed as a good thing. It's really, really fucking terrible. It's actually a bit like Wonder Woman 1984 or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's dying.
I just mentioned.
I died a long time ago.
I just mentioned rape, and everyone's just like, "What?"
That wasn't your tie. That sounds like you drunk.
Is it too much to ask for both?
Too much potato juice.
Too much Guinness.
I also think Blood of the Daleks is for free on Spotify as well, so if you want to check out a better version of this story, there you go.
It is. That was actually the first Big Finish I ever listened to.
Yeah, it's better written, it has a better Dalek plot, it has a better Doctor, it has better companion in it.
Yeah, I'll definitely check out. I think Jay posted like a ranking of some Big Finish stories that I have bookmarked on Twitter.
Oh, really?
So I'll see. Yeah, I can send the link later, but yeah, I think he did. So like, I'll just go check him out through that list. But as I get through Doctor Who, because I said I'm rewatching, and then I'm gonna watch Classic Who as well. So.
Oof. Big boy.
Yeah, I have the entirety of Classic Who, so I'm gonna watch everything. So that's gonna be interesting.
I mean, it's great, but it's exhausting.
I've seen a bit of the first Doctor, and it's really weird. The the way it's spaced and everything. But I was enjoying it.
Oh yeah, the pacing is bizarre, but the storytelling is beautiful. But yeah, like because I'm currently doing a marathon of Classico as well. Doing it on Twitter, people have seen it, and like it like, well, again, like I said, I love Classico, but it can get very exhausting, and I needed like a 2-day break after I did Daleks Master Plan, because I was just so I was like, Jesus, this is so exhausting to watch. And then I was fine again, and now I'm back. But yeah, it's Classico is great. It's honestly, it's way better than the Chibnall era by miles. And I'm not just talking about like the best of it. I'm talking about like the majority of it.
Is there like seasons like 23, 24 where people say like it's one of the worst parts of Doctor Who?
Yeah, 23 is a mess, but there are parts of it that I love. One of the best things about it is Colin Baker's performance. And the story Mind Warp is absolutely incredible.
Interesting.
Unfortunately, it is a bit undermined by the last story, and one of the reasons why is because Robert Holmes, who wrote was writing the story, died whilst he was writing it, and then the man who was meant to take over, who was the script editor, Eirich Saywood, also quit the show, and he refused to let the producer have the script. And so then J&T had to get Pip and Jane Baker to write an entire episode in like one day and then bring it out. And so like the final episode of that season is a mess, and it's like an anti-climax, and it's really sad. And then that's why Chris Chibnall went on that show, and he's just like, oh, well, that was so shit. But then, of course, Pip and Jane weren't allowed to say why, because it was backstage politics. So there is an excuse for it, but it's unfortunately a letdown. Season 24 is the first McCoy season, and it's just like, it's like the closest Doctor Who's been to like a cartoon. Like it's
interesting.
It's very silly. Yeah. So yeah, I suppose you could say, yeah, I think season 24 is possibly the weakest of Classic Who. I don't know. Some people love it because it's really silly and chaotic, but it is just like it is just kind of crap. But at the same time, it is only 4 stories, so it's quite short, which is good. Yeah. But like, you know, I rate Classic Who. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, I've seen the first Doctor story, and I think I've seen a bit of the second. I don't remember. I remember what it was, but I remember like thinking, "Oh, this is like really great." Except like just production values and everything aside, this is like really interesting way to explore. And seeing the first Doctor so different from the other ones, I'm like interested to see how the Doctor evolves over the years.
Well, what I love about the first Doctor is that at first he's quite a dangerous character. Because
I've noticed that.
Yeah, because he doesn't actually care, and so and actually really like, because the first Doctor doesn't have like, you know, plot devices, and he doesn't really know what he's doing with the TARDIS, even though he thinks he tells Ian Barra that he does, but he really doesn't know where he's going and what he's doing. There's no protection, like there's no plot armor, and so there's so much danger, because obviously the Doctor isn't a very powerful character, and also the fact that he doesn't care what happens to them. And it's really captivating, because it means that the companions that you're invested in are constantly like near death, and you actually believe it. Whereas these days, like a lot of the, you know, moments where companions are near death, like so for example when they're near the Daleks in this episode, you're just sort of like, oh, they'll be fine, and you just don't really get.
I mean, the Daleks not shooting them when they're in the ship; they're just pointing the guns at them. I was like, well,
yeah. And also another great thing about Classic Who is because it's serialized. It's quite unpredictable. Like companion exits and like regenerations and like big events and returns can happen at any time. Like there's not like a set structure, so like it's not like everything has to happen in the finale. Like it can happen at any time, which is really cool. Yeah. 'Tis a great show. Like, some people on Twitter think that I'm a Doctor Who hater, but in reality, like, I love most of the franchise. It's just the last 10 years of the TV show has frustrated me.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, it's just with Star Wars is the same thing, where it's like most people love the OT, and then like the prequels are bad, but like people love them. But if you just check on Star Wars fans, they probably would hate most of the content that's been coming out since 2015.
I remember someone on Twitter told me that the only reason why I like Empire Strikes Back is nostalgia. And I said to them, I was like, but what if I watched it yesterday for the first time and I thought it was the best one?
Yeah, that's so weird. What? Like, I think I like the prequels more than the OT because of nostalgia, but like the Empire Strikes Back is by far the best film of the franchise.
I just found it so funny how they said it was because of nostalgia. I'm like, you don't even know who I am, and when I watched it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just assumptions show a label and dismiss, basically.
Yeah, like there's this YouTube channel that I subscribe to called Quinn's Ideas, and I originally subscribed to him for like Game of Thrones stuff, but then recently he's been watching the Star Wars films for the first time, and he said like, yeah, The Empire Strikes Back's probably the best written one. And I'm like, well, there you go. He it's not nostalgia. He literally watched it for the first time this year. You know? It's not rocket science.
I mean, even if you like something for nostalgia, just say it's good is a completely different thing. Like, I watched all the Alien films with my dad almost 10 years ago, and I love all of them. I know that most of them are really bad, like especially like Alien 3. David Fincher always says like it's not his film, it's an abomination and whatnot. And I'm like, well, I still enjoy it because of nostalgia, but I recognize that only Alien and Aliens are actually good. I think people misunderstand that.
Yeah. Is that a caterpillar, Callum?
It's a bed.
Oh.
Caterpillar, that's people.
Why do I think it was a caterpillar? Oh dear.
Well.
Wow.
Well.
Yeah, I think we should wrap up now. It's gone quite a bit now.
Yes.
It's 10 to 3.
We should have wrapped up like 20 minutes ago.
Yes, we should have.
You just been sitting here
I'm
listening.
sorry, me and Connor were just talking. Everyone was silently dying.
I went to get
Alright, well, thank you all for joining. I never want to talk about this episode again. I've talked about it like 4 times now.
Yeah, thanks for inviting us.
Yeah, it's all good. I don't know what else. I mean, yeah, you're welcome.
Everyone's dying.
For me, it's like it's the middle of the day for me, and I'm tired. Yeah.
Thank you everyone for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody who dropped by. And thank you to Chris Chibnall for writing just the best Doctor Who we've ever had.
Yeah.
We're really lucky to have you.
Yeah.
So
I agree with everything Callum said.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't, you bitch.
No, okay. Fuck you then.
I'm really.
Blind Manor is shit, by the way.
I'm really.
No, fuck off.
I'm really intrigued to watch some of the Chibnall stuff that I haven't seen because I want to see what he's like when he's actually writing something good. I want to know what that looks like.
What that feels like.
I mean, I do like Countryside, but that's not really Doctor Who or Torchwood. It's kind of just a daytime gore-core horror. I want to see him in a scenario where he's writing good dialogue, if that even exists.
One would hope.
Yeah.
He can be shit 100% of the time.
I've heard some people say that the Torchwood episode Adrift is like a 10 out of 10, but I haven't seen it, so I can't judge it.
There you go.
I mean, you've seen Blindware's reaction to it, haven't you?
Yeah, but that was like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything
And they
from
probably
it.
didn't even talk about much about what happened. They're probably just like, oh
No.
my god!
Why the fuck did I actually still like them recently?
Oh my god,
'Cause
it's
I'm an idiot.
Palpatine, he's back! Palpatine's back!
I loved when one of the EFAP Mando minis included a clip from Blind Wave watching that same episode. It was like the noise thing that they did when they was like, "Do you remember Attack of the Clones?" It made me smile inside
Oh,
my
trust
cold
me,
heart.
guys, I'll never forget Attack of the Clones. Burned into my brain.
Alright, I am going to bed.
Alright, I was just going to say that Attack of the Clones was actually the first Star Wars film I ever watched.
That's sad.
Yeah. That's pretty depressing.
Yeah, and even as like a 7-year-old, I found the dialogue tedious.
Yeah. At least it wasn't Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
That would be a very weird one to be your first, actually.
Yeah.
You always remember your first time. Which is why I can't remember it.
Well, I'm glad that my first Doctor Who episode was Age of Steel, because it's much better than this episode.
My one was Father's Day or Empty Child, so I think that's pretty good to start off on.
Mine was either Death to the Daleks or The Brain of Morbius.
Really? But did you watch it on TV or on
Yeah,
DVD?
No, my grandmother had a few VHS tapes.
Oh, yeah.
So we watched them when we were kids. And then we were introduced to
Wait a
roles in 2005.
Wait a second, that means that one of the first episodes you watched was The Brain of Morbius, so you have nostalgia for what the Timeless Children did? I actually haven't seen Death to the Daleks yet. It's one of the few Dalek stories I haven't seen yet. Jeb, what was your first episode?
The thing is, I can't actually remember. It's like I've always been with Doctor Who.
Wow, that's so gay.
Well,
Can't believe you said that.
it's all about the friends we made along the way, right?
Yeah, and that's the moral of the story. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Check out ECUM. They're coming
Yes.
voice.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah.
It's sort of nice. Maybe, and fuck the final.
Yeah. I suppose I'll have to come on your channel, won't I?
I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
Wow, just inviting yourself like that.
Yeah, just like how I didn't invite. I told Jay to come on EDAR.
We invited Jay, so maybe we'll get you on when Jay gets on ECUM. Who knows?
And I'll be like, "Hey Jay, remember when I said come on my podcast?"
I meant come on my podcast.
Yes, please. All right.